Howdy, y'all. It's time to get on into Texas. We've got the Texas Esports League Vanta Spring Finals coming live and at you loud as we go into the Esports Stadium in Arlington. Welcome into North Texas. If you ain't been here before, it's hot, it's heavy, and it's really, really dry. But it's going to be even more fired up as we get into these awesome finals. I am Hail Monkey Man. I'm in the booth alongside one of the greatest experiences that you'll ever know in esports, known as Orbital, as we are blessed to get the chance to move into these awesome finals here in the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. CCC Madness, May Madness is also happening. So we've got collegiate, we've got middle school, we've got high school, but today is going to be magical as we get to be able to kick off with these awesome kids.
Yes, it is. We're looking at the middle school side of the Vanta Esports, Vanta Texas Esports League for their spring finals. That's a mouthful to say, but of course it is awesome. And again, getting a chance to have the middle school kids be able to not only play in their own finals, but to watch some of the greats in the collegiate side quite literally just a couple feet away is, I'm sure, an experience that they will vastly enjoy as well. So very excited to be able to cover not just Valorant, which we'll be taking a look at here, but also Apex Legends. We're going to be looking at Rocket League as well as Overwatch 2.
Yeah, that's going to be wild. There's even more that's happening off camera as well. So if you are in the venue, make sure to cheer on literally anyone that is putting hands to a keyboard. They've got chess, they've got Fortnite, they've got Marvel Rhinos. They've been able to find so many different ways to compact so many different titles into one spot. So make sure you also check out our partners. They're helping out here with Vanta, because we've got some great ones with Palmer Hamilton, Respawn, Vanta themselves, and of course, Takis, bringing the spice of life to everything of that. And you'll get to learn more about them across this broadcast. But I mean, we got to start somewhere, and I believe, yes, Valorant is our first on the docket, a best of 3 to go in this one, Orbital.
Yes, it's going to be a little bit of a test, and honestly, we're taking a look at Klondike Middle School going up against Barwise Leadership Academy. That is the Cougars versus Radom, and these two squads are hoping to have their own. Of course, we appreciate everyone that also tuned in. I know we said that we were going to start a little bit earlier, but of course, all the players are enjoying themselves, and of course, one of them on Radom's side is enjoying just kind of getting a little bit of rest and awareness down. It looks like they're maybe a little bit tired. I mean, it is early in the morning, but that's one of the cool things. Again, they're experiencing this kind of BO3 setting, so I'll be very excited to see exactly what they're able to throw down for Radom, though they're coming into this at a 3-2 standing. For Klondike, they're coming in at a 5-0 standing, so second seed here in this Vanta League. Going to be really fun.
Yeah, and we do have that best of 3 available to you as well. This is the number 2 versus the number 3 seed, is Klondike Cougars out of La Mesa, Texas. We had spoken in the green room a little bit about this. This is basically north, south, east, and west, all over Texas. Players are coming in for Valorant as they're coming out of Alice, Carthage, La Mesa, as well as Wichita Falls, Texas. I am native to Fort Worth myself. It's been a while since I've been back to my my home ground, but this is going to be basically a west versus north matchup between Klondike and the Barwise Leadership Academy, also otherwise known as Radom. So our 3 map set going into this first one, we've got Icebox, which is the complete opposite of what Texas is. So these kids got to keep cool.
That's your second one that you've done today already. It's going to get to me. I keep forgetting this. But yes, we are going to Icebox, and then we go to the ever so lovely beachside front. No, not actually Breeze. That is nowhere near this side. It is going to be Sunset as second, and then Lotus as third. And the main thing, of course, Klondike, I believe, is on the attack to start. Both 1 and 2 on the attacking side, so Icebox and Sunset both being given that opportunity to go aggressive, which I actually really like. So giving this team that is well known for their aggression should be quite fun to see if they're able to get that under control. But like you said, Icebox is one that's just so weird. Again, coming back into the map rotation, starting to become that staple in the back pocket. A site being a relatively difficult 1-2 hit, a lot of verticality, a lot of ups and downs in there, and we see some teams just kind of use that squeeze effect to try and get a lead.
Yeah, that's definitely too. And Waylay has kind of added to some of that. You've had Rays, they're semi-powerful on this map. A lot of zoning control, especially for their blast packs and being able to kind of elevate them, utilize that verticality. But Jet has been such a mainstay that you have their kind of their sister now in terms of movement, especially with visual intel that comes out of Waylay, using the ability to see and get on back out of dodge. So there's really the versatility that I think kind of begs the question, how much of that do you rely purely on the gun game, on the movement, being able to kind of hit as hard and fast as you can? So then what Sentinel, what controllers do we kind of walk in with? Viper, still very able to be used. Astra, for kind of you big knowers and chessers out there, very strong as well. So where do you kind of lean into that fight? Of course, getting some good information off your initiators as well.
I lean into set the guns ablazing, quite honestly. I want to see that fast gun and run action. Honestly, I like Waylay as an agent. One of my big enjoyments is the action kind of abounding. So one of the things that Waylay really does well is it amplifies how quickly you can get into the mix. A lot of people are equating it, I think, to a Neon but buffed to a certain extent. That has the ability to kind of run and be very, very quick off rip. So my eyes are looking in there and just saying, okay, look, if you're going to get messy, you're going to get messy either way. And the fact that it is a duelist specific means that we can see a lot more explosiveness. But like you called, if you don't have good initiators, if you don't have good smokes or information reads, Waylay gets bogged down. Now, a good duelist can always make action occur, and you mentioned the likes of the Jet having that flexibility in there. I just think, especially on Icebox, I don't know if we're going to get Waylay specifically. The whole reason I say that is it's not very flat, and I think whenever it comes to speed types like Neon, like Waylay, and a lot of these agents like to just kind of move across the flat surfaces, you don't want Icebox. Icebox, unless you're fighting primarily on B or mid, you're not going to have that amazing space. It's a lot of corner checking, so I don't know if we'll see it here in map 1.
It also depends on the school, because you say that, and you had scared me to death, because saying Waylay is like a buffed Neon is just silver rank PTSD. That is not a fun time.
If you haven't seen some of the movement tech, it's hilarious to watch. I did this last time, but this is there are clips of like Foon-esque highlight reels of Waylay and Neon, and Waylay themselves is just like the ability to constantly move and be able to still spray you down is frustrating. So yes, it will be silver PTSD at the end of the day.
Well, and to that same mark, we have Apex that's coming up later in our Vanta Esports spring final for the Texas leagues, and so maybe some of these players that definitely play into an Apex movement tech, maybe they're here to do some of that. I know that William Adams Middle School, the Coyotes, they definitely have a couple squads that are going to be in that Apex, or at least the semifinals, and maybe we'll get to see some of that if they do play Neon, and maybe that's sliding over into, I don't know, an Octane or something. But to this first map, I consistently, when I play Icebox, I don't care how tried and true and old it is. I'm a boomer. I play a lot of Viper. I aim to cut and divide this already well-divided map. You've got Can-X boxes that are either filled to the brim or tariffed out and empty as heck, but it still means that you have to get through all of these separate surfaces to move through, and that means that you can play chess a little bit. And I've also seen a lot of great work off of chambers, maybe not recently, but I don't know. I'm more of a resistance guy. I like to set the traps and make people run into them. So Chamber and Viper are the go-tos. Honestly, though, we've seen KOs obviously come out on the initiator side. One that I think we will be seeing, though, is Vise. Vise has been seeing such a large influx of opportunity, and I think Vise actually takes over a lot of what a KJ wants to do, what a Viper wants to do. Viper obviously has the ult, but in terms of walls, in terms of negation and suppression, Vise does 10 times better, and I will always stand by that. I think whenever it comes to close corridors and sites where you can lay down that trip wall, where you can lay down those flashes, when you can lay down that steel garden, it's perfect. And on a site like A, if you get that steel garden, if you capture 2 or 3 on the opposing side, it's done. You already just get to flush them out. It's a high ground battle. You win out pretty dang heavily. So I'm hoping to see the Vice come out to play and be a little bit more in control of that factor. But if we do get to see the Chamber, if we do get to see the Viper, I'm not going to be upset. What I don't want to see, again, is just like 3 duelists come out. That might happen, but we're going to go into game number 1 to see what does come out. I hope that you guys are going to get live and loud with us. Semifinals will be unlocked here for the Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals. It's going to be a banger regardless. We've got at least 2 out of these 3 maps to decide who will be moving on into the grand finals for Valorant. So let's check out what our compositions will be, and look at that. We've already got a Neon in the box. My goodness.
Oh, okay. So I know I said that the speed types have some value, and yes, it can work, but I don't like it too much. Granted, when it comes to Icebox, you can just go crazy again. And when you're trying to find your advantage, when you're trying to find a chance to kind of get up there in the standings, you are going to use anything at your disposal, and I love the Neon. But you are running a double duelist composition, so we'll see if it pans out here. On Icebox, I believe you're on defense first, so if you're trying to take over mid control, that's where we normally see Neons. I would suspect we're going to see Cilantro very much controlled over on B to mid. Pretty much the only time we're going to see it on A is in rotational value if you're looking through T-spawn and the like.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think that we saw a Sage on either side. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, we did see a Sage. We saw a Fade as well. And Reynas that might be dueling into one another. So Klondike going kind of old head, kind of 2022 style Valorant with the way that they picked their attacking half for that Jet, for that Fade. Just getting the sisterhood of the traveling pants to be able to get some of those big movements. And maybe that will kind of dash and crash up into A. That Neon is going to be very specific about how the way they're going to be able to find those duels. I do kind of expect them to make a lot of flanks, see what they can do with that. And they're going to go into a 4-1 split to be able to start things off. So we kick things off for the day for the Vanta Spring Finals here on Icebox as we go to round number 1.
Meeting of the minds here in the mid. 2-Cord hoping to get a 1 as shots ring out. A little bit of misses here and there, so no one getting the full brunt of it. But Klondike, you can already see them charging into this A site. I like it. There's only one defender as Barwise is hoping to hang on there, but that's a 2-tap and a half to KO. Holding down here with 10 HP, but you are marked for negation pretty much. And down you go, but you've done some work. Win, though, for their own is going to turn it around. And it is a comfortable night in their 3v3 now. As maybe we get that plant and start to have that retake value. 2-Cord, though, rips one away, and down goes the Reyna at the end of the day. Nightwolf hoping to hold their own, but not going to be able. It's a trade out value. Radom down to 1 and down to 0. Great pickup of round 1 for Klondike.
Good looks by the Cougars of Klondike. They were able to find that early duel. A lot of eyes looking over towards mid, and then they just ultimately took over marching orders to go up into A. So you had mentioned A's kind of tough. A into a pistol. It's a great way to kind of start things off. I end up kind of being a switch up, and I love going to B just to be weird because that's who I am. But I feel like there's great ratting that can happen from that B position, and now you're going to see the buy from at least a couple of these players, especially from the attacking side. Now, they're going a lot more conservative, Klondike is. They are the winners of that first round. Wow! Ooh. Nice first pick there by 2-Cord, take down the initiator and that KO.
Okay, that was a great snap, and that's now the second time that we see mid-challenge, and already we're seeing Klondike kind of use that to their best ability. Quick little eye goes out, tries to blind out multiple, and Radom saying, okay, we can't see much, but it's yet again an A-side force, and with them doing this again, Radom now rightfully backing away, but 2-Cord sees an eye snapping out. Cilantro is able to find one on this Neon, but Bossman follows up behind. Epic losing their life, but saying and holding a bit of a question here. Snapshot not going to land for Nightwolf, as it is going to drop down to a 3v1 once again. Radom tried that retake, and it just didn't work out as much as they wanted. 2-Cord stepping out and seeing an eye. Barwise, though, able to find it, and the Reyna happy about this dismiss. One more to go, though, is all Klondike needs. As again, for Radom, it's a little bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, the tiniest bit. They will get a Marshall, maybe land a snapshot if they can do so. Kind of back sight. There's not a lot of time. And that's the twin for DJ. A couple of these brothers that are hanging out there for the side of Radom. But they will be stepping on back as this one will go off and actually both go down. So all weapons lost. However, for the Cougars out of Klondike, that's not a massive overinvestment. They didn't really lose much. We had, what, Sheriffs and Ghosts? And so now they can buy up even more if they want.
And this is going to be a heavy hand purchase, because take a look on the other side. Radom themselves don't have much. You got a Stinger, you got a Ghost in hand for 2, so 2 people couldn't really buy up because I believe they bought last time, and we're actively trying to chase for a little extra, so it's a heavy-handed purchase for Klondike. If you are able to identify that someone's marching a Marshall and a couple Stingers, like, this is going to be huge benefit for Klondike to possibly get a 3-0 start to this map. Ooh!
That is the third round in a row that 2-Cord has down-checked middle. Now you have everyone just kind of chilling to see if they can get any extra shots. Laying the question on to Barwise Esports 5. That's DJ, who is hanging out backside. Unfortunately, crouching and unmoving means that the attack shooter is going to get you. So will 2Court, as they will be out-diffing the duelists. And it's going to be a 4-2 advantage. A site still is where they're hunting. They do have a flank behind them.
I mean, that's so far the third time I believe 2Court has checked that mid. And that's the second time that they've been able to find a frag. And it's the third time in a row that we've seen Klondike hit this A site, and I appreciate this one, as now this routing of one last mender boss man. You're trying to do your best, but I don't know how much you're going to get. Great snapshot, assist going over to him. 2Court taking that frag for a 3K. Klondike really making sure to work their own strengths here. At this point, it looks like Klondike have pretty much exclusively worked off this A site, almost no worries about the B. So they're going to hit it again. And until they are rightfully challenged, I just don't see the likes of Klondike saying, do we need to change things up? Do we need to focus on a different site? You just keep running what works for you until Radom actually come up with an answer to stop this kind of A side onslaught.
And look at the boomstick that 2Court has. Pure confidence in this player at this point, and they know that that 50 cal is going to hit. Unless it goes to the hip. All right, see if they can do it again. They will press up against them, and that's a lot of damage on the 2Court. They're stuck on the barrels. All right, going to swing away and get a pocket heal from out of their teammates. So they'll go back up to 100 freebie, and they're now going to have to play kind of sentinel guard for anyone that wants to flank. And they're going to be finding 2 targets, and that's going to be one that lands. Cilantro to the floor. They're seasoned up, and the spice of life is being laid down by 2Court.
Spice of life and just straight up habanero. Nasty work from Klondike. And that was a given round. Again, Radom didn't really have much to buy. They're trying to circle in on their own and maybe get some weapons now, as that was kind of a hold down. But look at the econ on the other. Klondike, for a reason, are looking like that second seed. They say we want to make it into the grand finals. We want to be in a comfortable position as well. Again, when it comes to lands, when it comes to this type of play, you don't want to expend more energy than necessary. So far 4-0, Klondike looking to try and make this a perfect game if they continue the pace that they're on.
Some might say they're doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Might be the definition of insanity, but they're expecting the same results. Trying to be able to land a Wild West style! We're in Texas, we're hot shots, we're shooting, we're firing, there's no dashing away. It's the robot that's laid down to go and get rebooted on the respawn counter. 2Court, good for 3.
Get out of my way!
2Court looking for the ace and then some. That's gonna be shots in the backside though, as 2Court brought out the knives for style even. And that's gonna be a 4K and no ace this time around, even though you're searching for it. And the Reyna's just like, well, there's only so much I can do here. I'm so sorry. You're gonna be hiding out in a corner, but eyes out, quick blind. Eye is gonna be destroyed, but back corner is where Epic sits. And it will be a 5-0 stance. Radom stuck in this kind of perpetual motion machine, and Klondike are just like, yeah, we're spinning it, we're getting all the energy out. No chance to deny that 2Court is massive, 13-3-0, and everyone else kind of helping out. You can see 4 assists coming out of win as well.
If I'm Radom, I stop challenging mid just to force 2Court to have to do something differently from the start. Maybe that gives them a chance to kind of move up, but you could trap them. And I want to see more numbers just purely be the A side. Have that kind of gang v gang, but for the time being, it is just ego v ego. And 2Court, I mean, theirs is living high and large. That's a headshot from a op. That is like 300 damage. You don't need to be finding that. Oh my gosh. So 2Court is given a lot of space, and they take it. They're running the kitchen, and this is looking pretty flawless right now for Klondike.
Well, Bossman was able to change it out. Was able to get a revenge kill, but is it going to be enough here? Radom in a 2v5 or 2v4. Actually, the revive comes through. I like that call. 2Court finds Knight, and the wolf was caught sleeping. Hibernation does not do you well. Radom, last member alive here, as Arena is just like, well, there's only so much we can do, right? I don't know what else we can do here. It is going to be a wander around the side, quick snapshot, trigger discipline, not exactly there, but to be fair, you're up against a 1v5. You need to get the kill wherever you can. Quick blind to go out here as gets the laydown. And it will be 6 in a row. Klondike looking very, very strong here.
I just want to see a full battalion, a Texas militia out of Radom. I want to see those awesome Eagles that come out of the Barwise Leadership Academy from Wichita Falls, Texas. And shout out to my North Texaners out there. I'm out there as well. Well, virtually. But good defense could be set up. Even if you just kind of sell out to fully defend A, it's totally fine because you can play for life if it's an actual B hit. Klondike, I mean, they continue to do what they do. 4-1 split. See whether they can get out of 2 court and then just continue to kind of march their way in.
See they pulled off right now. Cilantro tried to dance their way. They did this earlier and speed their way into center stage. But of course, all they have is that Bucky. No one willing to challenge. But yet again, Klondike are hiding out on this ace site position. Over there in the mid, though, it's a whole different story as Dark Lord is able to find one. Dark Cord, though. 2 Cord. Dark and Cord laying it in. 2 Cord looking for another down to 16 HP. The rest of the team is in, and now Bossman is completely zoned out. So what a force on that pinch. The pincer maneuver did not work. Klondike, really, really smartly done. And they are going to be more than comfortable with the current position. Again, all 5 alive. Dark Lord making sure this is a 1v5 yet again. And it's the Reyna who is alive when Vortex makes sure that only was for a moment longer. 7-0 start here from Klondike.
Massive, especially considering that this could be a long day, depending on what you're doing. You have a best of 3 here for the semifinal. You have a best of 3 for your grand finals for Valorant, and they're going to go directly in a row, sequential. You have all your ultimates online from the defense of Radom. Can this squad be able to do it? Because at this point, they've found some kills. They keep selling out. It looks like they're actually going to push 3 up mid, continuing to challenge 2 Cord until it works. See if they can get the long rifle out of their hands. I've got my doubts, but 2 Cord is going to at least maneuver back.
For 2 Cord, this time you're joining in with the rest of the squad, but you are saying, hey, maybe they're going to look around the back end and you are going to peek eyes out. And 2 Cord this time is actually eliminated, doesn't get first blood, but Dark Lord still rushing in for the comfortability factor. And then we get to see that test on the back end. So it's going to be a 1-3 flank. 44, one of the best 4 Radom that we've seen so far. And this is Reyna with a huge opportunity. Snipe number 1 misses, but Boston is going to find Dark Lord. Quick revive on the back end. And it's going to be the twist back, win Vortex, and boom, lay out 2 more. Cilantro, though, with the electricity, able to burn through 1 HP bar, gets a second, maybe a third if you try and get through the wall, but you see the arm stick out, and Epic gets the flank, down to a 1v2. Can Reyna pull it off? Can Bar pull this off? Sees one in the back corner. Empress alive, snapshots into win Vortex. It's all down to a 1v1. Reyna v Reyna, both in the Empress position, but one has a massive gun, one doesn't. And it looks like Barwise says, yeah, no time available. I'm going to step away from this one. Round over to Klondike's side. But it was a much closer battle. Radom's starting to step up here.
Yeah, that one was much more expensive for the Cougars out of Klondike, but it still ended up rendering the same result. They are definitely stock standard, recognizing that they are having to receive way more into A through these first 8 than they probably thought would end up happening. Middle school, a lot of developmental and style of coaching when it comes to esports and sports in general. But look at this. We're gonna go 4-1. They're gonna keep 2 court up middle, and maybe that'll get everyone to think they're still going to A. But this is a bumble to B.
One of the first times, and Cilantro might be pleasantly surprised, and a little bit more than pleasantly. They were trying to get their gun out, but again, Klondike randomly making this call and makes it work. 2 core just rushes straight up through kitchen, cooking up a meal and a half, as Klondike are just moments away from getting into double digits. 2 core basically clearing out the entirety of the rest of the site. Now on the hunt for yet another. Nightwolf is able to find whom, but 2 core is on a 4K. Give him the ace, give him the chance. It is! It's the ace for 2 core here. Klondike close out their 9th in style.
Wow. You know what? 21-4 in the first 9 rounds, averaging better than 2 kills per round. Fantastic work so far here for 2 Cord, and obviously has been the pointiest weapon in the arsenal and in the armory of this Klondike Cougars squad. Now, can they continue to be that prolific? Because, I mean, 9-0 looks fairly promising. You got a botched buy for the most part here for Radom. Seeing a Bucky, seeing some a little bit of nonsense. Now, what's great is that we are getting a measurement of how these players are able to handle pretty much everything. You do have the Blaze Storm, they can't quite land those. So Barwise Esports 5, that's DJ, takes out 2 Cord, and this is looking promising all the way.
Well, we say promising, and then Wind Vortex and Dark Lord are like, yo, we can play this game as well. Dark Lord, seeing the lineup up 2, doesn't get either, but is able to get some damage down for Whom to go ahead and finish him off. And now Whom is down on 6 HP, and says 6 HP, still able to work. Bossman on the back end, able to find a snap on Whom, but it's down to the 1v2. And all of a sudden, Klondike gonna try and fight it back. It's 1v1, but you're reloading, and Wind Vortex finishes you off. That'll be double digits for Klondike as the Cougars sink their fangs into Radom.
Man, that's so close, so tough. I love that flank from out of Bossman, making use of all the extra sound that's coming out of the gun battle that's happening into B main. Unfortunately, you get caught into that kind of COD reload mindset. Oh, I need to have as many as there is, but nah, just land your shots, and Bossman couldn't quite, put the Vandal up and down. So as close as that's been, we've been into a few 1v1s so far here, Orbital, at the very end of it, but Radom's still looking for that first round to get into it. Now, the good news, still, it's best of 3. They want to be able to find some level of victory, even if this ends up being a complete shutout.
And I think for this little change, it's going to be their Bossman as well as the KO are able to find some matches, but Wind Vortex able to fight back. And Dark Lord stepping up to the plate as well, but that's Serena saying, please give me that chance. Really, really nice snap. Are they going to find more? In goes the plate, eyes out. That's going to be another tag. It's down to 1v3. One of the best opportunities, and it's done. GG's, Radom.
Wow.
In a random round, and I say random, but well played. 3 left alive. Radom, take it away.
That previous round was definitely an eco kind of kibosh for Radom. They didn't have like a great amount. You also saw kind of the off necessary, or I'd rather just say unnecessary kind of Blaze Storm that gets popped. Mostly 2-core challenging themselves as to what they got to do. And so that's where it got down to a 1v1. But Radom, this time around, found 2 early picks. And that's really the flex point they were able to pivot from. So 10-2. I've seen the pros come back, middle schoolers. You know what? I think that these are kind of up-and-coming talents that might be able to do the exact same thing. There's a lot of work to be done. Gotta get the second round. Everyone, you better be cheering for him. Radom needs your help.
Raise your hands as Klondike are saying, no, we're not going to have that one. And Nightfall straight in mid just to clear them all out. And they tether on as 2-cord chases the hunt and finds just 2 more. Really, really well played from Klondike, pushing up through mid, and that flank option for Radom is now completely negated. Cilantro hoping to do their best, but doesn't want to take that chance with the eye. Sends one out to the left side, but met with 2-cord yet again. Down to a 1v5, and 2-cord makes away with yet another 3K. End of the half as Klondike are 2 steps away from Game 1 victory.
All the ones across the top, that's what we call the breadstick counter. And if you guys are also looking for snacks, make sure you check out the Taki. I believe that they have a booth over there just around the Vanta Leagues area. Make sure to take on the most intense snacks, and of course, one of the most intense partnerships here for Vanta Leagues with Taki's, the intensity that's on every level. Make sure to check them out, because they are there to help you out, as well as all of the awesome parents, students, and supporters for these school programs that have come out to play here in the great state of Texas. We're gonna go into our first round of the second half. I mean, it can't be underscored anymore, Orbital, that this pistol has got to be one that Radom wants to win.
Yeah, they're going to try and fight back as hard as possible. If they lose here, then it's going to be an all-out buy war, but you can see them kind of line up a little bit more hesitantly. Epic, though, sees a body and doesn't want to take that shot. Make sure to back up with the rest of the team, and I like that call. You go ahead and give info out to the rest of your team. And this is a much more defensive edge. Remember, Klondike were willing to play hard and fast, but Dark Lord able to pick up Bossman. Epic finds Bar, and that's going to be the KO down. Cilantro fighting through that kitchen side straight up that hallway. Maybe to get a little bit more. Cilantro bouncing in very, very quick pace, trying to use that speed up. Sends the wall up, but Nightwolf with the 2-piece got a collat onto him and Dark Lord. Wind Vortex for their own. Going to try and find some retribution here in the 2v3.
Cilantro preying on the downfall of Klondike as they are running away, and you're getting a Nightwolf to come through. Right click, Beast. Oh, they jump away. Can Win be able to at least land this? They have too many targets and one running out. Cilantro ends up with 3rd kill, and that is massive for Radom. They needed that one, and now they get to buy.
I mean, that's the one way to do it. Really, really clean. And Cilantro, this is where a Neon excels. We mentioned this before, and Neons excel in this all-out aggressive style. On defense, it's a little bit weaker, and you're playing to the offensive side, right? But when you're on attack, you can pop off pretty dang well. And you called it, Monkey Man. You said Radom needed this pistol, and they got it in comfortable fashion. Now they get to buy out and hopefully have a lot of fun here in the 5-stack mid.
Oh, you know what? No one's gonna expect the shooting gallery to this point, but I want them to swing together. If you're gonna have all those extra marshals, they better be a circus. Oh my gosh! And there was definitely 3 of them. That's the one where you don't know who executed the guy that came down. So now everyone's running in conveyor belt style into kitchen. What will happen here at a Klondike? Because the Cougars are set to receive.
That big test again. Eyes Owl swing 1 into 2 court, able to pick up 1. But of course on the other side the Reyna works well, and same as Nightwolf. That's cleanup in 2 court, able to rip 1 away, but needs to reload here on that Sheriff. 3 bullets, 3 members.
Spike planted.
Now you got 6, so 2 apiece, but it's a 1v3 and there's only so much you can do. 2 court has been legendary in their status, but are they gonna find it? Yes, gets a 3rd, and they have to ace out here. Are they going to be able to pull it off? Low ground covered. 2 court looking up, looks around, snaps up a 4th. Are they gonna find that 5th? You grab the marshal for your hand, but where's the 5th member? You heard him fall down, you heard him run, and you go up the rappel. You know, look around the side, you see the body. Snap 1, misses, looking for a 3rd. 3 shots left, and you can see the ring around the rosy is doing work. And you snap a last 2 court with yet another ace to save the round for Klondike. And Klondike put themselves on that point.
Goodness gracious. Cat and mouse, Tom and Jerry, 2 cord, and 1 man to find. That was fantastic work. And I thought, honestly, that DJ's twin, that's Barwise 5, was going to be able to at least keep him on the run or keep him on the hunt for long enough to get that bomb to be able to go off. But great focus being found there at a 2 cord. They are 1 off from a 30 bomb, and we're 1 off from this first map being done.
Keep up.
I mean, 2 court is looking for a 30 bomb in just 15 rounds. That's crazy to me. If you're able to pick it up here, I mean, Radom are going to try and shut it down, but I can foresee it happening.
Been good for at least 2 each and every single round. They have 1 person that's going to be playing from behind 2 cord. Epic is all the way up in their face, and they actually use the dismiss to get there. Suddenly, a 5 versus 1. Trying to be able to just finish them off. They actually might go for the knife. It's a very, very low robot. They use their updraft and dash. Epic will catch him from behind. Flawless round to finish off what was otherwise a near flawless map number 1. Klondike Cougars go up 1-0 in the series.
And at the very end, it was a 30 bomb total from 2 court. 2 court started off this entire game with multiple first bloods in that mid, really controlling with that Jet that you called out, rightfully so. Jet is the all-around great pickup for any duelist, and you're able to get that early lead. But from there, it snowballed. Dark and Vortex, I believe, we're both willing to kind of step in to this mix. We're able to step up every time 2 cord fell, and then 2 cord pick it up whenever the other 2 fell. It was such a nice back and forth and a nice understanding that 2 cord is a star, but even if the star falls, there's plenty more that can help out in that vision.
That's very true, and that's something to kind of continue to recognize. This is middle school division here for the Vanta League's Texas Esports Spring Finals, and so there's not much when, you know, do you think collegiate, there's a lot of recruiting, you get to see kind of across the nation, different players that come into your program. When you have middle school and you have high school to a degree, you end up having who you have, and 2 cord definitely a shining light that that really has been leading this team. They are undefeated, 5-0 in this season, and came up just short of being the number 1 seed across from Whams. That's William and Adams Middle School of the Coyotes. So that might be our destined matchup. And you and I probably going to be looking at 2 cord maybe again after this one. But we do have another map on the way as well. So I do wonder if this kind of ends up just being where maybe the tripping point was for Radom, and maybe they just weren't Iceboxers. It had just come back into the rotation. Icebox is some people's favorite and some people's bane, and maybe this next one with Sunset will give them a little bit of advantage, you know?
I'm a little bit inclined to agree. However, I think it'll be a test, really, for Cilantro specifically. Cilantro with the Neon on, again, as we were talking about, when you're on the defense, you don't really get that much action. But when you're on Sunset, Sunset is much more level grounded. You take a look at the entirety of the map, it's not that vertical. It's pretty much all corner angles, but Cilantro has plenty of opportunity to use that Neon, basically speed around the map. You don't have to look up. You really don't. And so in this situation, I can only agree that this might be the step that Radom need to be able to get back into this series and push for a map number 3.
I do want to see what kind of compositions we get for this next map as well. Everyone's going to be chilling for all of a second, a 5-minute momentary kind of slog, and then they talk to their coaches and they move right into Sunset. And you and I, we're going to get to see as they pick their agents, what is going to be the mentality? Is it kind of individualistic? Do you go to that 4-1 split like what we obviously saw from 2Chord? Sunset is kind of little brother sister situation to Ascent. A lot of mid rotation. And you get a lot of movement in some of these doors as well. But I mean, there's also the smash and grab style that can be put together. You get the bowling ball Swede out of Breach. You get maybe a Neon that could walk into it. But I mean, there's Raze is pretty strong here. And then the tiny changes that happened several months ago about Site B as well. This is one of my favorite maps, and I became just depressed when it was gone. I'm glad to see it back in the rotation, especially for this series.
Okay, listen, you just said Icebox is one of your favorites, and now you're saying Sunset is also your favorite.
No, I said it's someone else's. This is like... It's someone else's favorite, okay? Not me. Icebox is like, I like what I do on Icebox, but it's not my fave. It's not my girl. It's not my bae. Like, come on. Sunset's my cool kid, all right?
All right, I need you to stop talking right now. Looking at this chance and a half, we do go ahead and take a look at the same kind of style. Main difference is Hume is actually running that ISO, which is going to be really, really surprising. To me, I'm going to be really, really interested about that one. It's a double duelist style for them, and this gives me a lot of hope for how quickly Sunset is going to explode. As you mentioned, you can pull a run and gun, you can pull a much more fast-paced style, but how much value are you going to get out of that one is my big question, because ISO, I mean, you can basically double up, you can get a lot of shielding, you can basically burst onto site pretty comfortably, but you're lacking a little bit in those smokes, so it's pretty much all eyes open. As long as you can see your opponent, you're going to get those dubs. So for the side of Klondike, it feels like you are running as hard as possible into these fights, and if they don't pull it off, I'm actually a little bit worried, but seeing what Klondike did in map number 1, I really shouldn't be worried at the end of the day.
No, I mean, and also it's a change up of mental, because you are having Epic. They're switching from the Reyna into the Sova, so they're going to be your main initiator, and then from the Fade going into that ISO. So it's a different way to get information, because you're basically just hard running it, like you've been saying. You're just coding yourself in an unbreakable. Well, actually, no. Very breakable, but one-shot shield, and then getting a chance to get some, visual information. So they're gonna keep this one close and kosher, and we'll be going to B. We'll be going to B a lot. There's nothing to really resist in the way that you think for Cyphers and Killjoys. So it will be whatever they can see. They land a dink, and they sink him down. That's first blood for
Just wondering exactly what's going to be played out, but yet again, it's a great start. Quick plant, and this is what we talked about. Around the corner you go. Cilantro, though, able to find a piece, and we mentioned differences. This time around, Cilantro, though, only able to find one, nothing more than that. Quick double up, as that's going to be 2Chord to rip away a value shot. And a really, really smart one as well. Saw the ISO on the flip side, saying, okay, maybe not that different, but able to lock down a second. And now it's all on one. Boss Man running around, and still a little bit of a ways off, actually. You can see how far they're almost back in T-spawn. They're going the long way around, so B-main will be populated and seeing if they can find them. It's just a 1v3, though, so no reason to stay on to site. Instead, they'll be looking for exit frags. Dark Lord realizing that you don't really need to be here. No reason to stay within the blast zone, and it is going to be a dub for Klondike to start things off yet again.
Boss Man, as long as it doesn't get cleaned up as a free kill, he does. Okay, that's you want to die. See, actually, I can tell you exactly what happened there. Boss Man was told by his team, "Yo, die to the bomb."
Yeah,
and he's like, "Cool, I'll die to the bomb." And then he just realized that the bomb is gone, and then 2Chord decided to help him out anyway. But that ends up being bonus bucks for 2Chord. So we go to a typical, at least of this series, round number 2 with Klondike. The one thing that I think for Klondike, their buys are strange. They do not buy hard advantage after a round 1 win.
I feel it's okay, especially when you know it's one of those confidence factors saying, hey, we can win the second as well, and it gives you kind of that leg up. We always talk about the start of Valorant is these 3 rounds. It's 2-1 pretty much instantly, unless we see something like this. So they give themselves the best advantage at locking down a third bossman, though, with the trigger discipline, and now firing off wildly into the distance, which allows a chance for Dark Lord to just get the headshot. Bossman couldn't do anything when Vortex able to find Nightwolf, and now it's just as bright as day. Cilantro slides on him for 1, but it's still going to be a cleanup as Klondike continue their run of rounds. So far, it is a grand total of 15-2 if you combine maps 1 and 2.
Goodness gracious. You know, in future tenses, obviously, I'm harkening back, this is middle school division. I am going to be so impressed with the players that do make progress when it comes to their role-specific choices. Especially, one of the harder ones to have to deal with, because everyone blames you if something goes wrong, is Sentinel into Valorant. And everyone kind of starts off with Sage. They're great, stock standard, but then when you flex away and you get to use your gadgets and you get to find more, that's going to be something interesting, especially for these awesome students that have so much that they can play, not just in middle school, but in high school and collegiate, maybe in the near future. But double snipes out in mid, will take down Cilantro, who showed just the tip of their gun, and away they go.
Good, showing a little bit more as they picked up an op round 3. And it's going to lay into a lot of damaging factors. Who lines up the shot comfortably, refreshes that double tap. And it's going to be another pit of problems. 2-Cord, 20 HP, ready with the rest of the squad as they are on the hunt for the last 2 members of Raidum. And Dark Lord might be able to see him through the smoke. Great coverage, eyes out, and a swing and a half. Dark Lord gets the snipe, taps up a little bit more, and Vortex makes it a flawless. Yet again, Klondike are showing that they deserve to be here at the top, and they are looking forward to the grand finals.
I haven't even mentioned kind of the stellar clove work that we're getting out of Dark Lord a time or two. They have that Not Dead Yet and some singular controller. Sometimes you get kind of double controller setups. Bossman, I feel like they have a responsive or, you know, retroactive controller style. Instead of proactively putting down a dark cover, they just kind of wait, and then pressure kind of walks its way through. I want to see maybe some of that happen a step sooner. Change the pace at which you kind of drop that utility. That's going to be 2-Cord winning kind of a regular duel at this point between themselves and Cilantro as they run a 50 cal straight through the body.
I like how you say, hey, listen, we got to see those orbs. We got to see, you know, the Clove have action and all. And 2-Cord is just like, nah, screw it. Headshots for days. We just don't care. And that's really what the game is about. At the end of the day, if you land headshots, you are golden. 2-Cord, even able to dismiss, get into that mid, now chasing in a little bit further. Okay. That's going to be the Raina able to find one back, and it's down to a 3v2. So, hey, maybe some work done, but Rainham still having to rush Bossman, trying to break that doorway. But Wind able to get the revive on Dark Lord, and Epic was ready for Bossman to walk through that broken doorway. That's going to be the Raina to try and hold on, but Hoon was ready with the Sheriff, and it will be a done deal. 5 total, 4, I lied, in the Klondike's hands. So they're once again off to the races in trying to finish up the series.
You know, I just remember that they had added that little lip right there on the drop from for B site. They had changed up the boxes, but they made it where you definitely had to jump up on top of that little box, and you get like I don't know, thigh high protection if you're further back sight, where it used to be so vulnerable for anyone that was on that platform. So shout out to, you know, Ride always switching things up and keeping things cool. But it's a mixed buy right now for Raidum, a mid duel. It's an iconic duo at this point, but 2-Cord. They'll check every single corner, and they're waiting for it. Oh, it was nearly a collat. 2 bodies will drop on the side of Raidum.
Might as well be a collat, as Hoom is just like, bro, give me a chance myself. Trying to go a little bit of a festival shooting, but doesn't get anything of the sort because the carnival wasn't in town as quickly as he would like, so the rubber duckies aren't going to fall as quickly. Epic finds one on Nightwolf, and it's down to 1 left. Bossman trying to do their best, but only so much you can do as Dark Lord lines him up and knocks him down. Carnival's in town, though, as Klondike continue their run. They only lost 1 member and are up at 5 right now.
You know, I was terrible at carnival games. The one I was good at. The one. Because I played, shout out to my mom, by the way, got me into Little League Baseball, and they were heckling me. All right, they have those glass bottles all set up in all the rows. And they're like, man, this guy ain't getting nothing. Because I missed like my first one. They give you like 2, and you have to hit 2 to be able to get like the giant like bear or whatever. And I smashed those things. Yeah, yeah. I just like, I looked at them. I was like, give me the big bear.
That's anger and a half right there. I appreciate that.
It is. Look, that is single mom and lonely kid anger. Look, that happened. And I was in Texas, so yeah. All right, Klondike. Gotta see if some anger shows up here for Radom. They gotta take and bring that rage, bring the energy. And look at this 3-man flank. Wow, okay, Radom changing things up.
Well, they changed it up, but they did this last time as well. When they feel like they're pinching the corner, they gotta bring something different. And of course, that does mean Klondike are able to get on the site easily. But now there's a fight over there in mid. Great pinch coming in as Cilantro is able to use the Omen teammate to try and cover, but now it's a 2v2v2. Two-Court able to rip away Cilantro, and that's a call-out, as that's a great find by the Reyna. But of course, there's only so much you can do because Dark Lord comes right back into the mix. That's another catch, as that is going to be a little bit of the kill contract. I don't think anyone was truly caught, so Epic finishes it out. And that'll be the death and a half. Well done, as Klondike are 6-0.
If you get kill contracted on top of you, right? Because that was definitely still on there, but you're dismissed as a Reyna, you don't get caught? Huh. I didn't know that mechanic existed. That's cool. Okay. I've never, well, it's also very rare to do the dismiss when the kill contract is on top of you. So that's a kind of a neat, I would love a glitch only once for it to be like you're permanently a phantom in the infinity void when you go into the kill contract.
Please don't make Reyna sound even more scary than before. Like, I don't like that. I really, really don't like that. Hoon and Two-Court also don't like it, as they eliminate both the KO and the Reyna. And then Hoon just swipes the corner, takes out Nightwolf, and Epic finishes off Cilantro. If you like Cilantro, great. If you don't, well, you do what Hoon did right there, and you just kind of eliminate them from the game. Last one alive is Bossman, and Bossman only has a pistol. Again, the buyout is not as comfortable. So, for the side of Klondike, it's just a chase. You want to finish him off, get a couple extra orbs. There's the double tap and a half, as Bossman got a double blind. Well, Wind Vortex comes from the side, and it's a cleanup in the 7th. As Klondike just about 6 rounds away.
Wind Vortex should have left well enough alone. I was living for Bossman's, Fright Fest. He was having to blind out people, run away, only had a ghost, 1v2. Let that happen. That's very Naruto-esque. I want to see him versus the Shadow clones out there. But, you know what? Klondike continues to be just as formidable as we saw them in the previous map of Icebox. We do get some better weapons this time around. Some ultimates will be online. You do have the overdrive for Cilantro. They're going to put out that fast lane. They're going to try and make this a bit quicker. But maybe that was all of a decoy. I do like them showing some bluster in mid, but then kind of fading away.
Ooh. For Wind Vortex is a whole different story. Get first blood. Two-Court follows through. Guess what, as the door closes as well. And you bring it down to a 4v2. All of a sudden, this is Reyna trying to do their best. Of course, you picked up, what was it? I think that was an Ares. It's not exactly the most powerful gun, but rounds the corner, blinded out though, so double tap ain't gonna do work. Epic though, not blind, but happy to help. Jumping shots, misses a lot of them. It's down to 1v2. Now you go ahead and pop out a little bit of an extra dismiss, and you are safe. So, Reyna, this bar, gonna try and raise it as high as possible. But how are you gonna find it? And you can see Klondike, they're like, yeah, we're not giving you the opportunity to find the free kills. You're gonna have to come to site.
They're trying to guess that they're going to be coming through that main position. That's actually 3 for Barwise 4. This is DJ. They've got just a little bit of time. They could actually full send this and force them to have to walk up into him. If they can get this to halfway, they might have a chance even with a fly. Oh, no, they will get them just off of a step away from double box. So, good job by Dark Lord confirming the round. Everyone falls. 8-0 is Klondike. The Cougars trying to make this one a short day to get to the grand finals.
Yep. And again, when we talk about weapon wipes, normally that would be a detriment to Klondike, but they have so much in the bank that they don't really care. Take a look at this buyout. We're seeing everyone very, very comfortable as we go ahead and head to a little bit of a pause here. I believe we got a tech pause coming in. I mean, it's been so good for Klondike, and this is, again, coming down to the fact that we're seeing every single member step up. Yes, Two-Court is still running rampant. Do not get me wrong. But on the side of Klondike, Dark as well as Vortex they've been wildly successful in a lot of their endeavors, and also Hum has been disgusting on some of their reaches, on some of their swings and peaks. They've been so difficult to deal with that Radom aren't looking at a single threat team in Klondike. It's a multi-level threat. You're looking at 2, 3, pretty much 4 members on the enemy side, all constantly able to find picks.
And that's got to be something that does persist, because if they do end up ultimately taking this series orbital, then this is going to be something that they could be running into a very well weaponized and balanced opponent against them. That could be William Adams Middle School, or that could be Carthage Junior High, Coyotes and Bulldogs, Cougars, oh my. All out the several points and separations here in the different cardinal directions of Texas. So again, no matter what's happening there on the stage, make sure that you guys are giving some love over to your awesome students, and as well as over to the partners that are helping us out this awesome weekend. Palmer Hamilton being one of those, for those teachers, principals, administrators, and educators. If you're looking to equip your students with maybe some better esports labs, spaces, clubs, and team rooms with some of the best furniture for gaming, make sure to look no further than Palmer Hamilton. They even got a booth over there with them and Respawn. So they also do some full customized build-outs with interior design, and they're ready to help you take your esports lab to the next level. So I know some students, obviously, that are right in front of us, Orbital, for doing things at the next level. It'd be cool to be able to have them get some extra cool duds for the spaces that they play in, and maybe get their program to go to that next level.
I think the difference as well is the fact that watching these programs also means that you also get to see the high school level and the collegiate level play right across from you. It's such a awesome chance. I mean, when we talk about these up and comers, these middle school players that are actively chasing a victory of their own, you look across the stage and you see, hey, maybe I could be on the collegiate stage. What, 5-6 years in the future, I could be looking to hone in just as well. So it's its own thing, right? To me, I'm just wholly impressed at all these players here on the stage today, even if Radom are down a little bit in the current series, and Klondike looking like all smiles on their side. You can see everyone smiling on Klondike's edge. If you can give away, same with Radom. You guys are on stage at one of the largest esports centers there in Arlington, Texas. You deserve to have your 15 minutes of fame, or more so, as this will persist into the high school and into the collegiate region. You will, if you win here, be able to kind of stamp your name moving into your future esports career paths.
Yeah, like losing this, you end up not being able to play on the stage again, and because it's single elimination bracket with the semis and the finals. And you know what? That's a little disappointing. But to that same degree, we also get so much cool value of having these great students and their programs being represented, having the experience to be able to do this. I remember I was talking with some educators the other day, and for a lot of students, and to including my daughter, whenever she was in the the pilot program for her middle school, it's about getting to know some of the students that maybe you wouldn't have even talked to, when it came to just your school in general. So either these are fresh friends or been friends, and they're trying to continue those now social groups and have those competitions. It's really awesome. Also, shout out to the producer. Yes, those are the awesome Vanta Texas Esport League's trophies that we're going to be giving out this weekend. Several titles. It's such an awesome facility that we're going to have these great programs show up into. There's some great hardware that's going to be going behind the glass. So love everything that we got here. And of course, it's over with CECC May Madness. I'm seeing, is that Zobi over there? What? Oh my goodness, cool. We're getting like the whole works out here.
Yes, that is Zobi up there. Of course, the entirety of the CECC May Madness, they have been having so much fun in their own side as well. They also got Valorant running, so it's quite literally an explosive action. You're seeing some of the greats in the collegiate, some of the best in collegiate, quite literally coming out to this event, and you get to see your next goal, is what I always like to say. When you can see your goal in front of you, it's a whole world of its own. So big shout out to everyone kind of putting this together. And as you mentioned, for Vanta Esports, really big shout out for allowing these middle schoolers to have a chance at showing their stuff. We got a thumbs up. It looks like we're getting things under control. I believe we had a small technical delay. No worries there. Everyone should be getting back into the match, and we should have the continuation of, if Klondike are going to be able to finish this one out in a comfortable position, or if we're going to see Radom be able to make that storming comeback and force us to a game 3.
And you know what? Even with the success not really coming right now, you're still seeing some smiles here for Radom from Barwise Leadership Academy, and Klondike. They look kind of locked in, but they also look like they're just having a great time. And also, you're seeing the representation that's happening for like the T-shirts, the jerseys. Like there is a holistic mind to each of these programs, both victory and defeat, and being able to kind of stand with one another. And I like that comes from a very athlete kind of centric mindset from the faculty that's standing right now behind Radom and like everyone with the staff that's been working with Klondike. Love that we're getting all of this as well. So and for transparency, we are trying to get a DC and a restart for everything. I believe that we're gonna be heading back into it in just a few minutes. So make sure that you do check out all the partners that are here with us over the Vanta League area, as well as across the entirety of the Esports Stadium in Arlington, just to be able to kind of get everything going. It is a monumental lift, Orbital. Like you and I, my first ever LAN was with you when we were up in Albany. But seeing something even more to this level, not just the LEDs that are shining out there, but to be able to have all this, some great works and producers like Professor Layton and as well as Brewmate with our obs, just getting all this to even happen.
Oh, yeah, and it's a Herculean undertaking, which we got to talk about even more. Talking about the people behind the scenes, and you can see even some of the ESU staff making sure that these PCs are working properly and make sure to get things underway. I got to give a big shout out there because these are the unsung heroes of the scene and of these events. Not just that, it's the fact that they do this consistently. They do this for, even more so than we see here. Maybe we see about 10% of what goes on behind the scenes. So big shout out there to all at the Vanta Esports site, as well as those in Arlington, Texas at the Esports Center, and making sure that this event runs smoothly. They were there before a couple days, I know, setting up for the entire event. It's been ongoing. There have been so many tournaments and events throughout the last few days as well. So now we get to go ahead and head back in as we're headed into round number 9. If you forgot what's going on, it's 8-0 so far in favor of Klondike, and they're hoping it continues onwards here as we immediately get a snapshot into this B main corridor, and 2Core just checking every corner. Wall goes up from the Sage, but I don't think it's going to do that much. That's eyes out. Epic annihilating a Barwise, and on the back end finds Cilantro. So really nice hold here as it seems like the timeout did very little. Tech pause, no worries. We go ahead and keep doing our thing. Klondike forcing 4 into the cameras. There's only 1 left at the end of the day. It is done as Epic makes it a flawless, and it's 9-0 to Klondike.
That was Klondike removing a couple of frozen gargoyles upon that giant ice block-driven wall. So I like the idea. Weren't able to execute it to flawless nature. However, it was Klondike that definitely has lost no speed in the footsteps that they're bringing, and this is an undefeated team. We could be seeing them inevitably going into another undefeated squad in the grand finals. They're trying to continue to keep business moving.
And again, for them, it's all about keeping your energy levels, making sure that you kind of keep yourself fresh for the upcoming battles. If you can close this one out neatly, you go ahead and make sure there's no game tree, make sure you don't wear your fingers a little bit faster. And that's going to be Dark Lord rounding the corner. 2Core does the exact same. It's a comfortable 2-piece, and then suddenly toss the gun, make sure the rest of the team is here. Quick plant coming out as Klondike are going to be more than okay with this pacing. Cilantro hiding out here in market saying, hey, can I please find something? But that chase by 2Core eliminates them where they stand, and it's left to only 2 as Bossman's like, yo, this is our wall. What do we do here? Actually, it's not our wall, so we're going to be in trouble. The Sage from Klondike very comfortable, and Epic just breaks on through. Hard spray to allow 2Core to get around for 3K, and Dark Lord is able to finish it off, so it's a full house of the frags going over to Klondike.
I know it would have been a solo effort, but I want to remind Bossman he has a teleport. He didn't need to give away your position. Also, all hell broke loose when they broke that one brick. It was something like, hello, and then just a raid back into A main, or rather into B main. So, all right, we go 10-0 at this point. Klondike very comfortable by the way they've been playing today, and it's been good vibes right now out of the Cougars. Rate them. Look, so far the experience has been pretty much maxed out. See what they can be able to do. But Klondike is so much success starts from mid. Look at the way they're not early picking that, but Nightwolf turns into their own carnival game as they just go left to right.
Oh, for 2Core and Dark Lord, it's a whole different story, but Epic now on the pure hunting spree gets a snipe on Nightwolf. Great one with our first hunter series of this game. It feels like Wind Vortex also getting sample Bossman. Now rush forward. Dark Lord just waiting for a chance. Snaps onto the Reyna. And Klondike just need 2 more to go ahead and finish this off. Klondike, map 1, 13-2. Map 2 looking like a 13-0 if they're given the opportunity. 2Core last time got a 30. It ain't gonna happen here, but T-Cord might be able to land a 20 if given the option, because Dark Lord and has stolen away a lot of kills from them.
Now hold on. Whoa, hold on. Okay. If they can get everything here, and then they have to go pistol. 27. Maybe they fumble one, and they lose the first pistol. And we could, but mathematically it seems a little bit waning. Klondike, not at all waning, as they take over top mid, and they are gonna put these random players into these corners. The Empress is popped, and the Queen's wearing the crown.
For Nightwolf as well as Reyna, both eliminate so many, but Dark Lord is able to revive, and that's going to be another finish. Dark Lord finishing up that revive completely, but gets shot in the back as Reyna. Empress is doing work, but it's down to a 1v2 position. This is Reyna versus Reyna situation. Eyes go out. Good denial. Is this going to be the blind? And with Spike down, it's a whole different story. T-Cord trying to do work, but inside of the smoke, just waiting for their moment. Up they step. T-Cord has to be aware of this one. Doesn't look left, though. It might see the gun. No, they each leave at such a weird time. And T-Cord, you hear the footsteps. You step up. You get shot number one. You're going to dismiss, and now you walk away. Team is around the side as Bossman tries, and Bossman gets it. It will be a denial of a 13-0 as Radom take their first of the map.
Red stick counter. Red stick counter, and that's all I'm saying. All right, we got a 111. We had that last time. Maybe there's Radom standing up for a pistol. Maybe there's a chance at a 30 bomb being unlocked. But Radom, love the fight that we're getting out of him here. You know, it's the last gas, last chance. You got the foot on your chest, and you catch yourself breathing tough. Yet they have a chance to really kind of dictate this, and I do like Cilantro with this Neon. You can really break things down alongside that Reyna. Just got to keep at the same pace. I don't want them to funnel one by one when they make these attacks. They do seem destined to go mid, though. I would kind of hope they'd splash a bit into A. Change up this map a little bit.
No. It's all B. All day, every day.
Right.
Like, no worries. That's going to be a recon going out, though. Long haul. And it's going to scare out at least two. So T-Cord is able to get so much info snapshot with the classic. No worries whatsoever. And Sage Wall isn't going to do that much, but around the corner, Whom was ready, Sheriff in hand. Pops up that double tap, and is going to look for a little more. Resets one, and now a teammate comes around the corner. T-Cord going to help out here. 3K for T-Cord, looking for one more. Epic helps out. It looks like that's going to be the finish. It is going to be Klondike with 4 alive, as they're just one step away from finishing this semifinals.
Trying to do it one faster than what they had before. This one ended up not being a pistol that Radom so desperately needed. Life support at this point. But they're going to go down gunslinging. That's the way that Texans do. Where will it be, though? They will bumble stack towards B. That's actually the least defended point. So much of this is going to be mid. So much of this is going to be A. But if they can take advantage of this singular sentinel, they might be able to run through Klondike and get to site.
We'll see if they can pull it off right now. Wind Vortex going to be holding it down here. And just on their own. Rest of the team now bullying their way through. Take a look at this hard sprint in. Wall to deny. As B main is currently populated, but around the corner, T-Cord gets one. And sometimes I gotta ask, what would you do for a Klondike bar? T-Cord says quite a bit. The bar is up in the sky, and they are passing it with flying colors. T-Cord with the 3K. Epic holds it out, and it's all down to one more as Klondike, the Cougars, round their way to a 13-1 victory and will be headed to the Vanta Esports Grand Finals.
Congratulations over to the Cougars out of Klondike Middle School. Fantastic work from out of them, making just kind of this into a business proposal, and one that they were not at all going to be denied from executing. They go 13, I believe it was 2 through Icebox, and then 13-1 through the side of Sunset. They 2-0 their way into this, and that means you're going to get at least a Western representative from La Mesa, Texas, to go into that big grand final. Orbital. This is very clinical. I think that one of those descriptors might be for this particular series. Did we get something that Klondike can really kind of run with going to that grand final?
I would say keep the momentum rolling. Now, you have to realize that a lot of this was an identification that, hey, we are better at gun dueling right now, and we can kind of get over that issue of, hey, do we really need a full amount of strategy? I think going into this, depending on who they face off against, you're not going to be able to use that same strategy of just gun and run, be able to kind of take over in the micro expression. they are going to have to utilize smokes a little bit more heavily, in my opinion, and you're going to have to use a little bit more strategy. Use that macro rotate through depending on what the sites are. At the same time, if you can have 2-core just continue to be this absolute beast in the front on these duelists, maybe you don't need that major amount of strategies. But of course, it is yet to be seen, so my eyes are being drawn into 2-core. If you can keep them fresh, that's great. If not, go ahead, start looking at some of those rotational values, and maybe play Icebox again. Maybe Icebox and Sunset, considering how well it went for you.
Yeah, that's very true. And we will have an entire other best of 3 for our Valorant finals just around the corner. Right now, the other semifinal is currently being played. I believe that is between, let me look at this. Yes, William Adams Middle School, the Coyotes versus Carthage Junior High Bulldogs. And it was Whams, that's William Adams, that was able to take Ascent as their first map, 13-3 over Carthage Junior High. So perhaps another 2-0 and perhaps a meeting of a collision course between 2 undefeated teams. We're going to find out all of that and more here for the Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals in just a little bit. We're going to take a short break. Don't go too far. We'll be back in a bit.
Push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Standing up.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go. Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Standing up.
Expecting the same results. Trying to be able to land a Wild West style. We're in Texas, we're hot shots, we're shooting, we're firing, there's no dashing away. It's the robot.
Two cord looking for the ace and then some. That's gonna be shots in the backside.
Just ego v ego and two cord. I mean, theirs is living.
In a 2v5 or 2v4, actually, if Levi comes through, I like that call. Two cord finds Knight. And there, but 2v fair, you're up against a 1v5. You can't get the win wherever you can. It's blind to go out here. Twist back, win Vortex, and lay out two towards launcher though with the electricity able to burn through 1 HP bar, gets a second, maybe a third if you try and get to the wall, but you see the arc of this off, sees one in the back corner. And there's a live snapshots in the window, but again, Klondike randomly making this call and makes him cook it up a meal and a half. As Klondike are just moments from the rest of the site. Now on the hunt for yet another Nightwolf, he's gonna find whom, but two quarters on a 4K. Give him the ace, give him the chance, it is! It's the ace!
Takes out two cord, and this is looking promising all the way.
Well, we say promising, and then win Vortex and Dark Lord are like, yo, we can play this game. Now he's down on 6 HP, and says 6 HP is still able to work. Boston on the back end, able to snap on, but it's down to 1-2. And all of a sudden, Klondike gonna try and fight it back. It's 1-1, but you're reloading a win Vortex. The eye. Going out to the left side, but met with two cord yet again. Down to a 1-2 defense. Klondike is willing to play hard and fast.
I want them to swing together. If you're going to have all those extra marshals, they better be.
Reina works well and safe as Nightwolf. That's cleanup in. Low ground covered. Two cord looks up, looks around, snaps up a fourth. Left, and you can see the ring around the rosy. He's doing work, and you snap a last two cord with yet another ace.
That's one person that's going to be playing from behind two cord. Epic is all the way up in their face, and they actually use the dismiss to get there.
Talk about around the corner you go. Cilantro though, able to find a piece, and you mentioned it. I feel has a chance for Dark Lord to just get the headshot. Bossman couldn't do anything. Win Vortex able to find Nightwolf, and now it's just as bright as day. Cilantro slides on him for one, but he's gonna lay into a lot of damaging factors. Lines up the shore.
They'll check every single corner, and their ways will drop on the side of Random.
Might as well be a collapse as Carnival wasn't in town as much as he would like, so we're gonna sound even more scary than before. Like, I don't like that. Limit both the KO and the Reina, and then just white up the corner, takes out none,
And then fading away.
Win Vortex is a whole different story. Get first blood, two cord falls, fingers a little faster. That's gonna be Dark Lord rounding the corner. Can I find something of this game? It feels like Win Vortex ultimately snap a boss and now rush forward. Dark Lord just waiting for a chance. Snap
As they take over top mid, and they are going to put
Nightwolf as well as Reina both eliminate so many, but Dark Lord is able to revive, and that's going to be another finish. Dark Lord finishing up that revive completely. Hear the footsteps, you step up, you get shot number one, you go into dismiss, and now you walk away. Teammates around the side as Bossman tries, and Bossman gets it. He'll add at least two, so two is able to get so much info. Snap off of that double tap, and he's going to look for a little more. Resets one, and now a teammate comes around the corner. Two cord going to help out to deny. As teammate is currently continuing with flying colors. Two cord with the 3K. Epic holds it out, and it's all down to one more as Klondike, the Cougars, round start to this. Ooh.
Actually, crouching and unmoving means that the attack shooter is going to get one that wants to flank, and they're going to be finding two targets, and that's going to be one that lands. Cilantro to the floor. They're
Vice alive.
expecting different results. Might be the definition of insanity, but expecting the same results. Trying to be able to land a Wild West style. We're in Texas. We're hot shots. We're shooting. We're firing. There's no dashing away. It's the robot.
Two cord looking for the ace and then some. That's gonna be shots in the backside.
Just ego v ego and two cord. I mean, theirs is living high.
In a 2v5 or 2v4 actually. If the revive comes through, I like that call. Two cord finds Knight. And there, but to be fair, you're up against a 1v5. You need to get the wherever you can. Quick blind to go out here. Twist back, win Vortex, and boom. Lay out two more. Cilantro though with the electricity able to burn through 1 HP bar, gets a second, maybe a third if you try and get to the wall, but you see the arms of this off, sees one in the back corner with the cameras alive, snapshots in the window, but again, Klondike randomly making this call and makes him cook it up a meal and a half, as Klondike are just moments of the rest of the site. Now on the hunt for yet another Nightwolf, and don't find whom, but two quarters on a 4K. Give him the ace, give him the chance, it is, it's the ace.
Takes out two cord, and this is looking promising all the way.
Well, we say promising, and then win Vortex and Dark Lord are like, yo, we can play this game. Now he's down on 6 HP, and says 6 HP still able to work. Boston on the back end, able to find a snap on him, but it's down to 1v2. And all of a sudden, Klondike gonna try and fight it back. It's 1v1, but you're reloading and when Vortex guy. Sends one out to the left side, but met with 2-4 yet again. Down to a 1v2. And Klondike will play hard and fast.
I want them to swing together. If you're going to have all those extra marshals, they better be...
Reina works well, and same as Nightwolf. That's clean up. Ground covered. Jordan's looking up, looks around, snaps up a fourth. Left, and you can see the ring around the rosy. 2 and 4. And you snap a last 2 cord with yet another ace.
They have one person that's going to be playing from behind 2 cord. Epic is all the way up in their face, and they actually use the dismiss to get there.
Talk about around the corner. You go. Launcher, though, able to find a piece, and we mentioned it. I feel now's the chance for Darkwood to just get the headshot. Boston couldn't do anything. When Vortex able to find Nightfall. And now it's just as bright as Days. Launcher slides on him for 1, but this is going to lay into a lot of damaging factors and lines up the shard.
Don't check every single corner, and their ways will drop on the side of Random.
Might as well be a collapse as Carnival wasn't in town. Like so. We're going to sound even more scary than before. Like, I don't like that. Limit both the KO and the Reyna. And then Moon just wipes the corner, takes out Knight,
but then kind of fading away.
The Wind Vortex is a whole different story. Get first blood, 2-4 follows fingers a little bit faster. That's going to be Dark Lord rounding the corner. Hey, can I please find something? Of this game, it feels like Wind Vortex also getting snap on boss man. Now rush forward, Dark Lord just waiting for a chance. Snap!
As they take over top mid, and they are going to put
Nightwolf as well as Reyna both eliminate so many, but Dark Lord is able to revive, and that's going to be another finish. Dark Lord finishing up that revive completely. You hear the footsteps, you step up, you get shot number 1, you go into dismiss, and now you walk away. Team is around the side as Bossman tries, and Bossman gets it. At least 2, so 2-Cord is able to get so much info. Snapshot pops up that double tap, and is going to look for a little more. Resets 1, and now a teammate comes around the corner. 2-Cord going to help all to deny, as B-Man is currently passing it with flying colors. 2-Cord with the 3K. Epic holds it out, and it's all down to 1 more as Klondike, the Cougars, round 0 start to this match. Ooh!
Unfortunately, crouching and unmoving means that the attack shooter is going to get one that wants to flank him. They're going to be finding 2 targets, and that's going to be one that lands. Cilantro to the floor. Their season.
Spice alive.
Expecting different results might be the definition of insanity, but they're expecting the same results. Trying to be able to land a Wild West style. We're in Texas. We're hot shots. We're shooting. We're firing. There's no dashing away. It's the robot.
2-Cord looking for the ace and then some. That's gonna be shots in the backside.
Just ego v ego, and 2-Cord, I mean, theirs is living.
In the 2v5 or 2v4, actually, the revive comes through. I like that call. 2-Cord finds Knight. And there, but to be fair, you're up against a 1v5. You need to get the wherever you can. Quick line to go out here. Twist back, Wind Vortex, and lay out 2 more. Launcher, though, with the electricity, able to burn through 1 HP bar, gets a second, maybe a third if you try and get to the wall. But you see the arm of this. Sees one in the back corner with the Empress alive. Snapshots into Wind Vortex. But again, Klondike randomly making this call and makes them cook it up a meal and a half. As Klondike are just moments of the rest of the site. Now on the hunt for yet another. Nightwolf is able to find whom, but 2-Cord is on a 4K. Give him the ace, give him the chance. It is. It's the ace.
Takes out 2-Cord, and this is looking promising all the way.
Well, we say promising, and then Wind Vortex and Dark Lord are like, yo, we can play this and finish long. Now him is down on 6 HP, and says 6 HP, still able to work. Bossman on the back end, able to find a snap on him, but it's down to 1v2. And all of a sudden, Klondike gonna try and fight it back. It's 1v1, but you're reloading, and Wind Vortex, the eye. Sends one out to the left side, but met with 2-Cord yet again. Down to a 1v to bed. Klondike willing to play hard and fast.
I want them to swing together. If you're going to have all those extra marshals, they better be.
Reyna works well, and same as Nightwolf. That's clean up in. Low ground covered. 2-Cord looking up, looks around, snaps up a fourth. Left, and you can see the ring around the rosy is doing work. And you snap a last 2-Cord with yet another ace. Just
they have one person that's going to be playing from behind 2-Cord. Epic is all the way up in their face, and they actually use the dismiss to get there.
Talk about around the corner. You go. Launcher, though, able to find a piece, and we mentioned it. I feel now's the chance for Dark Lord to just get the headshot. Bossman couldn't do anything. Wind Vortex able to find Nightfall. And now it's just as bright as Days. Launcher slides on him for 1, but it's going to lay into a lot of damaging factors and lines up the shard.
They'll check every single corner, and their ways will drop on the side of Random.
Might as well be a collapse as Carnival wasn't in town as what he was like, so Reyna sound even more scary than before. Like, I don't like that. Limit both the KO and the Reyna, and then Moon just wipes the corner, takes out Knight,
but then kind of fading away.
Ooh. Wind Vortex is a whole different story. Get first blood, 2-Cord follows fingers a little bit faster. And that's gonna be Dark Lord rounding the corner. Hey, can I please find something? of this game, it feels like. Wind Vortex also getting sample bot man. Now rush forward. Dark Lord just waiting for a chance. Snap!
As they take over top mid, and they are going to put
Nightwolf as well as Reyna both eliminate so many, but Dark Lord is able to revive, and that's going to be another finish. Dark Lord finishing up that revive completely. You hear the footsteps, you step up, you get shot number one, you're going to dismiss, and now you walk away. Team is around the side as Bossman tries, and Bossman gets it. At least two, so 2Court is able to get so much info. Snapshot. Pops up that double tap, and is going to look for a little more. Resets one, and now a teammate comes around the corner. 2Court going to help all to deny, as B-Main is currently passing it with flying colors. 2Court with the 3K. Epic holds it out, and it's all down to one more as Klondike, the Cougars, round start to this match. Ooh!
Unfortunately, crouching and unmoving means that the attack shooter is going to get one that wants to flank him. They're going to be fighting two targets, and that's going to be one that lands. Cilantro to the floor. Their season.
Spice alive.
Expecting different results might be the definition of insanity, but they're expecting the same results. Trying to be able to land a Wild West style. We're in Texas. We're hot shots. We're shooting. We're firing. There's no dashing away. It's the robot that.
2Court looking for the ace and then some. That's gonna be shots in the backside.
Just ego v ego, and 2Court, I mean, theirs is living
in a 2v5 or 2v4 actually. Levi comes through. I like that call. 2Court finds Knight and there, but to be fair, you're up against a 1v5. You can get the wherever you can. Quick blind to go out here. Twist back, Wind Vortex, and boom. Lay out two more. Cilantro though with the electricity able to burn through 1 HP bar, gets a second, maybe a third if you try and get through the wall, but you see the arm of this off, sees one in the back corner, Empress alive, snapshots into Wind out, but again, Klondike randomly making this call and makes them cooking up a meal and a half, as Klondike are just moments of the rest of the site. Now on the hunt for yet another. Nightwolf is able to find whom, but 2Court is on a 4K. Give him the ace, give him the chance, it is, it's the ace.
takes out 2Court, and this is looking promising all the way.
Well, we say promising, and then Wind Vortex and Dark Lord are like, yo, we can play this and finish off. Now Hum is down on 6 HP, and says 6 HP still able to work. Bossman on the back end, able to find a snap on Hum, but it's down to 1v2. And all of a sudden, Klondike gonna try and fight it back. It's 1v1, but you're reloading a Wind Vortex. The eye. Central now to the left side, but met with 2-4 yet again. Down to a 1v2. And Klondike willing to play hard and fast.
I want them to swing together. If you're going to have all those extra marshals, they better be.
Reyna works well, and same as Nightwolf. That's cleanup. So drawing covered. Court looking up, looks around, snaps up a fourth. Left, and you can see the ring around the rosy is doing work. And you snap a last 2-Court with yet another ace.
They have one person that's going to be playing from behind 2-Court. Epic is all the way up in their face, and they actually use the dismiss to get there.
Talk about around the corner you go. Cilantro though, able to find a piece, and we mentioned it. I feel out the chance for Dark Lord to just get the headshot. Bossman couldn't do anything. Wind Vortex able to find Nightwolf. And now it's just as bright as day. Cilantro slides on him for one, but it's just gonna lay into a lot of damaging factors. Who lines up the shot.
Don't check every single corner, and their ways will drop on the side of Random.
It might as well be a collapse as Carnival wasn't in town as the video was like, so Reyna sound even more scary than before. Like, I don't like that. Limit both the KO and the Reyna, and then Moon just swipes the corner and takes out Nine,
but then kind of fading away.
Ooh. Wind Vortex is a whole different story. Get first blood, 2-Court follows fingers a little faster. And that's gonna be Dark Lord rounding the corner. Hey, can I please find something? Of this game, it feels like Wind Vortex also getting sample boss man. Now rush forward. Dark Lord just waiting for a chance. Snap!
As they take over top mid, and they are going to put
Nightwolf as well as Reyna both eliminate so many, but Dark Lord is able to revive, and that's going to be another finish. Dark Lord finishing up that revive completely. You hear the footsteps, you step up, you get shot number one, you're going to dismiss, and now you walk away. Team is around the side as Bossman tries, and Bossman gets it. At least two, so 2-Court is able to get so much info. Snap pops up that double tap, and is going to look for a little more. Resets one, and now a teammate comes around the corner. 2-Court going to help all to deny, as B-Main is currently passing it with flying colors. 2-Court with the 3K. Epic holds it out, and it's all down to one more as Klondike, the Cougars, round start to this match. Ooh.
Unfortunately, crouching and unmoving means that the attack shooter is going to get one that wants to flank him. They're going to be finding two targets, and that's going to be one that lands. Cilantro to the floor. Their season.
Spice alive.
Expecting different results might be the definition of insanity, but they're expecting the same results. Trying to be able to land a Wild West style. We're in Texas. We're hot shots. We're shooting. We're firing. There's no dashing away. It's the robot that.
2-Court looking for the ace and then some. That's gonna be shots in the backside.
Just ego v ego, and 2-Court, I mean, theirs is living.
In a 2v5 or 2v4 actually. The revive comes through. I like that call. 2-Court finds Knight. And there, but to be fair, you're up against a 1v5. You need to get the wherever you can. Quick blind to go out here. Twist back, Wind Vortex, and boom. lay out two more. Cilantro, though, with the electricity, able to burn through 1 HP bar, gets a second, maybe a third if you try and get through the wall, but you see the arm this off, sees one in the back corner, Empress alive, snapshots into win out, but again, Klondike randomly making this call and makes them cooking up a meal and a half, as Klondike are just moments on the rest of the site. Now on the hunt for yet another Nightwolf, is able to find whom, but 2 quarters on a 4K. Give him the ace, give him the chance, it is, it's the ace.
Takes out 2 cord, and this is looking promising all the way.
Well, we say promising, and then Wind Vortex and Dark Lord are like, yo, we can play this. Now Hoom is down on 6 HP, and says 6 HP, still able to work. Bossman on the back end, able to find a snap on Hoom, but it's down to 1v2. And all of a sudden, Klondike gonna try and fight it back. It's 1v1, but you're reloading and Wind Vortex. The eye. Going out to the left side, but met with 2 cord yet again, down to a 1v edge. Klondike willing to play hard and
But
fast.
I want them to swing together. If you're going to have all those extra marshals, they better be.
Reina works well, and same as Nightwolf. That's cleanup in. Low ground covered. 2 cord looking up, looks around, snaps up a 4th left, and you can see the ring around the rosy is doing work. And you snap a last 2 cord with yet another ace. Just
have one person that's going to be playing from behind 2 cord. Epic is all the way up in their face, and they actually use the dismiss to get there.
Talk about around the corner you go. Cilantro, though, able to find a piece, and we mentioned it. I feel out the chance for Dark Lord to just get the headshot. Bossman couldn't do anything. Wind Vortex able to find Nightfall. And now it's just as bright as day. Cilantro slides on him for 1, but it's going to lay into a lot of damaging factors. And lines up the shot.
They'll check every single corner, and their ways will drop on the side of Random.
Might as well be a collapse as Carnival wasn't in town as what they was like, so we're gonna sound even more scary than before. Like, I don't like that. Limit both the KO and the Reina, and then Moon just swipes the corner, takes out Nine,
But then kind of fading away.
Wind Vortex is a whole different story. Get first blood, 2 cord follows fingers a little bit faster. That's gonna be Dark Lord rounding the corner. Hey, can I please find something? Of this game, it feels like Wind Vortex also getting snap on boss man. Now rush forward, Dark Lord just waiting for a chance. Snap
As they take over top mid, and they are going to put
Nightwolf as well as Reina both eliminate so many, but Dark Lord is able to revive, and that's going to be another finish. Dark Lord finishing up that revive completely. You hear the footsteps, you step up, you get shot number 1, you're going to dismiss, and now you walk away. Teammates around the side as Bossman tries, and Bossman gets it. At least 2, so 2 cord is able to get so much info. Snap pops up that double tap, and it's going to look for a little more. Resets 1, and now a teammate comes around the corner. 2 cord going to help all to deny. As B-Main is currently passing with flying colors. 2 cord with the 3K. Epic holds it out, and it's all down to 1 more as Klondike, the Cougars, round start to this match. Ooh.
Unfortunately, crouching and unmoving means that the attack shooter is going to get one that wants to flank him. They're going to be finding 2 targets, and that's going to be one that lands. Cilantro to the floor. Their season.
Spice alive.
Expecting different results might be the definition of insanity, but expecting the same results. Trying to be able to land a Wild West style. We're in Texas. We're hot shots. We're shooting. We're firing. There's no dashing away. It's the robot.
2 cord looking for the ace and then some. That's gonna be shots in the backside.
Just ego v ego, and 2 cord. I mean, theirs is living.
And a 2v5 or 2v4 actually. The revive comes through. I like that call. 2 cord finds Knight. And there, but to be fair, you're up against a 1v5. You need to get the wherever you can. Quick blind to go out here. Twist back, Wind Vortex, and boom. Lay out 2 more. Cilantro, though, with the electricity, able to burn through 1 HP bar, gets a second, maybe a third if you try and get through the wall, but you see the arm this off, sees one in the back corner. Empress alive, snapshots into Wind out, but again, Klondike randomly making this call and makes them cooking up a meal and a half, as Klondike are just moments on the rest of the site. Now on the hunt for yet another Nightwolf is able to find whom, but 2 cord is on a 4K. Give him the ace, give him the chance, it is, it's the ace.
Takes out 2 cord, and this is looking promising all the way.
Well, we say promising, and then Wind Vortex and Dark Lord are like, yo, we can play this. Now Hoom is down on 6 HP, and says 6 HP, still able to work. Bossman on the back end, able to find a snap on Hoom, but it's down to 1v2. And all of a sudden, Klondike gonna try and fight it back. It's 1v1, but you're reloading and Wind Vortex. The eye. Going out to the left side, but met with 2 cord yet again, down to a 1v2. Klondike willing to play hard and fast.
I want them to swing together. If you're going to have all those extra marshals, they better be.
Reina works well, and same as Nightwolf. That's cleanup in. Low ground covered. 2 cord looking up, looks around, snaps up a 4th left, and you can see the ring around the rosy is doing work. And you snap a last 2 cord with yet another ace. Just
have one person that's going to be playing from behind 2 cord. Epic is all the way up in their face, and they actually use the dismiss to get there.
Talk about around the corner you go. Cilantro, though, able to find a piece, and we mentioned it. I feel out the chance for Dark Lord to just get the headshot. Bossman couldn't do anything. Wind Vortex able to find Nightfall. And now it's just as bright as day. Cilantro slides on him for 1, but it's going to lay into a lot of damaging factors. lines up the shot.
They'll check every single corner, and their ways will drop on the side of Random.
It might as well be a collapse as Carnival wasn't in town as much as you'd like, so we're gonna sound even more scary than before. Like, I don't like that. Limit both the KO and the Reyna, and then Moon just swipes the corner, takes out Knight,
But then kind of fading away.
ooh. Wind Vortex is a whole different story. Get first blood, 2-cord follows fingers a little bit faster. That's gonna be Dark Lord rounding the corner. Hey, can I please find something? Of this game, it feels like Wind Vortex also getting snap on boss man. Now rush forward, Dark Lord just waiting for a chance. Snap!
As they take over top mid, and they are going to put
Nightwolf as well as Reyna both eliminate so many, but Dark Lord is able to revive, and that's going to be another finish. Dark Lord finishing up that revive completely. You hear the footsteps, you step up, you get shot number 1, you're going to dismiss, and now you walk away. Team is around the side as Bossman tries, and Bossman gets it. At least 2, so 2-cord is able to get so much info. Snapshot pops up that double tap, and it's going to look for a little more. Resets 1, and now a teammate comes around the corner. 2-cord going to help all to deny, as B-Main is currently asking it with flying colors. 2-cord with the 3K. Epic holds it out, and it's all down to 1 more as Klondike, the Cougars, round start to this match. Ooh!
Fortunately, crouching and unmoving means that the attack shooter is going to get one that wants to flank, and they're going to be finding 2 targets, and that's going to be one that lands. Cilantro to the floor. Their season.
Spice alive.
Expecting different results might be the definition of insanity, but expecting the same results. Trying to be able to land a Wild West style. We're in Texas. We're hot shots. We're shooting. We're firing. There's no dashing away. It's the robot.
2-cord looking for the ace and then some. That's gonna be shots in the backside.
Just ego v ego, and 2-cord. I mean, theirs is living.
In a 2v5 or 2v4 actually, as the revive comes through. I like that call. 2-cord finds Knight. Head there, but to be fair, you're up against a 1v5. You need to get the move wherever you can. Quick blind to go out here. Twist back, Wind Vortex, and boom. Lay out 2 more. Cilantro though with the electricity able to burn through 1 HP bar, gets a second, maybe a third if you try and get through the wall. But you see the art of this off, sees one in the back corner with Empress alive, snapshots into Wind Help, but again Klondike randomly making this call and makes them cooking up a meal and a half. As Klondike are just moments on the rest of the site. Now on the hunt for yet another Nightwolf is able to find whom, but 2-cord is on a 4K. Give him the ace, give him the chance. It is. It's the ace.
Takes out 2-cord, and this is looking promising all the way.
Well, we say promising, and then Wind Vortex and Dark Lord are like, yo, we can play this game. Now Hum is down on 6 HP, and says 6 HP is still able to work. Bossman on the back end, able to find a snap on Hum, but it's down to 1v2. And all of a sudden, Klondike gonna try and fight it back. It's 1v1, but you're reloading and Wind Vortex with the eye. Sends one out to the left side, but met with 2-cord yet again. Down to a 1v edge. Remember, Klondike is willing to play hard and fast.
But I want them to swing together. If you're going to have all those extra marshals, they better be.
Reyna works well, and same as Nightwolf. That's clean up in. Low ground covered. 2-cord looking up, looks around, snaps up a 4th. Left, and you can see the ring around the rosy is doing work. And you snap a last 2-cord with yet another ace. Just
they have one person that's going to be playing from behind 2-cord. Epic is all the way up in their face, and they actually use the dismiss to get there.
Talk about around the corner you go. Cilantro though, able to find a piece, and we mentioned it. I feel now's a chance for Dark Lord to just get the headshot. Bossman couldn't do anything. Wind Vortex able to find Nightwolf. And now it's just as bright as day. Cilantro slides on him for 1, but it's gonna lay into a lot of damaging factors and lines up the shot.
They'll check every single corner, and their ways will drop on the side of Random.
Might as well be a collapse as Carnival wasn't in town as much as you'd like, so we're gonna sound even more scary than before. Like, I don't like that. Limit both the KO and the Reyna, and then Moon just swipes the corner and takes out Knight,
But then kind of fading away.
ooh. Wind Vortex is a whole different story. Get first blood, 2-cord follows fingers a little bit faster. That's gonna be Dark Lord rounding the corner. Hey, can I please find something? Of this game, it feels like Wind Vortex also getting snap on boss man. Now rush forward, Dark Lord just waiting for a chance. Snap!
As they take over top mid, and they are going to put
Nightwolf as well as Reyna both eliminate so many, but Dark Lord is able to revive, and that's going to be another finish. Dark Lord finishing up that revive completely. You hear the footsteps, you step up, you get shot number 1, you're going to dismiss, and now you walk away. The team is around the side as Bossman tries, and Bossman gets it. At least 2, so 2-cord is able to get so much info. Snapshot pops up that double tap, and it's going to look for a little more. Resets 1, and now a teammate comes around the corner. 2-cord going to help all to deny, as B-Main is currently asking it with flying colors. 2-cord with the 3K. Epic holds it out, and it's all down to 1 more as Klondike, the Cougars, round start to this match. Ooh!
Unfortunately, crouching and unmoving means that the attack shooter is going to get one that wants to flank, and they're going to be finding 2 targets, and that's going to be one that lands. Cilantro to the floor. Their season.
Spice alive.
Expecting different results might be the definition of insanity, but expecting the same results. Trying to be able to land a Wild West style. We're Texas, we're hot shots, we're shooting, we're firing, there's no dashing away. It's the robot.
Two chord looking for the ace and then some. That's gonna be shots in the backside.
Just ego v ego and two chord. I mean, theirs is living.
In a 2v5 or 2v4, actually, the revive comes through. I like that call. Two chord finds Knight. And there, but to be fair, you're up against 1v5. You can get to where you can. Quick blind to go out here. Push back, win vortex, and lay out two more. Launcher though with the electricity able to burn through 1 HP bar, gets a second, maybe a third if you try and get to the wall. But you see the arc this off, sees one in the back corner. Empress alive, snapshots in the window, but again, Klondike randomly making this call and makes them cooking up a meal and a half. As Klondike are just moments of the rest of the fight. Now on the hunt, we got another Night Wolf. They'll find whom, but 2 chord is on a 4K. Give him the ace, give him the chance. It is. It's the ace.
Takes out 2 chord, and this is looking promising all the way.
Well, we say promising, and then Wind Vortex and Dark Lord are like, yo, we can play this and finish it off. Now Hum is down on 6 HP, and says 6 HP is still able to work. Boston on the back end. It was on a snap on Hum, but it's down to 1v2. And all of a sudden, Klondike gonna try and fight it back. It's 1v1, but you're reloading a Wind Vortex. The eye. Going out to the left side, but met with 2 chord yet again. Down to a 1v2. Klondike willing to play hard and fast.
I want them to swing together. If you're going to have all those extra marshals, they better be.
Reno works well, and same as Nightwolf. That's clean up. No ground coverage. Chord looking up, looks around, snaps up a 4th. Left, and you can see the ring around the rosy is doing work. And you snap a last 2 chord with yet another ace. Just
they have one person that's going to be playing from behind 2 chord. Epic is all the way up in their face, and they actually use the dismiss to get there.
Talk about around the corner you go. Launcher though, able to find a piece, and we mentioned it. I feel now's the chance for Darkwood to just get the headshot. Bossman couldn't do anything. Wind Vortex able to find Nightwolf. And now it's just as bright as days. The launcher slides on in for 1, but it's gonna lay into a lot of damaging factors and lines up the shard.
They'll check every single corner, and their waves will drop on the side of Random.
It might as well be a collapse as Carnival wasn't in town as the thing was like, so Reyna sound even more scary than before. Like, I don't like that. When it's both the KO and the Reyna, and then just wipes the corner, takes out Knight,
but then kind of fading away.
Ooh. The Wind Vortex is a whole different story. Jet first blood, 2 Chord follows Fingers a little bit faster. That's gonna be Dark Lord rounding the corner. Can I find something of this game? It feels like Wind Vortex also getting snapped on bot man. Now rush forward. Dark Lord just waiting for a chance. Snap
as they take over top mid, and they are gonna put
Nightwolf as well as Reyna. Both eliminate so many, but Dark Lord is able to revive, and that's gonna be another finish. Dark Lord finishing up that revive completely. Hear the footsteps. You step up, you get shot number 1. You're going to dismiss, and now you walk away. See this around the side as Bossman tries, and Bossman gets it. So 2 Chord is able to get so much info. Snapshot pops up that double tap, and is gonna look for a little more. Resets 1, and now a teammate comes around the corner. 2 Chord gonna help all to deny as teammate is currently passing it with flying colors. 2 Chord with the 3K. Epic holds it out, and it's all down to 1 more as Klondike, the Cougars, round start to this match. Ooh.
Unfortunately, crouching and unmoving means that the attack shooter is going to get one that wants to flank him. They're going to be finding 2 targets, and that's going to be one that lands. Cilantro to the floor. Their season.
Spice alive.
Expecting different results might be the definition of insanity, but expecting the same results. Trying to be able to land a Wild West style. We're Texas. We're hot shots. We're shooting. We're firing. There's no dashing away. It's the robot that.
2 Chord looking for the ace and then some. That's gonna be shots in the backside.
Just ego v ego, and 2 Chord. I mean, theirs is living.
In a 2v5 or 2v4 actually. The revive comes through. I like that call. 2 Chord finds Knight. And there, but to be fair, you're up against 1v5. You need to get the where you can. Quick blind to go out here. Twist back, Wind Vortex, and lay out 2 more. Launcher though with the electricity able to burn through 1 HP bar, gets a second, maybe a third if you try and get to the wall. But you see the arc this off, sees one in the back corner. Empress alive, snapshots in the window. But again, Klondike randomly making this call and makes them cooking up a meal and a half. As Klondike are just moments of the rest of the site. Now on the hunt for yet another Nightwolf, they'll find whom, but 2 Chord is on a 4K. Give him the ace, give him the chance. It is. It's the ace.
Takes out 2 Chord, and this is looking promising all the way.
Well, we say promising, and then Wind Vortex and Dark Lord are like, yo, we can play this game. Now he's down on 6 HP, and says 6 HP is still able to work. Boston on the back end, able to find a snap on him, but it's down to 1v2. And all of a sudden, Klondike gonna try and fight it back. It's 1v1, but you're reloading a Wind Vortex. The eye. One out to the left side, but met with 2 Chord yet again. Down to a 1v. And Klondike willing to play hard and fast.
I want them to swing together. If you're going to have all those extra marshals, they better be.
Reyna works well, and same as Nightwolf. That's clean up. No ground coverage. We're looking up, looks around, snaps up a 4th. Left, and you can see the ring around the road. He's doing and 4, and you snap a last 2 cord with yet another ace.
They have one person that's going to be playing from behind 2 cord. Epic is all the way up in their face, and they actually use the dismiss to get there.
Talk about around the corner you go. Cilantro though, able to find a piece. You mentioned I feel out the chance for Dark Lord to just get the headshot. Boston couldn't do anything. Wind Vortex able to find that. And now it's just as bright as day. Cilantro slides on him for 1, but it's gonna lay into a lot of damaging factors. Who lines up the sword?
They'll check every single corner, and their weight will drop on the side of Random.
Might as well be a glad as Carnival wasn't in town. Like so, we're gonna sound even more scary than before. Like I don't like that. Limit both the KO and the Reyna, and then Moon just swipes the corner, takes out Reyna,
So then kind of fading away.
Wind Vortex is a whole different story. First blood, 2-4 follows Peters a little bit faster. And that's gonna be Dark Lord rounding the corner. Can I find something of this game? It feels like Wind Vortex also getting snap on boss, and now rush towards Dark Lord, just waiting for a chance. Snap
As they take over top mid, and they are going to put
Nightwolf as well as Reyna both eliminate so many, but Dark Lord is able to revive, and that's going to be another finish. Dark Lord finishing up that revive completely. You hear the footsteps, you step up, you get shot number 1, you're going to dismiss, and now you walk away. Team is around the side as Bossman tries, and Bossman gets it. At least 2, so 2 is able to get so much info. Snapshot pops up that double tap, and is going to look for a little more. Resets 1, and now a teammate comes around the corner. 2 going to help all to deny, as B-Man is currently passing it with flying colors. 2 with the 3K. Epic holds it out, and it's all down to 1 more as Klondike, the Cougars, round start to this match. Ooh.
Unfortunately, crouching and unmoving means that the attack shooter is going to get one that wants to flank, and they're going to be finding 2 targets, and that's going to be one that lands. Cilantro to the floor. Their season.
Spice alive.
Expecting different results might be the definition of insanity, but expecting the same results. Trying to be able to land a Wild West style. Welcome in, everyone. It's time to get back into the action here for some good old Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals. Again, I'm Hale Monkey Man in the booth alongside Orbital. We just finished off with our semi-finals. It was Klondike that was able to win over Barwise Leadership Academy. That's a good old Raid'em. So, out of Wichita Falls, they will have to sit on the sideline. La Mesa, Texas, the reps out of the West, they're going to be facing off against William Adams Middle School. The Coyotes coming out of the South from Alice, Texas. We have our 2 contenders into our first grand final of the day.
And the fact that this is a rematch of the fall finals as well makes me extremely excited. These squads are ready to ramp things up and run it back yet again. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was William Adams Middle School that were actually able to take it in a 2-1 series. And from what we heard, it was a lot of OTs as well. So we are expecting absolute fire and heat from this matchup.
Yeah, it was as clinical as it was for Klondike, but for Whams, as they were able to take down their opponent in Carthage Junior High. The Bulldogs sitting in the kennel alongside the Raid'em Eagles there from Barwise. So, but both these teams, Klondike got to stay on stage. You can see them already talking strategy about what they want to do into this matchup. And let's talk into our maps, because we're getting some difference out here. We're not having to stick to the same old thing. We had, what was it, Ascent as well as Icebox before, but we're going straight to the tried and true 3-site map. There's in fact a couple of them that's coming up into this best of 3.
Yeah, we got gonna be a little bit fun. We got Lotus, Ascent, and Haven. I want to make sure I got all those right, because my gosh, these are a little bit different overall. Lotus specifically has become the de facto kind of Haven swap, and the fact that we got Haven as 3rd is interesting, but Lotus itself provides a lot of variability. We've seen a lot of A and C site hits. Quite obviously, this is the standard. B side, just a little bit more used as a transversal, just a lot of people trying to rotate in and through. But C side, usually held down by a Vice. A side, usually held down by everyone else, and that's kind of how it goes to the defending edge. What I don't normally see is a Phoenix. So right now, Aura saying, hey, I want to run that old school duelist, and that to me will be either a big red flag or a very, very green flag, depending on how it pans out.
Well, the biggest red flag is that we have a quadruple duelist. Quadruple.
I saw that. I looked down the row and I was like, oh gosh.
That's quite the different. I won't call it meta. Okay, so you had mentioned before this is a rehash and a rematch of the fall finals, and it was Whams that took it 2-0 with some very kind of long pointed and ended OTs to eventually get that 2-0. There's some attitude, some good old aggression with a 4 duelist. Now, here's the thing, that was accidentally locked in by a team in Game Changers. I think it was a year ago on this map, and shown to work. This is very purposeful being shown to work, unless maybe they think this is another test lobby and then we have the same situation like that was then. I gotta wonder how this is gonna work out. They do have the Clove that's gonna at least provide some smokes, but that's like 3 separate flashes, and that is gonna be on your attack too. They're gonna run this bowling ball through.
Listen, if you can't see us, they can't see us. That's all it really is. Listen, it's flash to flash, and everyone is going to be blind at the end of the day, and that's what the Coyotes are hoping for. So, see if it pans out, but right now, Solo will start over to this A-side lean. A route being covered, but, of course, you move your way up through main and take a test. Coyotes trying to get that orb immediately at an expeditious rate, but Redden doing the same. 2-cord, one of the stars from before, as Whom takes Elephant very, very early on. Very comfortable first blood, looking for another as Whom gets a second. And so far, it's the Coyotes kind of losing out here in this early round.
I mean, you have to you run with your hottest hand. Oh, but you have Big Red in that flanked all the way up into sight. They find a couple. 3-1. They're going to have to turn this into a ace if we're going to have a realistic chance, or any kind of chance for a dub. They get marked out by the Haunt. You're just going to stare at them. They know they're somewhere else. Oh, but that gate crash eventually in the corner. Epic got the call. And they do lay him down. Klondike Cougars will take round number 1, and I think this is going to be just as scrappy as we see in that first round.
I'm scared. I'm very scared. This is, again, I can only assume Coyotes are going to be playing fast and loose with this one. Essentially, there's going to be no stopping. As soon as you get a frag, you want to push, because the longer you wait with a quad duelist, as you mentioned, I mean, there's smoke, there's informations, but you don't have that variability. You don't have that coverage to go ahead and back out and pull a rotate. This is going to be either you hit fast or you don't hit at all. And that's what's going to be the call at the end of the day. We go ahead and see a little bit of a snap as Whom lines it up with that Marshall. And I don't know if they're really going to get that much out of it. Oh, okay. They find Elephant's Life, so it's really nice to respond yet again. But there it is. As we said, it's a quick push straight into the arms as Aura is able to find Whom chest first.
Epic better be ready. They're going to find him in this tree. Or maybe they're not. Seed of Doubt planted. That's going to be a nice devour. They have to know that they're right around that box. Leer pops out. And now everyone clears their way up to Hut. 2v3. Epic still left on site. Clearing them just as quick as his day job. And that's a 3K for Epic. They were hanging out in the garden. And then no one checked out into that position. And that ended up being the end of Whams.
Easy finish as well, and it's a convergence to say the least. Klondike so far looking good, but this is where the game expands. And keep in mind, last time we saw Klondike kind of waited out in the gun buy situation. They do the same this time around, so it is going to be a buy out, but and 2-cord. It's surprising. Could pick up an op as well, but you opt for the Marshall, feeling a little bit more comfortable with that piece in hand. The entirety of Coyotes, though, heavy buyouts, Vandals, and Guardians. The only one that doesn't is Elephant, who I think bought up last round, as well with the Hero Rifle. So it's going to be Coyotes. Let's see if they can pull it off here. Klondike, though, ready with the long range. Oh! Chris, though, solid shot on Dark Lord.
That was a great first pick, and they're going to pivot straight with that. They do have the decoy that will come through. Remember, that did get a little bit spicier and more expensive. They've made quick work out of 2 defenders, both that were on C, so everything else will have to come from door and waterfall. Epic caught in a corner as Auraman Ben complete that run. This may turn into a flawless of our first rifle. They flash their teammate. Elephant finds them either way. 2-cord's gotten a very expensive weapon and 4 people to get down.
I mean, that's a struggle and a half. The op can only do so much. 3 shots left in the chamber, and Aura running around the side. 2-cord picks up another. But Aura-man, as you said, being able to get that rotation brings us to a standard 2-1 start here. But it does feel like Coyotes also understand their own composition. No slow pacing until they get the plant down. Very comfortable plant rotation, cleaning out Klondike.
This buy is going to be a bit strangled, though. You see Bulldog, Marshall, and a Spectre between a couple of rifles, and that's because Klondike does buy differently. They save from that first into the second, trying to really kind of early promote a bank, and then they buy heavy. A third round up has been pretty typical. Even if you measure differently from that first matchup to this one, they're still expecting that to happen. Now, Christmas in June, that's going to be a quick holiday special being brought to as they and 2Chord are now dropped out, and that gives basically the way for the Coyotes to move up.
I mean, yeah, we always talk about and 2Chord being those big guns, but Epic in that corner, no one checked. So Crimsons came early and left just as quick. But of course, Chris and the rest of the squad are ready to lay it down. Klondike with 2 left. The Cougars might be able to do some work Dark Lord though, with Spectre in hand, hoping to do the best. That's gonna be spray number 1. Number 2, Klondike finding a lot of opportunities as Big Red and Elephant were kind of left out in the open. And Chris, only 1 player, but you can't do much as Wind Vortex found a freebie. That's a 3K for Wind, who we talked about being that secondary almost runner-up. Sal for Klondike, being able to cover that third.
What were we staring at for a second there, by the way? Whoa, what were we looking at?
I think that was one of the setups. I think that was one of the shields to come out from from a clove. They just wasn't expended yet.
I'd never seen that. I was like, what are we? Is this like one of those Windows XP like screensavers? We're gonna go into a tech pause for right now. A player's PC needs to be reset at this point in time. But okay, let's go over to it. We got 3-1, and I mean, let's go ahead and talk to the purposeful use of this composition. You go into your attacking side for Lotus. You have 4 duelists. That means you have to be very proactive. There's no set it and forget it gadgetry. Earlier where you talked about Vise, talked about kind of Sentinels delaying the play, but these 2 teams have been much more proactive about just kind of getting out there and reducing this game to, just a bunch of gunplay to see who's going to be the better.
And the scary thing is, if this is how game 1 goes, keep in mind for the side of Whams, the Coyotes, they're on attack for all 3 maps, meaning this is the standard that we could be seeing, and we might see some adjustments come out of Klondike themselves. If you are saying, okay, they're going to be running a 4 duelists every single time if they do it again on map 2, and you're forced to a map 3, depending on how this one shakes up, I'd almost assume that you just kind of go full defensive. You play into the Sentinel factor, you play into that defensive pattern, and you say, screw it, that's how we're going to play this. We're going to completely deny your duelists any sort of entry in any sort of position into these maps. But here on Lotus specifically, I think the side of Klondike are doing a very good job. They're waiting for a lot of these pushes. They're I want to say outlasting a lot of these early blinds and everything of the sort. And even though 2Chord and are getting eliminated a little bit early on, it's not the end of the world, right? Because again, that's a lot of util coming out of the duelists. So the pickup at the end is just like, hey, it's comfort levels for Klondike.
Yeah, as long as they have confidence of what you get out of basically your non-duelist kind of agents, that's where a lot of that rings out. 2Chord knows that they put themselves in harm's way. Epic is kind of like a support duelist to that. The Lear very strong. They're trying to clear the path for 2Chord to kind of have those moments. And 2Chord, I mean, you and I saw them kind of bully through that previous semifinal, and now they're getting a lot more tested, especially for a lot of the sniping that they want to get onto this jet. The ultimates, we finally kind of get to talk about them to a degree, because you look at what you get out of a quad duelist, and that means their ult economy is actually insanely strong. The difference when it came to the recent patching for the Yoru, they've made it more expensive and reduced ultimate timer to get that information from off of the dimensional drift. But this map, from even a pro play standard, a lot of teams pivot off of what you do with a showstopper. That's online right now for Christmas in June. So get to see if they really prioritize a lot of that, especially into these later rounds.
Oh, but it's not going to be that. Instead, it's that run it back, which is already busted out. R is able to make great use of it. Gets number 1. Snapshot by 2Chord, though, with the op in hand. And you deny a lot of the early pressure. Great wall, by the way, by the stage to slow things down whenever you see that run it back. This is why we talk about the Phoenix not being huge, but 2Chord knows someone's around the corner. Snapshots into Elephant's body. And we talked about 2Chord being that main star factor for Klondike, getting some revenge against Coyotes so far. Knives out as you send out about 3, missing most of them, but double blinded out so you don't get to play as much. No knife to finish as it's down to a 3v2. And we get to see that chance as Aura is able to fight back. All of a sudden, we're seeing this 2v2 position. Big gets an easy big read with that rotation. And it's all left to 1 is a plant here on the B site. And I don't see any great chance unless we're going to see the likes of a big question mark, but that shot's ringing out as Big finds Epic, and it's a done deal. Coyote's able to fight back in the face of what could have been disaster.
Shout out over to Aura Big Man, or sorry, Aura Man Bin. I was combining both Big Red and Aura Man Bin. Both of them doing a great job turning what was a 4-2 into a 2-2 and ultimately dancing their way to a second round win. But Aura backing up to the boxes and hearing the Blade Storm getting popped, knowing that you either have to deal with what was a operator that had been reduced into a full power shotgun at point blank range in the hands of 2Cord, or dodging 5 knives. They took on 2 fights. One thing I want to say out of Klondike, if you're seeing them 2Cord have to go individually into that fight, support them. You can't just leave them as a lone gun, especially because they have to land those precision. Or is going to use that curveball, just spray it down, and they're going to get taken out.
I mean, it's a 1-for-1 piece, but 2Cord able to eliminate Aura. Win does the same to Elephant, and we're seeing Klondike fight right back in. Epic able to find Chris, but Chris gets the revive, and now you're going to try and hold out. You get a turn, though, and Epic goes down in the 1v1. Or in the secondary 1v1. Now you twist onto another as Chris lines him up and knocks him down for 4. That's Coyotes to rip it right back, and all of a sudden, we're seeing that challenge come about. Coyotes comfortable third for themselves.
This round is going to be much more difficult on the bye, so you're going to see something middling from out of the Cougars of Klondike. Coyotes, though, from William Adams Middle School, like they know how to kind of run up the heat a couple notches, extra oil in the old frying pan. And they've got a triplicate of ults that can kind of last for later. Big Redden has that dimensional drift, and that can be used in a bunch of various ways. Very dynamic as Yoru, especially into all these kind of different kind of levels and divisions of play, especially in the middle school level. But you got that now with Klondike kind of on their heels, and they got to receive as a weaker form against the Coyotes.
And we'll see what they can do. Right now, this is the Cougars trying to set up their defensive line, but is it going to work? Epic around the side, immediately shoots a clone, and that's going to be Chris to frag out. 2Cord able to find one with that Bulldog, but now comes Nightfall, and it's going to be giving a lot of information. Xmas Christmas says, thank you very much. Easy pick up a 2 in the backside, and Klondike do not have the defenders available. Was able to launch one onto Aura. The snapshots are not going to work in your favor. Chris eliminates that attacker, and with the reload, 2Cord cannot get that gun down and ready to fire. It's gonna be that finish by Big as Coyotes now take the lead.
Bulldog is one of the worst semi-AR, whatever kind of gun you want to think about it in the game because of that exact spread right there. But it is, in terms of CQC, generally pretty feasible to use in terms of a mid-eco buy. But here's what we get now viewed up. They didn't fully save. They didn't really find themselves, light shield sheriffs. They still bought. And that means that they can't have another rifle round to contend into this. So, got to see what they can actually kind of find for some early value. Don't give up the first pick. They go for first shot. See what they can do. But Aura already has up. They find the bricks go up. They're like, let's go. Okay, hold on, wait.
Of course, the running back can only do so much, but gains a lot of information. Sees about 3 around the corner, but 2Cord still rips away. As down they go like dominoes. 2Cord gets a 3 or 2.5. Aura is able to fight back against Epic, but the damage has been done. Coyotes don't really want to enter into the site so easily, but their comp necessitates it. You're 4 duelists. You gotta push 2Cord and Dark Lord, finish them all off.
I understand now why they kept sending one after another. They lost hold of the spike. It was stuck in that little kind of link between main into that waterfall section. So they're just like, well, I really need what's right behind you. Can you just move? Can you just kind of get out of the way? Thank you. Let me squeeze right by you. The old Midwest special, but we're down in the south with Texas, so that doesn't play out here. Kindness goes away and hospitality's at bay. We go into a rifle round this time. A couple still suffering on the other side of it. You have Epic that has their Epic and Elephant. I want to see the duel of queens. Get Empresses popped at the same time. You again have Christmas in June with this operator. They're going to be holding these longer angles, especially with that in the showstopper.
And they play it out. Eyes out. Dark Lord realizing that, hey, they came straight through the doorway. Tree is currently populated. Great blind go out, but you get no kills. So Christmas finds a freebie. 2-core tries to knock down more than just one, but only gets one. Christmas able to finish that off, and that's 2 presents under that tree for the 3 position as Klondike waiting for an opportunity, but Christmas putting down a 3rd. At this point, it's your birthday, too. And with the showstopper out, Christmas is hunting for their 4th. Quick little showstopper, peek around the corner, fires away, and actually lands because Epic turned the corner. Elephant picked up the last, but a 4K for Christmas. And that is wild for Coyotes.
That's massive. Look, showstopper is a great ultimate for getting time and for getting kills. If you ever have to use it to delay an entry or retake or just kind of scare off your opponent, do so, but never let it go completely. Rip that cord. Make sure to throw it into a wall. You never know if someone's about to come up. And that's exactly what was able to get the Coyotes now back into the lead. You have several ultimates that actually got used in that, but the Empresses, one Empress still up for this attack out of the Coyotes, and Bladestorm will replace some of the eco, and 2-core already lands that first target. They get traded out.
I mean, no major resets, but it does feel good either way. And Epic able to free fire through the smoke. Said big, you're not going to have that freedom. Eyes around the corner, quick blind. Christmas getting around the corner to safety, breaking that eye, but is a little bit better on the snipe. So Marshall versus Operator. Marshall wins all day. At least I say that, but Aura with a hard spray gets 2. What? Aura farming Aura at this point, plus 100. Looking for another as Win gets a revive and is going to get a 4th. That's a 4K. Looking for the 5th. Reloads for the ace. It's the 6 in the bank for Aura as you have farmed a massively pinnacle of aces.
Aura, my goodness! Doing such great work as Ben. Just swinging around from that flank position, coming out of B. And I was thinking, all right, they've got a lot of work to do. They threw that curveball, had to get rid of the Leer, and I thought they gave away the position just enough, but they were just starting to now spray control from one headshot to the next, laying down Cougars as if they're a veterinarian, and it is time to fill the bin. My goodness, Coyotes. In the first 10, it was a bit slow, but Aura's really heating up.
It's only going to get worse as well as Chris fires away. 2-core is down. For the Coyotes, they don't want to lead this to a 7-5 or a 6-6. They want that 8-4 position. Dark Lord, though, going to make it a little bit difficult as that's a 2-piece. Chris, though, watching the revive come through, and it's going to be a fight yet again. Got a little bit of time. They're going to hide around the corner. Dark Lord, though, waiting, sees eyes out. No, you lose it out, but you still find Chris in the backside. Chris also has a revive, so now they're going to twist in turn. Wind was ready to help out, though, and Coyotes are left a little bit aghast. Well done from Klondike to fight it out. Christmas trying to get a satchel out and keep themselves safe, but now they are clawed into oblivion. And Klondike fight back with 5. And going down to the last round of the half to try and tie this up 6-6.
We just saw 2 D&D nerds throw hands and both use their ultimates. One said not dead yet, rolled a D20. The other one said not dead yet, rolled a D1. That's unfortunate. So
D5. It wasn't that hard. It wasn't that hard of a fail.
That's true. That's true. But still, I mean, you get caught between 2. That feels like the unluck hit you. But I mean, where we're getting right now, Orbital. We had mentioned that this was, a 2-0 in the fall, but it was close when it came to overtimes. Coming into this one, I'm starting to be believing it's going to be the same thing. This is the 3rd time that we've gotten to run it back, and it's the 3rd time they're going to see with it.
It's the 3rd time the wall's gone up to try and deny, but this time a lot more launch. This is going to be that nightmare to crawl through the mines. This time it's the other side, though, as is able to find Christmas. The party shut down early, but Elephant storms their way. Foot stomps galore as Aura finds another as well. That's going to be the wall going up, the wall of flames to deny any sort of vision. Question mark around that corner as 2-core snipes away 1. Epic in the corner to help out, helping to tame the Elephant and put him back into their cage. Coyotes are at a loss for words as the seaside stomp doesn't go their way. Dark Lord finds red, and Chris is the last one alive. Oh, turn the corner on 1, but Dark Lord finishes the off, and it's going to be a 6-6 half.
All right. This is about as much as we were hoping to see for this awesome event of Texas Esports League Spring Final. And already game 1, first half, has been an absolute blast to witness between both of these teams. Shout out to everyone that has shown up today, and shout out to the awesome partners here that are supporting Vanta and all these awesome teams. One of them being Respawn. The players are sitting in the chairs that Respawn provided today, and we want to give a huge shout out to them for providing and equipping the Texas Esports League's main stage with their amazing furniture. Go buy the Palmer Hamilton Respawn boot to get and try out their chairs for yourself. And of course, if you want a chance to win one of these, make sure you're here Sunday night, because then we'll be giving away all 10 of the chairs that you see on the main stage, and you can be able to sit like a championship gamer yourself.
Well, 2Chord showing that they do want that chair more than enough. Quick little tap number 1 to open up this half, and it's a very comfortable one as well. 2Chord once again kind of leading the charge for Klondike. That's a B-side hit this time around, and you can see the spacing that they're given. There is one on the top corner. Maybe we can find it in that connector from CT.
Spike planted.
Crisp waiting. Snapshot 1, 2, 3. Doesn't get any kill, but allows Epic to find Big, and now they come around the corner. 2Chord with the crouch and spray. Coyotes down to 2 alive, and this is the Klondike that we saw in the semifinals. Christmas, can you make it happen? You're going to be a ghost of Christmas past and maybe of your team's future. But not much is there as Whom lights up Elephant instead, and everyone turns the corner. Klondike on the chase. Shell out as Xmas is able to lock down 3. Alright, that's an exit set of frags if I've ever seen it. Still though, round goes Klondike's way.
That was one little pixel from being different. Ooh, we've got another tech pause that'll be chilling with us right now. Man, though, the fadeaway shots getting just enough of that damage there, Orbital. It was starting to smell a bit different. The perfume coming out for the Coyotes, but the Cougars, they kept a few extra bodies up, and that's all that mattered to be able to take that first round. So they will find themselves in advantage going into round number 2 of the second half. And of course, we appreciate all you guys out there throughout, Esports Day. There's technical stuff that happens because they're on computers, they're on consoles, they're on a bunch of peripherals. So we do appreciate your patience working through this competition. But now we get to actually talk about the opposite side of this composition. You have 4 duelists. That's kind of, you got to be very communicative with your Clove as to where you get the smokes laid down, because there's nothing of resistance to be able to take on the surge from the Cougars.
This would be one of the times where I actually say, screw trying to defend the site. Just let them take it and then re-aggress. Like, this is one of those moments where I feel it'd probably be better that way. Mainly because you get full value. Now, granted, it's not a very feasible strategy. Do not get me wrong. If a site is overtaken by the attackers, defenders have a very difficult time. If they don't have smokers, they don't have initiators. Like you called, that Clove is your best option. But considering as a 4-set duelist, your defensive measures are even weaker, right? So I'm sitting there going, honestly, if we see things fall to worse and worse, let them take site, keep everyone alive as well as all 5, and then make your way back in. So I kind of sit there going, yeah, that would be your best option, is just, hey, send all 4 out, let the site be taken, reconverge, and maybe get some of those exit frags as well, and then clean up house. That's how you kind of take this back if we continue to see Klondike take over, because 2Chord has been a menace throughout, and it's keeping a lot of people in check.
Yeah, I don't disagree with some of that, because you want to get the information as to where in the world they're going, and playing duelist is already kind of an aggressive mindset, because you're like, okay, I'm out here to get kills. If I'm not getting kills, I'm not doing my job, right? But you're, for the most part, just like Haven, Lotus has a lot of separation of your defense. It thins the herd. And even for duelists, unless you're landing that one tap, and yeah, pistol round's a little different, unless you go straight to the sheriff and you can land everything, magical. Shout out to all the gang that goes into the aim range. But you're still facing off against several targets, and that transfer is not going to happen. So that will be, I will wonder if they're going to change the pacing, change the positioning to be kind of much more faded away and play from non-standard angles upon entry. That'll be neat to see how many times they also try to flank. So some of that will be coming up at you as we kind of endure through our PC madness out here. And also, hey, shout out over to Vanta. that's been helping out with this Texas Esports League. You're home for all the things Scholastic Esports, and to learn more about Vanta's coaching as well as summer camps, by the way, that's real close. Be sure to swing by the booth that's over there in the pit that all this is happening around, and grab a flyer, because you know what? If there's esports summer camps, I would want to be a part of those too.
I'd even take it a step further. If you got someone in the elementary level, I mean, we know in esports that everything kind of starts at a younger age. You know that you got some skills. Start getting involved. Take a talk to some of these schools even and say, hey, how do we get my kid in the program? If you're in the Texas region, you can even look for the middle school to the high school level as well. Tomorrow's going to be all the high school finals for Vanta Esports. We're going to see a lot of the teams that are hopefuls and a lot of the players that are hopeful moving into the collegiate scene as well. So a lot of action across this entire weekend for the Vanta side of things, and you gotta love it. We got Rocket League, we got here Valorant, obviously, we got Overwatch 2. I think off stream we even had chess going on, and then Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. There's so much to be seen, not just here in the main stage area, but across the entire event.
Yeah, and I do appreciate as well the maturity of esports, because not only are you seeing the partnerships that are happening from a professional level, but also what it ends up being and for the educational level. I mean, you go over to that booth and you're gonna be able to see some summer camps. I would bet, high percentage dollars, maybe just 90% of a single dollar, but that there's probably some STEM that's around that as well. And that's really been a massive inclusion around the education part when it comes to esports, making sure everyone's doing the right things. Thank you guys so much for your patience. We will be going into round number 14. It's the second round of the first half. Klondike, they won the previous one. Two-Court already got themselves a Vandal. They decided buying up's the way to go this time.
I mean, might as well. I can appreciate that one. You just try and send it as best you can, but eyes out here as Klondike are ready to try and bring that damage to... Okay! Might as well be a Guardian or Marshal with that snapshot to Elephant's head. And you're looking at that corner piece, sees someone juke out to the side. Christmas, though. You are trying to diverge away, and I like that call. Hey, immediately knew, but Two-Court realizing that they might be pinched as well. Here's a couple footsteps in the long range, but look at this flank. Eyes out for the backside, knives out, and you walk straight into Big Red, and you really, really like that. Big Red Dan, as I should say. That was a great pickup for Coyotes, and you put this to a 4v4.
And they put that in dangerous hands, too. Big Red, and they have been very effective about, we saw it late term onto that B hit in the previous half, or rather, in the previous half. So you got to be concerned about how this one goes, but the timer is ticking, and they still have to converge. This is going to be from all points, all sides. You don't want to lose track of Aura. Some good chip damage. Remember, they just got pistols, but they're going to attack. That is a swarm. They've got a stinger from Chris and from Christmas in June as Chris comes through, and it's no one left that should get the defuse off. And the call out was so clean for everyone to crush into sight at once.
We good.
Smooth as butter right there. That was Coyotes just slipping right in, and we mentioned this ability for their multi-level duelists to be able to kind of slip into these fights if given the opportunity to be proactive. And I like that play. Again, as you mentioned, Chris for their own 14, 12, and 2. Maybe not the most excellent on the attacking side, but this time around, being able to use some of those covers, some of those smokes to help out the rest of the team. And I mean, Aura doing the exact same. 15 for their name, only trailing 2 behind Cord. I'm excited to see what goes down here, as this is going to be a buyout on both ends.
Chris has been kind of a menace at times. And I've learned cloves are just meant to die. Oh, the timing. Aura. They didn't see it. No, and then they can't land the shot from behind, so Two-Court just can't get nothing. So it's a difference of holding your lines for both these sites. Now, they're expecting this B strike to go forward. They're getting a little bit bodied by their own teammate, and that creates a kerfuffle of confusion. Here comes the showstopper. They know someone's nearby. You're stuck, baby, in a corner. They do waste that rocket, but it doesn't matter. Flawless round, no. Epic does get one, but then they're otherwise going to just trade that 1 for 1. 8 go the way of the Coyotes.
Destruction coming out from the side of the Coyotes. Whams throwing down, and again with that buyout, it was a little bit wild. But the fact that the showstopper was just an extra party favor at the end of the day, Klondike looking a little bit rough. Their buyout was weak. Now you take a look at the secondary, much heavier, as you got a lot of the armors and everything of the sort, but no ultimates, right? Ultimate used by Chris in the earlier, so Christmas is just like, okay, that's how it's going to be. For Klondike, though, heavy lean over towards this A site, and they're looking to try and rush it down. Christmas, though, going to hold it for their own in a 1v5 and realizes, I want none of that smoke.
Yeah, I don't want to be tagged in pink and purple by a giant, well, maybe not a giant, medium-sized ghosty. They use that leer. As soon as the ruse goes down, Christmas will get rid of Epic. That's big. That's pretty darn huge. But then they go hunting, and 2Court catches them. So a lot of sudden trades. That's happening in surplus from this defense side of Wales. Oh my goodness.
All right, so the Christmas tree is absolutely in the hands of Coyotes. That was an attempt at a rush from Klondike. They got through the door, got to the tree, turned the corner, and ran straight into the bullets. So Coyotes, again, really smart placement on that A site. And so far for the Coyotes, it's been comfort levels all the way around. And I have to give them credit. I was discrediting this 4-piece duelist comp. It's actually faring a little bit better than I would expect on the defensive end. They've done so well with just outright aggression.
Proactivity for a nearly full duelist comp is really kind of the thing. And they don't want to give that away. Hums has been systematically only picking the Marshall, by the way. And you know what? They've made solid work of it. This is a 1-4 split. 2Court better be ready because they at least have all the blades out. They go stock steady. They have a gun that could actually pick up if they wanted to, but they do get rid of Big Redden, who caught them last time. This time, it's the Cougars that catch them lacking. Those paint shells may get a kill onto Dark Lord, but Epic will catch Christmas in June in Waterfall.
Face your fear.
Eyes out, Aura. Waiting for a chance, but the fear comes in more ways than one. Aura getting ready with the running back, finds Dark Lord, and gets sniped out by but gets the reset. Rest of the team is ready in the corner. Coyote's going to try their best. Another snapshot as they were trying to predict fire. Epic able to lock down Aura, and it's now just down to Elephant. Elephant over there. See Mound trying to break through gates. I don't think it's really going to work, though, as the main is in your position. Elephant just running forward, and there's not much you can do. Epic able to get a 3K, and Klondike keep us within 1.
Elephants had themselves a little bit of a struggle bus, kind of same but opposite for Wind Vortex this time around. So everyone's been kind of picking up. You have a very balanced overall matchup if we just kind of hit the scoreboard. And as we do so, let's see if there's any impactful ultimates to it. Both Empresses are available in online. Epic has been pretty epic when that comes up. And Dark Lord does have that running back, so the 6th man comes alive for the Cougars of Klondike. They don't necessarily need that yet, but yeah, Whams is establishing the line of separation early as they take space, but 2Court is a great entry point to lay them out.
See if they can continue. Right now, Dark Lord rounding the corner with that stinger. Says, yes, that's mine. Easy pickup number 1. Are you going to get a little bit more? Big Redden, though, just said, hey, that's a freebie. Dark Lord immediately rips that ult. He's going to try and come back into favor, but R was ready. Great shot once again. That Guardian speaking volumes and turns the corner as well. Big does the exact same, and it's Aura and Big to be farming up multiple double digits for Coyotes.
William Adams Middle School coming through to be the first at double digits in our first map of our best of 3. So good old Whams giving the blams out there onto A site, and it was looking very promising from that first blood. And then for all intents and purposes, there was kind of a miscue for Klondike squad over towards Rubble. I want to know what they end up doing again. 4-1 split. Looks like they're going to have the majority of the stack Klondike going towards C, while 2Court gets what they can and have some early peaks in mid. They do have to drop away, and they get decoyed out by the Boombot. Christmas in June takes advantage a month early.
See if they can do some more work. Dark Lord once again takes out their mirrored counterpart. A little bit of walk as the decoy goes out. And Christmas saw a body, so right now Klondike getting a lot of information that, hey, we are getting pinched on. Mound is still going to be populated. I don't know if that's where you want to be. Christmas lights one up. He's about to put up some more as they do 3K. And that's all you can ask for. Epic trying to hold it down as a solo member from Klondike Alive. So many people are launching their way, and Christmas with the satchel drops in on their head. That will be Coyotes who move to 11. We're seeing that squad undefeated in the regular season and also here in the playoffs so far, looking to do the same here on this map.
they maybe had heard that the airdrop from off of that blast pack, but maybe it also got messed up onto to their headphones. Either way, they just got confused and didn't know when Christmas in June will be dropping in. So now that Showstopper's online. You've got that running back available to, or not the running back, sorry, the not dead yet, available to Chris, who has been deadly when they get a second chance. Aura's one orb away from having that running back. You basically have 7 players for Coyotes. Look, I need the full revive squad. Get a KO, get a Sage. I want there to be 9, okay? I want that many players.
We want them all. Bring them all over here.
Out of charge.
As it again, what a tap on the dome, by the way. Quick little snack through. Showstopper in the back of the body, as that's Chris and Christmas. Chris Kringle even at the end to line them up. Klondike lose so many, and it's all but a done deal. Full house as Dark Lord falls, and Coyotes take a flawless round to put themselves at 12.
Coyotes got him crisscross, man. They getting caught one way, getting caught the other way, and they're stuck in the corner. We're gonna have a few rifles at least. We knew that one was a bit lacking him. Now Klondike, they've got to get 4 in a row. It has been very round trade heavy between both these teams, but this attack has been stuttered, and this was actually one of my measuring points. I had no idea if 4 duelists would be able to stand the test like this, but if you take away map territory, you're basically dictating what in the world's gonna happen. But look at that fresh pot shot out of Big Red now.
Chris is like, bro,
Uh-oh.
bro, what's going on? But Trigger Discipline is real. Trigger Discipline is alive. You see 3 firing away, and you get 1, get 2, look for 3rd. Chris still did the work, and now gets a revive as Elephant comes through the doorway. That will be a piece of the pie as Chris gets a 3rd. Trigger Discipline is the name of the game as you get the crossfire. Last angled shot as Hume swings the corner. He might do some work, gets a body, or at least hits the wall, and that's all you could want. Hot hands and sends them on to the end. Knife out as you're trying your best, but it's the finish in there as Christmas gets the knife. 13-8 for map 1.
You guys have heard of Christmas. How about Christmas? Because that was a gift for no one checking into that corner. 3 available shots. They get 3 eventually after a not dead yet. Job well done. 4 duelists done with great purpose. I gotta wonder how often that was practiced there, Orbital, because it, you know, we've seen it before as a mistake. This one, they're like, you know what, we're gonna bring it to you, especially from the attacking starting half, and went dead even. But defensively, I'm impressed.
It was, I mean, again, to take agents that are not normally seen as defensive agents at the end of the day and say we can play it as long as we see line of sight is a wild turn, quite honestly. And Klondike, they fought hard. On their attacking side, I mean, Hume was really stepping up, but 2 Court was relatively shut down, and that just goes to show the strength of this squad, to show the strength of the Coyotes. They came in here and said, okay, we really need to lock down 2 Courts after that first half, shut them down, then pick everyone else apart, and they did just that. So well played overall to the Coyotes as they show once again that they are the top dogs.
Very much so, and they might be able to prove that again in map number 2. Remember, they are now on championship point here for the spring finals out of the Vanta Texas Esports League. However, we're taking a short break. We're going to mess with some tech and making sure that you guys have all the finest to see on stream. It's going to be Ascent for map number 2 right after this short break.
You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Standing up.
Hey guys, let's switch as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
got this. Push it. Got it. Let's go. Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals. We were just done with map number 1 of our grand final here for Valorant. Shout out to all of you that have been pretty darn patient, and as well over to our awesome teams that are not just playing this game, but also playing in all pockets of the arena. CECC May Madness is currently going on at the collegiate level, but we here with Vanta are currently focused on our awesome middle schoolers, and coming up is map number 2, Ascent on its way. Do you expect quad duelist in this one, Orbital?
I do. I actually do expect it, mainly because we see, once again, Whams on that attacking side to start. Now, keep in mind, as we mentioned, this has been full attacking side for Whams. They are going to continuously be on that starting, and I think it's going to work out very nicely for them. Granted, though, on Ascent, it's a little bit different. You're not 3 site, it's 2 site, so it's a little bit easier to cover on the side of Klondike. So maybe that's the difference maker in there. But I think it is going to be, if they wish to run double duelists at least, that one's going to be the most comfortable. You run double duelists, you get your Senti, you get your initiator, and then you get your controller, right? That would be a more standard setup. But if they do run quad duelists again, I'm not going to be upset about it. Again, if you want to run a gun on Ascent, that's perfectly okay for you.
Well, we'll see how that one ultimately goes. We will go into map number 2. It is Ascent time, and both these teams, obviously, it is now the hot seat for the Klondike Cougars. Yes. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, let's talk about it. So that's only 3 duelists. They did get Big Redden changing up from the Yoru, who, in his own right, can provide some information, and they're going to get more information this time with the Gecko and Chris still onto that Clove. And then you have the flex that happened in map number 2 of our previous semifinal for Klondike, as has gone away from that. They actually were on their initiator, and now they're going back to the ISO, but 2 cards on the Cypher. First time we've not seen them on a duelist.
And I think on Ascent, you're going to get a little bit more comfort in that value. This is going to be, again, your tried and true. Ascent is always kind of the hallmark pacing in 2 sites, I think. It is just A and B can be hit, but Cypher is very necessary, I think, to hold down any map. You need to have the Cypher. You need to have good cages to give a lot of information. In 2-cord, you're still going to be able to do a lot of work. At the end of the day, you can still bring the op. You can still bring a lot of the pain. You're just not going to have the exact safety, but with the camera, you can basically always have intel first on where an opponent is, and you get that snapshot off. So even if 2-cord is not on a duelist, I fully expect them to still be top in the leaderboards. I think in the last game, they were still at the top with a 20, which was almost matched by Epic at 19 in the frag department.
All right, yeah, that's some solid output. We saw that from the entire first half, and it's not like there was a lack thereof, but the defense for the Coyotes reshaped our map. It was as if they had diamond picks, and everyone was just able to get rid of all the blocks in the way. So we go to our second map, Ascent. Remember, this wall has been reinforced. No banging there. That means that your first fight will be at these steps.
Instead, it's just the drums of war coming out here in this B side. And look at the flank through the mid. Klondike really trying to get an advantage here. Getting fully shelled out, though, as Big is able to burn them down. Elephant and Christmas able to do the same. This is Klondike already losing out ground as the entirety of the Coyotes sprint their way onto site, and it is covered. First round, pistols go the Coyotes' way.
Pacing, ramping, speed. Just look, for the way that we have seen travel coming out for Whams, I swear that they would get a reckless driving ticket just moving into some of these sites. Klondike, that was an unfortunate position for they had no escape line to get away from that mosh pit, and they were basically just stuck in a corner and being bullied out. And right now, Coyotes showcasing that when it comes to just solid, regular mechanical gunplay, as well as just taking everything by surprise, they're getting that peeker's advantage. Now, they're going to face down that mid with a Marshall, recognizing they don't have the same kind of weaponry to face off with it, and that's exactly what he was looking for.
Same kind of weaponry? What you talking about in there, Monkey Man? What you saying? Dark Lord says, oh, okay, that's what you meant by weaponry. I'm so sorry, guys. Big Red using that Bulldog as quickly as possible. Now, Aura hopping up to the top beams. The rafters going to be populated. I don't think it's going to be changed. Aura going ahead with that blind swings. Peaks only gets one. With the point blank shot with Marshall. But now the top side means Cord gets the high ground advantage. Klondike maybe not liking that one, but Christmas on the low ground behind a box allows Chris to take out 2 core. Down to a 2v2, and Christmas with the peek and shoot brings down 2 more. Great round from the Coyotes. Their speed giving them the advantage.
Christmas in June with a couple of stocking stuffers out of that Bulldog, just right over the middle of those boxes on A's side, but some solid damage done by Klondike. They're going to force them to have to rebuy at least a couple of these, and again, it's a different way that you see the Cougars generally approach this game. Now, I understand as well, 2-Cord working their way over to that Cypher. You have double Senti onto this map right now, and that's, everyone has a great measurement of a Cent. One is just Wind Vortex, wall up, and keep things tough. In fact, this might be an unbreakable site because both Sentinels are here. 2-Cord just doesn't want to get up their life early, though.
Got to be a little bit careful. This is Coyotes wondering exactly who's coming around that corner. Klondike are like, yeah, we're going to be here and waiting. There's the camera yet again for 2-Cord, just trying to scan people out, and it allows 2-Cord to spray them down yet again. This annoyance factor, the bunny saying hello. I love the skin, by the way, on this gun. You're going to pop through that smoke, though, as the entirety of Coyotes have called for a rotate. There was a lot of advantages and presses. The mid now currently populated as Ara is going to start farming this mid market, giving them so much bang for their buck. Of course, 2-Cord shuts that down right away with the picked up Bulldog. But it doesn't matter. Coyotes get plant value over there on that site. It is going to be a convergence to say the least. Grizz, though, takes out 2-Cord. Big Red does the exact same to Epic. And Big Red, thanks to Wingman, was able to follow up on wins. So, Coyotes with 3 in a row.
Big Red Dan taking that one down. And you know what? Even when you change agents and characters and all, and even some roles, you're still the same gunner behind the keyboard, and they went out on that fight from window. So this is going to be an eco break, I would normally actually say, for Klondike, considering that was supposed to be their regular buy-up round after losing out on the pistol. But they've been anything but standard. Is going to have the opposite of what they usually post up with, of a Marshall, with the Judge. On that ISO, it can be powerful. It doesn't really play into their regular cards. They're going to be locking down this B main entry. They're going to be seeing a lot of contact from it.
I can only imagine this is going to be different, but 2-Cord rips away Chris as the opener. Big Red trying to do the same, but 2-Cord showing off their sniping skills. Only gets 2, though, as the multiples jump around. Epic, though, caught in market with their back turn as Ara is able to farm this out. Gonna move in yet again. Farmer's Market is open. Who is gonna make the most of it? Ara trying to run it back and run it in. 2-Cord eliminated here as Coyotes have a 3v2 advantage. Wind was ready with the run it back, TP back, though. So it's down to a 2v2. Coyotes waiting. Christmas pushing up quite heavily and waiting. Finds the pick on Dark Lord, and now it's down to a 1v1. You both know you're on opposite side staircases. Christmas waiting. Pre-fires right. Looks a left. Gets back to Boathouse. Bounces in. He's going to turn around the corner. Sees the Sage. Showstopper is available. And you're just going to go out with a bang one way or another. Fuse timer ticking down. 3, 2, 1. Do you guess right or left? You fire, you miss, and now you know they're on the right side. What a peek, though, as Christmas was ready, and Wind Vortex can't frag out.
Fantastic, just proactivity out of Christmas in June, because sometimes you'd look at that and say, okay, you have lost focus, but that's not the case. Just like you mentioned, they use that showstopper to create a lot of time. It forces Wind Vortex to go behind that mid jigsaw piece of back sight, and then you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna throw one down here. If they do not die, I know where they're sneaking into, and you just face check them. That's fantastic. That mindset, just swimming and sending at 1,000 miles an hour, but they are picking up every bit and byte of throughput data coming into from their senses and their eyes and into the brain. So, Coyotes 4-0. If I'm Klondike, if something doesn't find success here in the near future, timeouts may be necessary.
I think that's the dangerous factor, as you called, but Snapshot, who's still saying, hey, we have the opportunity, we're going to try and double tap it out. Drops that shield a little bit early, but this is almost a 4-1 push. Mid still populated by Ara. Ara is going to try and move their way up in the 1v1, but we're keeping here on A. That's going to be a rip through as Ara finds Epic, and now you know the flank is an option. 2-Cord, though, finds Christmas instead. And a little bit of a doorway shut off. Good ping number 1. Neural Theft getting a lot of info as Dark Lord is able to find Ara. Really nice pick there. But two-court rips yet another. The Bulldog being picked up earlier is gonna swing dividends and win with the collat straight through Big Red. Elephant goes, dang, that's not how we wanted it to end. But Klondike able to find their first of this game.
That was a lot of faith by the Coyotes in Aura, which you know what? Shout out to Aura, rather Aura man Ben, who has been finding consistent value from mid, but also to Two Core's Neural Theft. Right at the moment that they needed to affirm that they were going to know that information before the swing, Dark Lord got that ping just in front of them to be able to keep Aura from finding the rest of that. But otherwise, it was just kind of funnel, keep going into main. And because it was a 1v1 for the previous time before, and because everyone dropped out from Coyotes just that previous round, that means they're on the worst end of this terrible buy. Him will be forced to back up as the AoEs come out.
With the test at the end of the day, as Epic was ready, but no, not as ready as we thought. Chris goes down, and Coyotes get the quick plant. Dark Lord off on the side, looking for a body back in Boathouse. Whom was able to help out, but a Boombot kill for Christmas as Whom lights him up. And it's Klondike to yet again find the kills that they need. Coyotes falter once again after their fast entry.
That was tunnel vision for a second, by the way. There was a lot of focus on everyone that was going to be on backside, and then you had Christmas and June just drop a gift at their feet and point blank range Boombot. Haven't seen that happen, but I'm here for new things. And so far, in the first half of our first half, Klondike is switching things up, and the Coyotes have gone a little one-dimensional. That one, it was kind of an all-in send to that B-strike site hit. And they've been kind of better than that about what they got to do 4-1 splitting and trying to keep things going. But they kind of went all in, but they were on the lesser part of that buy. This is our next rifle round.
Epic saying rifle or not. I'm not liking this. Good wall to go down. Sage backing it up. A two-cord there. And Cat hasn't really been tested at all, but there's going to be the chance. Nice loop. Epic waiting for that one to expire. A couple shots do ring out as the entirety of Coyotes are going to lean into this A site, but because of that free fire and that wall and the smoke coverage and the slow, they're going to call the rotate, and Klondike actually investing a lot into this space without any coverage on B. So this might be a free plant by Coyotes. It looks like they're going to try and test, but now information is granted. They hear a little bit of movement over there in mid. Market not populated, but hey, information granted. Epic looking across. Doesn't really see anyone, so this is a quick shell in. Coyotes are going to get a free plant. We're going to have a 5v5 retake and retake defense.
They will have the ability to have an extra man. They will not have, well, they didn't have the not dead yet anyway. Empress is online. They can also go fishing with the kill contract. The ultimate will be used to get Dark Lord back on the scene, so they do have some cloud cover. Big Red is very, very hurt. This is not going to find anyone as they did it to backside. That's actually a great clear for some information. They're not going to be there now. Two Core looking for their ace as they try for one more. That's going to be actually the kill picked up by Wind Vortex. So you don't get the fresh 5, but you stay alive, and you have a fantastic 4 living after what was a 5v5 retake.
I really don't understand how this change came about. Klondike had basically flipped the script in its entirety. You were calling earlier, Monkey Man, for a reset, you know, for that timeout, and yet it feels like for Klondike they did it mid-round. The last few rounds have been excessively in their favor, whether it be with the stop using Wind Vortex to shut down this doorway to not allow Coyotes to get a free site entry into A, forcing them to B, which might be Coyotes' weaker site take, so I like this call. Wind Vortex, though, I want to see the same play. They're going to try and peek it. I'm not sure this is the way to go.
Vortex. Okay, they got information. They're going to lay down their wall and they're going to leave. That's a very smart move. They can also create at least a narrow kind of tunnel point. All right, so Wind Vortex will live, and then they're going to heal themselves, and then they're just going to receive literally every single piece of util in the world in that corner. The good news is their teammates are covering for them. Two Cord finds Big Red.
And that again is such a huge win for the for Klondike. They've recognized that Coyotes want to bottleneck. They want to force, and this hard stop of their advantage is gone. Aura about to walk straight face first into a gun battle, and Epic wins that one out. So Klondike's starting to get the numbers. Yes, you tried out 1-for-1, but it doesn't really matter. You're in a 4v3 position. Coyotes do have that showstopper you mentioned before being a big evaluation, but Christmas able to find one. Chris finds 2 Cord, and all of a sudden the terms have been flipped. The terms and conditions do apply to this battle as we're down to the 2v2. Low HP though on one. Dark Lord trying to revive. Coyote gonna try their best, but Showstopper brings him on out. Chris ready with the headshot, and it's down to a 1v2. Low HP value on the ISO's life, and I don't think you're gonna be fighting this anytime soon. Hiding in the corner here in mid as Coyotes get a nice plant on A, but not through the main side as we saw before.
Very, very low health. If they can't get first look kill, they may actually just save. And I don't think Klondike is actually too poor at this point because they've won 3 rounds in a row, but they've also had to buy up pretty heavily. They're going to go up into this window, and you could have sneezed at them and they would have died. But eventually does become the fourth collected kill by Chris. So stopping the hemorrhage is Coyotes, as it was the first 4 for them. The Klondike Cougars the next 3, but they're going to keep them from going at least even. So you had asked a little bit before, Orbital, like what in the world happened, where the script go, who were the new editors and rewriters. It definitely was a one-dimensional play, but that was also the first couple of pages in their playbook, and finally they shifted something around by going up to that catwalk.
And I like it. I think it was just drawing that smaller team battles, and again in the straight up firefights, that's what Coyotes excel at, and they're gonna try and do it here yet again, chasing in for that clove. They saw one piece and they aren't gonna find them, so instead it's just this battle outright. Really good rotations from Klondike to keep the clove alive for this retake if they wish, but Dark Lord is still hanging around, sees a body in the backside of Boathouse. Teammates coming around. Epic is going to be launched into the fray and gets a kill, but Chris was allowed to be open. Chris with the revive now of their own as Huma able to find it with Marshall. Out goes the Thrashers to the lockdown of 2, I believe. Really good catch with that Gecko. We haven't seen it used too much, but it gives such an alleviation. Korea is able to come out of the corner, find value, but win Vortex on the back end in a 2v3. Looks for a position, sees another gun stick out, but Christmas was faster on the trigger pull. Finishes him off as Klondike is down to 1 and Epic with 22 HP. This is not looking like a fun time. Corner around it. Epic finds 1, but are you going to find another? No, you're not. Elephant finishes them off at Coyotes. Maintain their lead. You called it. New page of the playbook, one that Klondike aren't able to read.
Yeah, they definitely forced that march up into that walkway of B, and nothing too drastically different, but except for the fact that they just kept throwing bodies at the problem. They definitely love to util dump into known corners where some players kind of rat out, especially to that logs position, and Klondike wasn't in a great buy. This is going to be the last one in a row if they don't get a round win before you start going to that mid-tier. Coyotes staying doubled up, then get one more. They're going to minimum have advantage going to that next half. And it's a 4-1 split. Aura will be testing B. Chris already gets rid of 2 cord. But look at this corner. You got to get a kill from this. They at least get 1, but Chris cleans them up.
Are able to help out as well, and Klondike are like, dang, we're starting to lose a lot of members a little bit too quickly. Catwalk currently populated by 3, and they have a lurk all the way out in a position nobody knows where. Eyes out as Dark Lord is put into the light, and they burn like a vampire. Chris now with 3 and win Vortex. The wind doesn't blow in your favor as it's 1v4. All you got's a Vandal in your hand, and you're about to be clotheslined here. Quick flash as Ara turns the corner, almost 360. Coyotes stamp a 7 as we're down to the last 2 rounds of the half.
When you are able to check Aura as a variable and delete them from the equation, that is when you simplify the math for William Adams. Or rather for Klondike. That's when they've been so strong, but it's not even that Aura was part of a massive success point whenever they were on that B main push from that 4-1 split. They were just there simply to kind of continue to find value for the offense that runs in. They got rid of is possibly going to be going shell-less. They're not going to have a shield unless they use that double tap. But Coyotes then won a second fight, and that was over into that catwalk. They didn't go from that main position. Dizzy gave his life for Big Red. He threw his Pokeball and a bullet landed in it. Oh no.
2-Cord is about to show that they can defend as well, though. With that poor Dizzy, nothing is certain. 2-Cord holding down the catwalk, which has been that definitive point as well. And we saw 2-Cord take a couple pins to the head, and now they're able to fight back. So Coyotes lost 1, now rotating out towards mid. Catwalk currently populated still by 1. This is going to be caught. Cypher with that upload. We mentioned before the neural theft by 2-Cord has been very, very useful. But this time not useful enough as R is able to turn that around. Catches Epic on rotation. And now Big trying to hit it as well. But 2-Cord and Dark Lord eliminate them both. And that spike down in this catwalk phase inside a garden. Dark Lord pokes around after Elephant is able to find 1. It's down to a 1v1 position. Dark Lord, as well as the Phoenix. Who is going to find that face? And I'm not exactly thrilled about this look. Aura so far has been so clean about some of their 1v1s, and up goes that wall, so now you got to take a chance back. Dark Lord realizing that this wall signifies that the spike is down, and it has been picked up, so Dark Lord now rounding the corner. If you're able to spot them out, this could be huge, and you lurk, but Aura read them like a book. 3K to the Coyotes as they clean up their 8.
Last round in
They
the
knew
half.
they were protected if they came from heaven, so they just put their back to the server, the Ginny. We're like, all right, I don't even really need to do anything about this, because they have to hear drop no matter what unless they go box, and that's a much longer pass, so they would have kind of mentally clocked the timing on that. So you just watch from main. That is a very specific and very methodical way to approach that. Aura and Chris have both been huge for this Whams Coyotes team. Klondike needs to get this one so we don't have to rely on curses and worses to get through against the Coyotes.
Let's see if they can do so right now. A little bit of chance into this B site. Full flush from Coyotes. They're bringing all 5 members here. Klondike still waiting it out, but the pinch could be big. Huge spray from with that SMG, and it's going to be comfortable. Dark Lord does the same, but I mean, that's a little bit of unfortunate play here. Big Red, though, swung the corner, is able to clear out the last 2, so it is going to be a site overtake, but 2Cord was ready. Chris in the back corner, able to find one more piece, and now they're going to try and run and get back into that B main corridor. Huge shift in priority by both sides, as that's going to be alert. Chris sees one body, but doesn't know where the second is. 2Cord says, surprise! That's going to be the last round of the half, as Klondike are able to claw back 4 total in the half.
All right, so 4-8, manageable. 9-3 would have been somewhat the same, but it's that mental boom that happens when you see your opponent get to double digits, and they can at least stave that off for 2 rounds. This next round, very important to Klondike. They'll be on their attack, and I want to know how they flex from it. They'll have great anti-lurk, but do they have enough pressure without an initiator? Well, you got ISO. He's a duelist, though. He can present visual information for the most part, but you better be given that quick comms. IGLs better be on lock and ready to go here for this middle school division matchup here for the Vanta Texas Esports League, because Klondike, they need these next several rounds to catch up to the Coyotes, and Whams just got to keep to business.
Keep doing what they do, which is multiple shellouts here. You might as well have seen a Tejo launch a couple of the salvos. Christmas, though, finds Epic in rotation. They try to be a little bit safe, but no. Aura from the mid slaughters Dark Lord, and the hero will prevail with Aura to boot. 2-piece now looking for a third. Hot hands go out, and you flush out the left side corner, and then you burn the right. Perfect read on Klondike as they are melted where they stand.
Are we sure Aura is not a chess player? Because they just took over the board right there. Throwing one hot hands, taking everyone out with a classic. And that's a free gun, by the way. So it's free low as he lays them all out onto that B main position. Not a single Cougar was able to move forward. And even when they did, they came back and saw all of their teammates were in the dumpster. Coyotes, man, they will buy up a point of strength now. Klondike, you do see committing to the Marshall. And then obviously, their first teammate, I believe that is 2Cord, gonna go into that Sheriff in full shield. Will be backed on up though, as they will take that dual close range.
Quick little snipe now means Aura is just rushing around the corner. Double tap is gone. Christmas is ready to hold it down here once again. Sees a lot of bodies out there in B lobby. And Big Red is gonna come around the corner. 2Cord though, able to even things up, but it's 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. As kills are traded back and forth between these 2 teams, Klondike left in a little bit worse position, but considering where they're currently standing, it's not bad. They took 2, looking for 1 more. And now they're going to find it. Epic hiding inside of that corner in lobby, and I don't think they're going to be long for this world. Eyes out as they spray, and Aura finishes it off. So Whams are going to open up this half with 2 more to their name, double digits with 3 to go.
Mental boom now is here. You had a forced buy by Everyone else is going to be looking at what weapons they do have. 2Cord also picked up that heavy shield and Sheriff before. There's got to be a reliance here on Wind Vortex, Epic, and Dark Lord to do their full buys. They should not be hamstrung. They should pick up everything possible that is regular to a 3rd round. Coyotes are 3 rounds away from repeating what happened in the fall. This one, their second halves have been so strong.
It's been disgusting is actually what I want to say. Again, the squad with triple triple defense or triple duelist is not one that you would normally see. And now they're going to try and do it again. Quick peek into this A main side as 2Cord rips it away, but Aura still burns away yet another. This is yet another burn action. Aura's gotten so many util frags. Now you got to run it back, ready to snap. 2Cord was able to pin them down, but that revive is in a really bad spot. So 2Cord picks up yet another technical 3-piece, looking for yet another, but Kriz is not going to allow that. Klondike getting burned out here, but Kriz lights them up even further. Coyotes looking to chomp down on just one more. If they can get these last two, it's good. And Christmas makes it close. Last body back towards Wine. I think Christmas is ready. You have Spike on your side and knife out. You dance. Snapshot misses and now you hard spray. It's done. Christmas locks it down for 3 in a row for Coyotes here in the second half.
2 away. Coyotes have activated the death clock here for the Klondike Cougars. No timeouts for the weary or for the wicked. 20-12 is 2Cord, but the rest of the crew for the Coyotes of Whams, just look at them. Everyone putting in work, doing the job. Oraman Ben has been a tyrant alongside Chris and X-Men, Christmas in June. They've been doing very much the same. You're seeing massive work here by the Coyotes, and Klondike, they've got to find this to work a 3-2 split. Gonna try out mid. There's no one to duel directly across from 2Cord. It'll be both your Sentis that are kind of in this weird lurk position, and they don't show their hand on the A main, so they do at least get them to flex away from that main position.
I can only assume that's going to be different, but B-side is relatively quiet as Kriz yet again opening up with a salvo there in mid. Elephant, though, looking at the wall, I think was expecting a flash around the corner, so that was Dark Lord to take advantage, and now they're going to rush their way in. Quick little pick. I believe they are going to throw down a little bit of a smoke. Double tap being used as well. So up we go. Raptors cover. That's a quick jump down. As Christmas leaps in the arms of Epic. Really well timed. Kriz, though, with the 2-piece. Finds Vortex in whom keeps it at a 2v2. Aura in the top beams. Watching as that spike went down. Both coming from Raptor's edge as well. Aura ready to flash and gets that pop, but is going to check below. Walks right in, sprays, misses. Kriz with the 3K though, looking for one more and sees the eyes out. Dark Lord ain't going to be in. That's actually an ace. That wasn't counting. 5 for Chris as they push Coyotes the championship point.
That might be the tipping point right now, Orbital. Coyotes, again looking for the repeat. Again looking for some hardware to put beyond the glass. But beyond the looking glass is Klondike Cougars looking like they have just been gassed. They don't have, or they need to prove that they have more in the tank right now, because William Adams Middle School, they have been all gas, no brakes. And they are trying to just get this one done early. Christmas in June is going to have an operator selling out completely. They're going to be taking those challenges and duels out in mid. Much of that cross line is going to be going towards that cubby of A. 3 plus the one that's nearby for the Coyotes, ready to receive. This could be that final breath for the Cougars.
He's gonna play it hard as that's Christmas to say, hey, yo, what's up? Elephant does the same. And Epic, though, we're able to make some damage down 3v3. Klondike bouncing back, realizing that maybe they don't want to push into this just yet. They've done enough damage that they're getting shelled out now, but they are going to wait. Coyotes waiting for a chance, though. Nobody on the side flank. This is just a straight front to back. And Klondike are willing to take it. Shell out as Kriz finds Dark Lord lurking. And now they're going to sprint out to the side yet again. A little extra pick me up. And that's Kriz to find yet another one left alive. It is going to be GG. Klondike losing. Coyotes. Hell, an achievement. 13-7, 13-4. They are your back-to-back champions.
Congratulations goes over to the squad. They're able to get it done. General across the board, Whams, the Coyotes. It was a business kind of day for them, and they've got it all complete for them. Shout out to the Coyotes, everyone howling. Make sure to give them a round of applause and some good love. Some great students up there doing fantastic gameplay here for this Valorant Grand Final. Alice, Texas, Good South should be so happy and so proud. I love seeing what we got from out of this team, and it felt like it was always a tale of two halves, Orbital. The first half for both of these maps was kind of this reaching point, this methodical, all right, how much of this playbook do we want to open up from out of the Coyotes? And in that first Lotus matchup, it was very close, but something about those second halves was just resolute and dominant.
I think it really comes down to the fact that with no smokes, it was just run and gun as much as possible, and it was matching the pace and bringing it into an further escalation. And it really came down to kind of finding two-cord. Two-cord was such a pivotal reason why we saw the Cougars do so well, while we saw Klondike really be able to claw out and be able to fight their way into the grand finals. I'm not saying it was a one-man army, but with your primary duelist down, and when they're targeted like that, it is very difficult to round out the corner. So really well identified by the side of the Coyotes. The Williams Coyotes really solid in their game fashion, and their defensive holds, by the way, every single corner prepped so clean at the end.
Just fantastic work. You know what? And that's exactly why they are back-to-back champs. They did the homework the teachers gave them, as well as what their coaches told them to do. And that team very much looked like it was kind of all business. So they will be receiving that Texas Esports League Spring Finals trophy. And in fact, there's going to be an awards ceremony coming up as we have Ed from Vanta that will be presenting that one, as well as for the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Crew Battle winners of Stafford Middle School. So Stafford Municipal School District, they were able to get the dub over Central Junior High. So you got the runner-up trophies and the winner trophies. And of course, for this one, shout out again over to WAMS. That's William Adams Middle School. The Coyotes winning in 2-0 fashion over the Klondike Cougars out of La Mesa, Texas. But we're going to leave you guys with that. More Vanta action on the horizon. Make sure to check out everything that's happened over at the Esports Stadium in Arlington, as well as CECC May Madness. And make sure to check out all the booths for all the partners. We'll be back in just a little bit. Check out the award ceremony. See you soon.
Shout out to Sakis.
And now to present the awards for the Texas Esports League, we have Ed Lallier. First off, we have the runner-up for Valorant. We have the Klondike ISD Valorant Squad. Congratulations again to the runner-ups of the Spring 2025 Texas Esports League Valorant Tournament. And now, for our champions, all the way from William Adams Middle School, we have the WAMS Coyotes Valorant team. Congratulations again to our Valorant champions. And now moving on to the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Crew Battles. The runner-ups all the way from Central Junior High School, the Central Spartans Platinum Team. Congratulations again to the runners-up for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Crew Battles. And now for the champions of the Spring 25 Finals from Stafford MSD, the SHS Little Gold. Congratulations again to the champions of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And of course, shout outs as well to Takis and Palmer Hamilton, proud sponsors of the Texas Esports League Spring 2025 Finals. And don't go anywhere, guys. After this, we will have return to action for the Apex Legends Finals. See you soon. Congratulations again to our runner-up in the chess division. And now for our winner from the Selwyn School, it is Coldell. Congrats again to our chess players, and special shout out to Takis for those cool, amazing hats the finalists are wearing. And now don't go anywhere, because soon we will be having the Apex Legends Finals. Don't go anywhere. This has been the Texas Esports League Spring 2025 Championships. We'll be right back.
Orbital, I'm Hell Monkey Man, and you guys have been oh so patient. We appreciate that, especially in these wandering land times. But it's time, right now, in the present, to get to some Apex Legends, some team deathmatch. You've already got your two teams ready to go. One had an upset to be able to get here, Orbital, in the way of the Pirates, but can they swashbuckle past the Rangers?
Ooh, that's always a good question to be had, and I mean, that's going to be the fun. Crandall Middle School coming in here versus Hutchinson Middle School. Both these squads have actively chased and been waiting as well, and something that's always interesting when it comes to Apex Legends, especially for TDM, it's such a faster paced movement, and there's no downs or anything like that. You just go straight splat, and that's what we're going to be watching for, especially with some of these awesome players are stepping in here as their first time in LAN. That is going to be really interesting to watch.
If you've ever seen regular TDM in Apex, it usually is two trios that are on one side. So it goes into a 6v6. The way that it's done here with Vanta, though, it is 3v3. They will get to pick into whatever legend that they want, and nothing is restricted for that. We will be going to Fragment East as our first map. So, you know, like what we've seen before here, Orbital, a lot of speed, a lot of running down, kind of getting in your face. What screams out to you, legend-wise, that really kind of brings some of that heat to the table? Because there's a key difference between, you know, just kind of being locked into these singular arenas in 3v3, where you got to get 40 kills, versus the hunt down that has to happen with a lot of extra intel, get in, get out, get on with your lifestyle that we see in Apex Legends usually.
So normally, whenever you talk about like a regular battle royale style for Apex, you see a lot more of all-encompassing is the best way to put it. You want to look at movement, you want to look at a little bit of safety in there, and you want to look at an aggressor. So you have three different functionalities that you're going to play for, and it's a nice little triangle. Now, some teams seem to index into more movement-based versus, you know, just straight up in the uniform. But normally in a regular battle royale, you'll have that. When it comes to TDM, though, because there are no downs, means you're basically throwing safety out the window, unless you want to try and run something like a Gibby, something like a Newcastle, which is just stalwart, stay in one spot. It's not really prime, so what you see more is a heavier index into the all-out aggressive, things like a Bloodhound, things like an Octane, these legends that tend to not be maybe as prevalent, or at least on the same team. We expect to see all-out just kind of warfare in there, so that's what I'm hoping to see here with both CMS and Hutch. I expect to see both these squads actively look for just more aggressive legends and look to just kind of hammer on home. If we see a team kind of sit back, it actually leads into very dangerous situations unless you have a double guard situation and you can bunker down in a building. Although when I take a look at Fragment East, I don't really think there is a great double down. There's not a great area that you can tuck yourself in because you're just going to get fragged out as well with the nades.
And there is also no going down. You simply, as soon as all of your HP and armor runs out, you will be reset. You'll respawn. Shout out to the developer of the game. And so you will come back in. It's first to 40 per each of these games. It is a best of 3. So if you've ever played any Halo Slayer, well, this is kind of around the same mark, but a lot more G sliding between these two squads. I expect there's probably some Ash mains out there that want to be able to still use them, use some of those markers that come around for whenever you're in the regular Battle Royale standard. But like you mentioned, Bloodhound, Octane is probably in the cards, maybe even some Revenant and Wraith to really kind of set the motion of the ocean. You can also kind of get your own setup. So I do see an Ash, I see a Bloodhound, I see a Lifeline. I was not expecting a Lifeline, considering that, you know, it's kind of get in, get out, get on with your life.
Yeah, so this actually leads me to believe that it is going to be a little bit more safe haven action, and actually both sides, I believe, are running a little bit of safety in there. So, I mean, for Zombie, we'll see if they can pay off. Right now, it is a check and absolutely exactly where they're going to get him to that mix, but it's a quick snap number 1 from CMS. They go ahead and just snap kill number 1, but the second comes right on through. CMS going ahead, taking over this station. They go ahead and converge on to, looking for a few more in there, though, as the snap brings it to a 3-1.
Goodness gracious, using the double wingmans, just going full akimbo to be able to get those first kills. And you know what? I'm kind of into that idea. You do see an Ash onto this matchup as well for the Hutch side of things. They also, I believe that they were running a Watson, so need to kind of have a little bit of control. Sorry, no, that was Horizon, so they want to have more of that gravity, kind of get vertical as quick as they can to really bring some of these fights. But remember, sometimes first contact is what really dictates success, and right now we're up to 4 kills for the side of Central.
They're already a 10th of the way through, so now they just got to do it about 9 more times. Go ahead and round out 3+1 and consistently get those dubs. But this is where that stall tactic comes to play, right? You take a look and see, you know, who is going to come out on top, but the fact is you're always looking for that angle. You're always looking for that right entry point, and this entry point this time is looking a little bit rough. CMS actually went to the lower ground, deciding to actually chase in to the opposing side, and they lose one pretty much off rip. Jordan getting taken down very, very quickly on the stairwell, and Zombie probably not enjoying the fact that they are getting hammered here. They do have a little extra in the back pocket. As we talked about, this lifeline is able to grant yourself a little bit of healing, but it's a shielding that's actually rough right now.
Yeah, and you're getting a lot of Bloodhound scans as well, and that gives you so much extra information if you're going to be able to press in. I like that we're seeing also some use of different weapons out there. Everyone's kind of a flatline main for the most part, and no one should be rocking a hemlock, but this is going to be one of our big toolkit that drop down. You get the golds, you get the legendaries that really kind of up your arsenal and make things more difficult as the game goes on for at least your opponent. So everything's gone very calm. This is the difficulty. Now this is at least 27 minutes. I don't think it will go to time, but they're aiming to control this stairwell and keeping them at bay with all that electrical field, and that's tough to get through.
And that's the slowing field. I mentioned that I don't really like that tuckering in, that bunkering down, but it seems to be working. As right now, Hutch bring it right back. Good melee coming out of Jordan, though, to be able to keep the evenness. 5-5 current standing, but turn it around as Hutch claim their 6th. Comfortable battle right there in the mid-ground, and you like to see it for a Hutch. They decide to bunker down. They got an advantage, but huge pickup here as you get a little bit of a drop for yourself, and golden on out for the weapon recharge.
Really just kind of tuck and tail, sitting in wait for your most optimal kind of moments. I've not seen a lot of Volt, but Volt actually is a great weapon whenever you want to kind of burn down and then get your R99s to just solidly chew through some HP. Now, they do eventually get rid of Zombie, so they hit the floor, and then they come right back in, and this is going to be a flip and turn to continue to extend this lead. Hutchinson, Apex A, they get into Crandall, and the Pirates are going to have to ride another ship.
The ship right now is the only one that they want to fight over. This building originally was stationed that they were all turned about, but Hutch have kind of barricading themselves in and said, hey, no worries, we're just going to hide out here. They're very close to about 25% of the way towards victory, and CMS have not found the optimal in. You can see a little bit of an artillery strike coming in from the outside, opening that door, trying to break through, but you're not going to find it. Instead, it's just a little bit of damage. You had a little bit of a shock coming back towards you. You got the shield bat, you're comfortable and you're safe, but there it is. Rough time for Zombie as Jordan goes, dang, we really lost another. And Hutch just taking this fight one by one by one. Almost no problems right now for them.
This is also when you start to talk about what that lifeline pick is. I mean, it's a great safety measure when you go into a BR, but otherwise, when you go into these kinds of fights, you end up staying in a room, but you got to go to them, especially because they have that lead, 11-5 right now here out of Hutchinson. So, Rangers out of West Texas all the way in Lubbock. Oh boy, that's some extra damage out of CJ, man, but now let's see if that one ends up coming to ruin. As they aim to kind of go run this one away. They have that great distance fight, especially. That Volt's doing fantastic work of clearing out that shield. It gets that extra damage, and then they get this long, slow rampage, and that thing is tons of damage per heavy bullet.
And that's what you're enjoying to watch. Hutchinson, they're just saying no worries. Once again, they're moving as a squad, and they always got the high ground here, it feels like. So for CMS, they're always paying the low end. Reynolds getting back with the rest of the squad. Hard fire there as they take away some of the shield. But again, they're playing smart. They know that they have the lead, and this is the difference here in KDM. Once you get that lead, you can bunker, you can stay safe, as Reynolds gets a beautiful headshot, dome shot onto Zombie. There's no rush whatsoever for Hutchinson. You're getting the kills, you're getting those frag outs, and you are sitting comfortable. It's CMS that has to come to you if they want this game number one.
Especially, I mean, I'm not saying that we need to burn, or kind of work at the clock, but it does become a factor some of these longer games, especially when you're playing on Fragment East, rather, to try and take over these buildings, which are great, but
another one.
Spawn coming through, Zombie on that lifeline. They just don't have the kind of impact that you need, and that Bloodhound, he's sniffing them out. So good intel, but we're up by 10 right now for Hutch.
I mean, listen, when you're a zombie, it's great that you can come back alive, but in this situation, you don't want to come back alive too many times. You want to stay with one life. You want to be as human as you possibly can be. And that's going to be CJ Man yet again finding these shots, getting a little bit of assist as CMS. They're getting caught in the rotational value. Take a look at this. They are bunkered down in only a 2-story, meaning they're still dealing with this height disadvantage. But they can't really move. The team is trying to work together as that is going to be a shield broken. But look at the rest of the team from Hutchinson. They immediately take eyes. And Zombie is just not having that freedom. Nathan with an absolute laser beam of a shot, denying CMS Apex any chance of breaking out from these doorways comfortably. Every time someone respawns as well, Hutchinson there to drop them on low HP.
Mozambique is a weird combination to put with that R99. A lot of close quarters combat that you might get out of that player. And now you just go straight back to the stairwell fight that really hasn't paid you any favors. Zombie is just trying to survive. They get at least one health pack behind them. They're being tracked down by the bot. Open the door, close them away. You can heal yourself. That's fantastic. But Nathan's dropped out. And this has become a rout at this point. Plus 13 for Hutch. And I mean, the Rangers got to be feeling confident. The clock is theirs. The slays are theirs. There's just got to be a reroute if you're CMS.
I know you said there's supposed to be an out. I don't see it for CMS. I just really don't see any sort of out right now unless they want to kind of bum rush this building, which they've already tried on that lower end, and it's still the likes of Hutchinson to feel very, very comfortable. You can see there 10 for Dumb One on the side of Hutchinson Apex A, and only 3 for Zombie on the flip. It has been a difficult road ahead. And we'll see if it can be mixed up in here. Good spot out as once again these buildings are being free fired upon. And CJ Man being willing to kind of be on the outside, willing to look at both entrances and just continue to bully it out. Doorway almost broken as CMS Apex still hunting for their opportunity as no one is really willing to move out.
Yeah, there's no reason to right now. If you're Hutch, you're going to force.
Oh, what about?
Doorways now. They do come on up and they have to break through that shield, but great combination. Reynolds comes in to defend them and ultimately take down Nathan. They're going into 1v minis, and that's just not what you want to do. You have to be able to get everyone's spawns up. You go into the same kind of fight. Love the shot tracking that we're also getting from CJ Man, who has been so unequivocally unmatched right now on that flat line, especially the follow-up there from your Horizon with the Dumb One. They have the Rampage that continues to just lay out and dole out punishment. They're running up into this high ground situation one more time. Come on, Crandall. See what you guys can get together.
I mean, that's a great shot, and this is exactly what they need. They just need to find these frag outs. They need to find those picks, but yet again, it's CJ Man to find the opportunity, and now the chase down. As this is Hutchinson saying, okay, you come into our world, we're going to punch you out. Quick 1-2. Taking it to boxing, if you will. Wow. Dumb One is pretty dang smart. As CMS, they tried what we said, which I respect, but Hutchinson ready for the CQB.
I love the zoning play that you actually it's such huge value out of Horizon, especially when you're fighting into that kind of corridor. The grab lift and the black hole, you can get everyone to just be sucked together, as well as grab lift just forces you to go upwards, and it really manhandles your overall movement. Now off of this rate with that portal, they're just getting trapped into it. They want to be able to escape, they just cannot do so, and then this is just bait and switch.
It's just that easy, and at this point, Hutchinson Apex A looking like the dominant force. CMS Apex, they're struggling, but they're trying, and we respect that all day long. We talked about it before. I believe they were the squad that actually upset the Williams Coyotes Apex White. So, you know, they're coming in here as the underdogs, and they're fighting tooth and nail for their battle. See if we can continue as Hutchinson Apex A. They're sitting at 25. They only need 14 more as CJ picks up yet another one here in the Stragglers battle.
Both these teams were able to take down WAMs. There was 2 WAMs teams from William and Adams Middle School, but the entire pack of Coyotes, both A and B, ended up falling out. So Crandall middle and Hutch middle, they do right now, because I mean currently Hutchinson can do no wrong. Trying to fire through your teammate. They don't exactly create the best Swiss cheese hole, and every time they come up the stairs, this is exactly how I feel when I go up the stairs. Tired, dead, on arrival, and that's going to be within 12 to end up this first game.
I mean, that's feeling really, really good. And for Hutchinson, honestly, you could go hunting right now and probably be really dang comfortable. CMS, though, are able to find one on a flyby by Dumb One. Dumb One gets taken out very comfortably. But Nathan still trying to duke it out, brings out the dualies and picks one off. Still eliminated. CJ Man is able to get some revenge. But CMS are starting to bring a little bit of life back into this matchup. Hutchinson Apex A, though, 29 out of 40. Only need 11 more frag outs, and that's a perfect chase into the back of Jordan. Bring yet another one as Dumb One gets double the revenge.
Volty and Flatline. That's just nasty damage to have to deal with, and everyone is just laying down at the hands of the Rangers of Hutchinson Apex. So, as Reynolds recharges and everyone stays kosher, CMS, they're going to be looking at the next game if this one continues to fall apart for them, and they're going to be definitely saying, all right, we need to maybe switch up some of this comp, because the lifeline, I don't mind it as an overall kind of idea, but the way that this map overall has been narrow to just that one building.
And I like the fact that CMS are trying to go back to a little bit more open. You go right back into that station, and the only problem is it's very open right in the center piece, but there's going to be a snipe coming in here. Nathan finds Reynolds, and that's a big chance. Let's see if they can continue onwards, though, as you go ahead, pick up that Kraber. Simple snapshot from Nathan would immediately dome out anyone on Hutchinson Apex A's side. That's why you can see them hiding a little bit more. Reynolds outside, but sees a ping down, doesn't want to get peeked on by that Kraber. Instead, you're going to play a little bit safer, walking around here. Again, Hutchinson, though, they don't really have to fight. If they don't want to take that Kraber fight, they can just hide inside the building. Yeah,
I mean, it's 32-9, and I don't want to deal with a sniper. Look, I'm all about finding the clips. I'm a big Titanfall 2 main myself, but I don't think that we're getting the 360 no-scopes off of the Kraber like you would maybe want to see. Oh. Just you know what? Fair. Fine. Just helping him with some target practice.
That was one of those moments that is just like, doop-a-doo. Yeah, so I like that Reynolds is actively trying to bait out more Kraber shots. That's what you're looking at. And now you go ahead and get that spray down one more time. Reynolds was able to bait out Jordan and said, not a chance. 7 left before this map 1 is done. And again, just trying to bait out the Kraber shots makes sense. You want to get that off the field as soon as possible, and as soon as it's gone, you're good. Take a look at that. Dumb One at 14, CJ Man at 11, Reynolds at 8. This is a comfort level and a half for this squad. A 3-man trio that has comfortably left themselves in optimal position, and I can only assume they're going to get even stronger.
Oh, here comes the portal. So as we get this Wraith running in, we're going to have so many options, and they can just pretty much run around at will. That's going to be one to send them within 4. And Crandall middle. I mean, I'm not going to harp on it too hard. They know that this one's a bit of a wash. Hutch came in with a plan, and they knew this building would be their playground, and no one else was going to dominate the slide. But sliding away is CMS. Oh, they keep going from up and downstairs. They finally do get one. So they take them out from the high ground. They'll hit double digits finally.
And it works. Hey, that's a step up. Maybe you can fight back. Yes, it's a 4-2 end. But maybe you can get even more magic. Maybe you can get even closer. That's going to be a close up front duel as Dumb One wins out, but immediately falls to Zombie. There's going to be a difference here as Hutchinson Apex chasing for that third. Everyone is up and alive. And for CMS, you got to keep everyone safe. But here comes the Hunter. The Bloodhound is on the chase, calling out, hey, I see everyone. I see where you're at. Reynolds, though, taking one for their own down. 2 left. That's a great 1-for-1 trade. But Hutchinson, you're dancing around. You're actually chasing outside the building now, waiting for the last 2.
Come to us, they say. Let's fight it out. Knives mid. Whatever way you want to be able to talk about it. They will use the Horizon to go to the high ground. Chilling out wherever they might be. 2 kills to go for the Rangers to get within championship point. And I think that one weapon has been traded like 100 times on the bottom side of that stair while everyone just taking turns with it.
I think someone's targeting me.
This is kind of the fun, though. The Sentinel comes out to cry, and that thing can do just about, if not, I would say a little bit less than the Kraber. Still very good in its output, though, in my opinion. You want to go ahead and kind of flip through some of those charges. That snapshot back, though, as Dumb One brings us to 1 kill difference. And you can see the bounce about. You can see the dance of Sentinel trying to rip through someone. But you got to keep eyes. Hutchinson, I'm sure, are rounding the corner and ready to get that shot off if given the opportunity. And it seems like this is going to be that chance. 1 more to go. Snapshot done. Got to go ahead and reload. But I mean, what is this? What are they waiting for? CJ Man is just like, yo, what's up, guys?
Headshot. But you know what? They're going to become a champion, at least for this first game. A dominant performance out of Hutchinson Middle. The dumb one, 18-7, over 4.3K damage. Wow. Yeah, that's a play and a half. Came out with a plan and got it done.
The fact that they were 3-2 coming into the season as well shows how strong they are. We're able to topple, I believe, the number 2 seed in Williams Coyote Apex Orange in that semifinal. So right now, I'm taking a look at the squad at Hutchinson Apex X, and I just don't really see any problem with the gameplay. Now, granted, it was a little bit slow at the start, but if you're comfortable with kind of bunkering down, especially in Fragment East, I mentioned before, if you can pull it off, that's great. That's true, but I like to see that explosiveness, and they've shown that they know how to hit heads. They have no worries there to go ahead and tag 1 or 2 away.
And some of you may think, oh, that was some of the most boring Apex that you could really have. And I would say that it's fundamental. Knowing that you go in with a set game plan to play, all right, we're going to play very CQC. Our Wraith is going to open up portals to simply give us options wherever we have to go. Both teams are playing Ash, so you can be able to pretty much teleport at will out of the way. And ultimately, if they needed to be able to run away, that made a lot of sense. But when we go into this next one, Orbital, it feels like it's either going to be Lifeline kind of gets pushed out, or a map that really maximizes what a composition can have with that kind of legend on their team.
I would expect them to go ahead and just kind of run the same compositions. This is feeling a little bit more like this is a comfortability in them all, because again, when it comes to these kind of fights back and forth, there's no real shift in identification. There's no map to map. It's just like, hey, this is exactly what we want to do. So it's really about your comfort level as a trio. Like, what are you actually going to want to run, and how do you want to play it out? So I think they're going to stay with the same. What they're trying, maybe the Lifeline was a little bit indifferent, but overall the compositions I think worked very well for either side. So, I would say for CMS, I don't really want to see them change specifically their composition around, because I don't want to see them on less comfort levels. I want to see them play just a little bit more aggressive and be willing to try and take those sites, whether or not you think you're going to get shot at.
I can see that as well. If they're gonna have to go kind of dead to rights into some of those fights, give yourself a better entryway that also isn't just directly up the funnel point that your opponent has crafted for you. If you want, switch over to an altar. They can literally just bang through a wall. They can put up a slipstream into Dimensional Rift, and that's why you see it at pro play. Often teams will have an altar and an Ash at the same time to give themselves a chance to teleport literally anywhere. You put those two with a Wraith and it's teleport city. So I don't think you need that much, but I did like the way that they were like, all right, we got a horizon. We can use the grav lift to really shut down key corridors into some of these buildings. And they knew which building they wanted to play in. They did not move. That first map being picked there does give a chance for the Pirates out of Crandall Middle to have kind of a difference of where they want to play. There's a lot of maps for Team Deathmatch, so see how this kind of changes things around. So we'll be going into another one. 40 kills separates Hutch from a championship here for the Texas Esports League spring season.
Yeah, I don't see any problems being bound. As we mentioned, this is just going to be we have to know which map they're going to. I believe there's a courtyard space where it's very, very open and a lot more long-range action, so you could see more sense. You could see more snipes coming out here. And granted, there are some cubbies on that one, but I'm not overly sure exactly where they're deciding to go and how they want to play. I believe they are taking a little break as well for CMS to kind of sit back and relax and say, hey, look, what do we need to change? It is going to Zeus. I do apologize. Zeus Station. My brain does not want to work there. I know we had gotten word about that a little bit earlier, but as we were mentioning, Hail Monkey Man, my eyes are still drawn either way to the just express micro intensity that came out from the side of Hutchinson. Like, this squad was on it. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. There was no moments where it felt like they were out of control. I mean, even running in circles, by the way. Running in circles just to try and bait out shots and let your teammate know exactly where the opponent is glorious. You know you can play like that, and to give your team that exceptional berth is going to be very, very entertaining. So my eyes are taking a look at this and just saying, once again, it's on Hutchinson, right? We get to see them come out of the gate, and if they're going to come out hot, great. They go ahead and take over the match. CMS, though, if they can shut down that initial initial battle, maybe we can see that change as we go ahead and see. It is going to be the pylons. You know what it is, and We're going to go ahead and head on in a little bit more CQC, and given the opportunity, especially within the halls of the Zeus terminal.
I need more pylons, they say. More power, more pylons. And I want to see more of Dumb One, who was the kill leader for this Apex Legends TDM. And look at that already. A change to go over to Horizon, meaning muster with magic, perhaps. Nathan, Astonisher will go over to the Bloodhound one more time, and we'll have the Lifeline. So instead of the Ash, we're looking at the Horizon. That's the key change right now. Don't dislike it, but it is still exactly as it was before for Hutch. Is this the winning composition and factor before we go into game number 2? We'll find out on the other side. Rangers looking for a championship. Crandall, the Pirates, looking for a way back into this series.
Here's hoping for a lot. Let's go ahead and dive on in as we get the nice little 3D view here. Big shout out again to Vanta Esports, giving us this opportunity to showcase all of these amazing players that are hopping in for this TDM. Not only that, across the Valorant matches that we had earlier on, this has been a fantastic weekend start to the middle school edge, and then tomorrow will be the high school. Same games, just different players. Right now, though, we are getting that little bit of a test as we get the Lifeline and Horizon together, plus the Bloodhound coming out for CMS, as you mentioned. A little bit of changes. That's immediate stat number 1. Great shot by Zombie, who's being given a lot more freedom to kind of roam around in these battles. And now inside main side terminal, Hutchinson Apex not really liking where they're bunkered down as Dumb One takes one back.
Man, we've been players that are using Mastiff. That's a change. All right, I guess the Mozambique ain't it, but so we'll see some Mastiff shotgun play, which means they're playing a lot more into that CQC that you mentioned. So Horizon on either side, they're making use of the verticality of the middle of this map. Bloodhound, boom, gonna be bodied. Astonisher hitting the ground. Dumb One, remember, they were the one gathering bodies like it was their, I guess, career 2v1. Jeez. All right, remember, it was a fast start for Crandall in game number 1, but Hutch stabilizes.
I think for Hutchinson, now you're just kind of playing Ring Around the Rosie or, you know, the carousel. It's a nice little feeling, but you just keep running around and you see who you run into, and you're going in a 2-1 position. And that's just the right way to do it, I think. You can hear the footsteps out, though, as this is going to be CMS kind of dropping down to the lower ground, saying, okay, we don't like where we're currently standing. Gotta play this a little bit smarter, but it's just like, hey, how quickly can we get in this aggressive position? You can see multi-nades, though, being chucked down into this hideaway hole. And that's going to be the eyes out, locking down that shield. Really nice burn, looking for another, as that wall is not going to do any favors to CMS. And unfortunately, Crandall Middle School not enjoying this firefight. They need to get out from here, and they need to find a way to rotate out to the top side of this building.
And we talked about earlier how Horizon is a great zoner. Well, the same thing happens with the arc snare that comes off Ash. A lot of electric damage, and you already have a lot of pylons, so that means they will pile up very quickly, much like for the Rangers lead. They go 5-1 now. Dumb One again. They will clear out Zombie. I feel like the one thing that happens a little bit too often for some of these teams is they get separated from their teammates. And great bait and switch right there. Dumb One finishing off the kill onto Nathan, and they will continue to climb.
I mean, you called it right there, right? It was a quick sweep off the top building, and you allow your team to come up on the underside, and it's just utilizing those little crawl spaces to your advantage. Right now, low ground for CMS. You are placing one in basically overwatch position. Make sure to keep eyes on where the opponent is going to be. But here's that test once again. Quick eyes, as this is going to be CMS to be on that hard run. Given the opportunity, and another shot brings Astonisher down to the ground, as this is Dumb One just laying into the opponents, and Zombie realizing you don't like to be here. Drop down that lifeline and drop down the rappel. We're gonna wait for Astonisher. Astonisher maybe trying to figure out exactly where they want to go and where they want to hammer in this fight.
Looking at who's been able to accumulate. Dumb One has, what, 75% of the kills right now for the Hutch Rangers. And Crandall, they've still just got the one to mark up. You go solo mono into that rope, and you're basically into, you know, the hands of death that stand upon you. And I feel like that's the problem right now. Crandall continues, before they come up with a solution to go up into some of these fights and have the numbers v numbers, end up just kind of, you know, going directly into a hallway position. So we'll be chilling for all of a moment, but that's another one picked up for Hutch, and the Rangers get to double digits.
And not just that, they're going to blow right by at 11 now, quickly piling up. And for Hutchinson, again, the rotations are solid, using that rift to go ahead and break their way up to the top side. You can see the rest of CMS kind of trying to figure out exactly how they want to play this and where they want to play this. Eyes out, though, as information is just gently abound here. We're going to go right back to our faces and try and make sure we're all set. Again, this comes down to competitive integrity, which shout out to both squads for kind of halting play there, making sure that everyone is okay. When it comes to grand finals, we want to make sure everyone has the proper opportunity, and that it's pure skill that determines the winner of each game.
It's very true. Also, we want to be able to help you guys out by knowing the partners that help Vanta all the time.
Yes.
How about Takis? I went to the gas station. I was like, you know what? Takis are dope. Let me get a few. And I got Dragon Sweet Chili. You got the blue heats?
Yeah.
Okay. You know the one thing I used to do when I was younger and I had like I had no care for my kidneys, right? I would get a lot of sweet sour stuff and I would drink soda through like those sour straws. I
Oh my
wonder
gosh.
if the same kind of thing could happen maybe with a smoothie with a Takis tortilla chip. I don't know. You guys can try it out yourself. So make sure to take on the most intense snacks and intensity on every level. And this has been delicious, by the way. Like Dragon Sweet Chili, I have not gotten burned at all. Okay, what's your heat level? Oh my
Extreme.
Oh my goodness!
I didn't realize this when I picked it up. I just looked at it. That is extreme levels of heat. I have a
Mine just
cat's
is hot.
tongue. This is not good.
Mine just is hot. It's just,
Oh no!
it's shiny.
Oh
Yeah, there it
no!
is.
I'll trade you at some point. But yeah, a huge shout out. And again, in the venue, I believe they even have Takis. If you want to give it a shot yourself, they have a lot of vending options for that. So big shout out again, as you said, Takis, making sure that we get the chance and opportunity to give the stage for a lot of these players that might otherwise not be able to, and to give middle schoolers a chance at what it's like to be in a glorious position like in a LAN.
Yeah, it was really cool. And again, you guys, I mean, you and I have mentioned it a lot. They're not just playing with other middle schoolers and their peers. They're also playing with high schoolers as well as the collegiate gang that is right around the corner. So that's amazing so far that the venue for Vanta, especially for the Texas Esports League Spring Final, has been around such kind of a growing point for a lot of these schools to see what will come next. And that gets incentivized excitement for that next level that they can really kind of grow into. But we are going to throw to a short break, making sure that all our players are going to be in the lobby. Don't go too far. We'll be back with more Vanta action right after this.
You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. There we go.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go. You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Steady go.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go. Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got more Vanta right in front of you, and of course, I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside Orbital. Shout out to everyone being patient on the day, and for all of us getting to be able to see these awesome players play. It's 11-1 in favor of Hutch Apex, so we'll see if this continues to be, or if they've changed the stratagem. The key thing here, Orbital, that I gotta think about is the fact that, all right, you're 11-1, but you get to be able to start together, which means that you're not kind of going crazy about it, and I feel like I'm seeing something different. Is that an altar? Wasn't Nathan What does Nathan have right now? Is that an altar?
I don't know.
I see.
I didn't mean as a bad way. I'm so sorry about that, but I was just like, I have no idea what's going on here. So they hop on in. And
They are on an altar. They changed their legend. Okay, so they were on Horizon. So, and there's a DC. Okay, so, all right. So let's talk about that for a second, because we had changed, and they were Horizon, and then they changed to altar. I don't know what's within the rules, but let's act as if this is continuing, right? And so that's a DC, and we'll see if they come back through. So, altar is kind of a different beast. You can wall break to be able to bust into places, and you can set a relocation beacon, and that's actually great for kind of moving around this very centralized circular high point map.
Yeah, one of the things that I think CMS were actually struggling with is fighting in those high lows and being able to reposition appropriately. At one point, we saw him get stuck within, I believe it was the drop down, right? The rooftop drop down, and they just got stuck there. They were on the low ground. They weren't sure exactly how to get away. They wanted to try and burst through to the top side, but they weren't able to find it. So I think one of the things is, if you do want to run altar, if it's allowed, of course, then you can go ahead and actually use that free movement to kind of get up and down, to be able to get to that vertical high ground that maybe we saw the like of Hutchinson actually use very well in their opening map. We saw the likes of the 3rd and 4th story building be taken over there on Fragment East, and it was just decimating. It was destructive for Hutchinson. They were able to utilize that to rack up, I think it was 20 kills before they were really challenged in there. So if we are looking at this altar, I would be very curious if that's going to be the linchpin to kind of turn this around, because CMS know they're up against a very good squad, so to bring out an altar this late would be pretty dang interesting.
Yeah, and also because you get the Void Passage and you get the Nexus, right? And they're going to get nothing from the Gift from the Rift, because that's whenever you get dead boxes and you can basically loot them from a distance remotely. But the Void Passage is great as a get out of jail free card. You go to that portal and you can just boop, and you can just get through. And I feel like something that has always been difficult for Crandall is they get stuck into a rut of running in one direction, and then eventually it's a fish in a barrel position. So using that Void Passage could get them out of a bad way, and then the Nexus is a regroup moment. So if they can, I feel like Crandall does well if they just give themselves like a moment of mental reprieve, because if you're just always in that firefight and then you're running it down, it's like ARAM, right? You're just never gonna get out of there. Just damage being just poured down on your lane.
Yeah, there's something to be said about that, and I mean, that's one of the fun things about TDM, I think, is you can regroup. Unless your opponent is running pure roughshod over you, you will always have a chance to kind of regroup and get your actions back together, because it's only 3v3, right? At the end of the day, you are kind of choosing. We saw also, this speaks even more, because Hutchinson actively are willing to kind of sit there and just play patient with their 2-1 positioning. So if you wish to kind of get things under control, if you wish to try and work as a 3-man squad, you can absolutely do so. But for CMS, I do agree, if you let this kind of desperation creep into you, a TDM can quickly turn into a one-sided beatdown, which is a struggle bus at the end of the day. There are no two ways about it. If you fall into that desperation act of, I need to find this kill, I need to find this kill, I need to find this kill, it starts to wear you down a little bit, and it becomes that frustration that you can't really come back from. As much as we don't like to say it, it is a slippery slope when it comes to a mental game like TDM, or at least the mental game of TDM here in Apex.
Well, speaking of needing a kill, I need to kill this bag of Takis, and we're going to have a break for me to be able to accomplish that. So we're going to see you on the other side. More Vanta Apex TDM action right after this.
go. Alright, watch the ult here. Alright, let's go. Nicely done, guys. You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Standing up.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go. Push up. Standing up.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
He's up there. He's up there.
Welcome back, everyone. I promise that we are trying. We are here with the Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals. It is 11-1, and we are spinning to win, apparently, between Hutch and Crandall. Hutchinson Apex has a chance to, as long as this continues to get good things, get their way into championship winning form. And that's exactly how things are going. Let's kick it right back here onto Zeus.
Yes, we are. Zeus's station. Going ahead and getting all those pylons. An immediate sprint over to those drops. Really, really easy pickup. But as you can see, Hutchinson, Apex A, also going for the high ground, which they utilized before to gather up. I think it was like 4 to 5 different kills in there. So maybe to get that chance. But increasingly, CJ, man, gets eliminated in one of the fastest fashions. Zombie able to start things off with the bang. And maybe this is the turnaround that they needed.
You get hit with the RE45, so some good old auto aim will help you out. But again, riding up onto that high ground position will kind of change the narrative, at least for right now. CJ, man of the gang, allowed at least one to kind of go through. But remember, the kill leader has been so McNasty on to the dumb one from Hutch. Now, We talked about a little bit of that change to the altar, and maybe that may alter the ultimate outcomes. That Wraith portal definitely helps them out for kind of re-navigating across this top mid, but then they're getting shut down from all sides. Astonisher just hoping to get their shields back up. This lifeline is paying dividends for the pick.
I mean, that's how you just frontwards facing own that. Beautiful job with the two-piece. Hutchinson, Apex say thank you very much for a 2. We walk away with that comfortably, and now we go ahead, find some of those bats, walk their way in for safety, and CMS Apex having to go back to that drawing board. And we see that also that you mentioned, the Bloodhound plus the Lifeline. These are all going to be very, very nice and comfortable, I should say. Well, will it pay dividends, though, at the very, very end? It is going to be the call that we want. Here we go once again here in the rooftop plus lower level battle. Dumb One walking back with the rest of the team, getting Dumb One to go ahead and swap out, and or CJ Man, and seeing if they can get a little bit of a rush. But CMS now having a little bit more comfort value in terms of trying to rotate out. CMS saying, okay, maybe we don't want to hard fight this small corner.
Again, that is another fantastic use of that arc snare. You put some extra damage into them, and then you throw it right behind them. They basically get stuck, and they chuck several of those, actually, just kind of waiting it out. CJ Man is going to have, from basically this other hatch point, they are in a rock and a hard place, and they continue to just go straight into the wave of damage. Zombie all the way down to 1/3 of their life. Hutch trying to collect more kills. You have so much power coming out of this Ava B. Ooh. My goodness. That is just how you lay it out.
And that's the right call. Again, you knew they were going to be tunnel visioned inside of that space, and you say, okay, send a couple flankers. Easy job for Hutchinson. They're going to continue reset by CMS. They're setting themselves back up. This high ground battle is not exactly going to be in their favor. Quick duck by Dumb One as they're winning this 1v2. Teammates are down as CJ Man clumps in for the clothesline. Shotty to the body as Nathan is trying to stay alive, but you're only going to stay alive for a little bit longer, falling down to the bottom side of the ground. Thankfully, you are going to be safe for the moment, but you're getting chased down. Healing up a little bit slow as Reynolds is hoping to get in with that fan. Spins 360, chases in, shots to the head. But they all miss, and now a flyby as Reynolds gets chased by Zombie, who had just respawned. Very clever usage. And CMS are able to get the third.
They put on that that teleport ability that we were just talking about a little bit ago, and then they get caught down. So Reynolds ends up kind of realizing exactly why that altar pick came through and why so many people have been actually using it in regular lobbies into the BR mode of some Apex Legends. But this TDM, okay, straight into the fray. Nathan.
Uh-oh. Okay. Unfortunate. Either way, it is going to be CJ Man to be a little bit comfortable with some of those kills, but an answer back by Zombie as well as Astonisher, so they were able to make some magic happen there to turn it around into a 3-4-2 situation. Nathan is right back in. A little bit run straight as Zombie is chasing around. They're going to put 2 on the top floor. Once again, in the open space, quick jump in, as that's going to be Hutchinson to bring 3 to a 2-man fight. And that is a brutal way to show. Astonisher, though, trying to do some work of their own, but not going to find it as they quickly have to hop off the stage once again. Dumb One ready to chase. And this might be the big one. Shots raining down here, and Zombie trying to help out their teammate, but how much help are they actually going to get? Beeline angle here, as Zombie has just respawned, already lost their shields, and ducking behind this very short tower ain't going to do too much. Zombie gets a gentle bat up, but you are sitting on a sliver, as CJ Man is able to finish off Astonisher, and CJ gets a second. 24 out of 40 for Hutchinson.
Well over that halfway mark right now for Hutchinson. And they continue to just find easy moments to take advantage of, especially from high ground positions. Dumb One gets a Zombie, and Astonisher will at least give Dumb One another statistic other than just dubs. Within 14 to be able to get this Apex championship here for the spring, especially in this great state of Texas. Still, Crandall, they've got a little fight in them, but those fangs are a bit dulled. They got to sharpen them up. They got to find a way to stop getting themselves down. They're not quite out, but in the world, especially with the way that we're now going just to the triple take, Reynolds just saying, you know what, I'm gonna let it hang loose.
No worries, your teammate's good, and once again, you cover the high ground. With CMS respawning, they have to play in to be able to get even close to this battle, but someone says, screw it, I'm gonna hop on in for the battle themselves, and immediately regrets all their decisions. Goes on the high ground, sniped out in the backside, and Nathan, with a shoddy spray, is able to clothesline that last one. At least you're able to trade out, though, as CJ Man grabs one back, and a huge dome shot with that triple take makes him do a double. And CMS Apex having to walk away from that one, 28 out of 40 now, as Hutchinson are just 2 away from being about 75% of the way done. CJ Man brings it to 29, and all you need is yet one more. Astonisher getting lit up on the backside, but teammates are there to play, and that's the done deal. CMS Apex once again wiped out.
Technically, there's 40 kills acquired by both these teams, but the massive majority are sitting right now with the Rangers, and they're getting flanked out. Every single position they find is just not a safe one. Extra fight there out of Dumb One as they go all in to finish off Nathan. And full akimbo, get the 2020s just to bring out some of that. But this is basically a fight to the last. 7 kills to go before the Rangers are your champions. And so much more to go for Crandall. They have to tooth and nail to be able to bring this fight back.
I mean, if there's anyone, though, I would hope it would be Crandall. They've shown some gumption, and this time they hit double digits a lot earlier, so maybe they can make it happen. Long range as CJ Man is able to find that flank option, and Dumb One was able to follow up with a nasty headshot onto Zombie. There's only one way to kill a zombie, and that's really it. Either that or through the heart, I believe. Don't count on me because I'm not really a great zombies player, but it's a great shot either way. 4 left for Hutchinson to go ahead and take this in a 2-0 sweep. They are looking like the dominant force here, and once again, they came into this, wiping out one of the top seeds, and now putting their seal of approval here. All they need are just 3 more kills.
Spitfire, my love. I've had that weapon and used that weapon so many times when I played Titanfall. Well, guess what? It's just as good here with Apex. Dumb One has been your kill leader for a majority of this matchup, especially in for that first game, and now some distance fighting off of the car. It was the Ava that really brought the fight. They went CQC on them, 3 kills to go. The Rangers, they see a little bit of fight. Gut check right now out of Crandall. The Pirates, there's too many holes in the old Mizzen Mass. There's only a few kills left to be able to take that trophy and put it behind the glass.
They might be able to do so, but right now up on the high ground, this is going to be the dualies, and Dumb One ain't able to find it. CJ Man, though, finds a second, and now another one left to go, as this is a dance of death. That will be Hutchinson Apex to come out as your champions, as they have taken this finals in 2.
Congratulations goes over to Hutchinson Middle School from way out in Lubbock, Texas. Best Coast, well, that's way out west in Lubbock, Texas. Shout out to this triple group of young players for the Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals, and they're able to take this one in Apex TDM. What a showcase! Really, just coming in, making it look just dominant, but also just leaving nothing to question when they got done with their 2-0.
And I think if you are looking at CMS, you have to be proud about what you pulled off. You quite literally upset the other top seed in this and said, hey, we are going to take down, I believe it was Wham's Coyotes Apex White, the 4-0 squad. This runners up, and they said no worries whatsoever. They came through with the vengeance and were able to battle their way to victory. So huge shout out to CMS Apex for making it here to the grand finals.
And shout out over to Dumb One as well. I mean, you know that they are a great player from what we got to see here for Apex, and obviously that you got to, as a great player, it's not just about doing it in the stack columns, but also about can be able to communicate. And they provided a sense of confidence and calm that I think really was necessary to be able to take this kind of championship. Because the beginning of game number 1, it was looking like Crandall was trying to be a Titan Slayer, really take on anyone that was an upper seed to them and lay them low. But as soon as they started identifying their tendencies, it was definitely Hutch Middle School that was much more in control. So the Rangers take that one, and it took us a little bit to get through it Orbital, but hey, that's our second championship crowned.
And of course, there's even more that has been off stream. I mean, we just got information that both the SSBU solos and Marvel Rivals and Fortnite have all been completed as well.
Wow. Okay. So that's going to be something that we go to as well. So make sure to stick around for the trophy ceremony. I believe Ed from Vanta is going to be helping us out with that one. Koki won in Super Smash Brothers Ultimate Solos, and Trinity Klein from Marvel Rivals and Fortnite. You get to see all of them receive their awesome winnings right after this short break. So make sure to stick around for more Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals right after this.
chase down. As this is Hutchinson saying, okay, you come into our world, we're gonna punch you out.
Quick to it. They want to be able to escape. They just cannot do so.
And honestly, you could go hunting right now and probably be really dang. Find one on a flyby by Dumb One. Dumb One gets taken out very comfortably. But Nathan still trying to duke it out, brings out the dualies and picks one off. They only need 11 more frag outs, and that's a perfect chase into the back of Jordan, actually trying to bait out more Kraber shots. That's what you're looking at. And now you go ahead and
the portal. So as we get this Wraith running in,
Oh.
we're gonna have so many options, and they're gonna dominate the slide by sliding away is CMS. Oh, they keep
but maybe you can get even more magic, maybe you can bring it even closer. That's gonna be a close up front minute, just like, yo, what's up, guys?
head that you mentioned. So Horizon on either side, they're making use of the verticality of the middle of this map. They were the one gathering bodies like it was their off Ash. A lot of electric damage, and you already have a lot of pylons. I feel like the one thing that happens a little bit too often for some of these teams is they get separated from damage, zombie all the way down to a third of their life. Hutch trying to collect more kills. You have so much power.
Continue reset by CMS. Setting themselves back up. This high ground battle is not exactly... Uh-oh. Unfortunate. Either way, it is going to be CJ may run straight as Zombie is chasing around. They're going to put two on the top floor. Once again, in the open space. Quick jump in as that's...
And they continue to just find easy moments to take advantage of, especially from
CJ Man, though, finds a second, and now another one left to go, as this is a dance of death. That will be Hutchinson. It's a quick snap number one from CMS. They go ahead and just snap kill number one, but the second comes right on through. CMS going ahead, taking over this station. They go ahead and converge on to looking for a few more in there. That's the slowing field. I mentioned that I don't really like that tuckering in, that bunkering down, but it seems to be working as well to be able to keep the evenness.
Solidly chew through some HP. Now they do eventually get rid of zombies, so they hit the floor. I mean, it's a great safety measure when you go into a BR, but otherwise.
But yet again, it's CJ Man to find the opportunity, and now the chase down. As this is Hutchinson saying, okay, you come into our world, we're gonna punch you out.
Quick to it. They want to be able to escape. They just cannot do so.
And honestly, you could go hunting right now and probably be really dang. Find one on a flyby by Dumb One. Dumb One gets taken out very comfortably. But Nathan still trying to duke it out, brings out the dualies and picks one off. They only need 11 more frag outs, and that's a perfect chase into the back of Jordan, actually trying to bait out more Kraber shots. That's what you're looking at. And now you go ahead and
the portal. So as we get this Wraith running in,
Oh.
we're gonna have so many options, and they're gonna dominate the slide by sliding away is CMS. Oh, they keep
but maybe you can get even more magic, maybe you can bring it even closer. That's gonna be a close up front minute, just like, yo, what's up, guys?
head that you mentioned. So Horizon on either side, they're making use of the verticality of the middle of this map. They were the one gathering bodies like it was their off Ash. A lot of electric damage, and you already have a lot of pylons. I feel like the one thing that happens a little bit too often for some of these teams is they get separated from damage, zombie all the way down to a third of their life. Hutch trying to collect more kills. You have so much power.
Continue reset by CMS. Setting themselves back up. This high ground battle is not exactly... Uh-oh. Unfortunate. Either way, it is going to be CJ may run straight as Zombie is chasing around. They're going to put two on the top floor. Once again, in the open space. Quick jump in as that's...
And they continue to just find easy moments to take advantage of, especially from
CJ Man, though, finds a second, and now another one left to go, as this is a dance of death. That will be Hutchinson. It's a quick snap number one from CMS. They go ahead and just snap kill number one, but the second comes right on through. CMS going ahead, taking over this station. They go ahead and converge on to looking for a few more in there. That's the slowing field. I mentioned that I don't really like that tuckering in, that bunkering down, but it seems to be working as well to be able to keep the evenness.
Solidly chew through some HP. Now they do eventually get rid of zombies, so they hit the floor. I mean, it's a great safety measure when you go into a BR, but otherwise.
But yet again, it's CJ Man to find the opportunity, and now the chase down. As this is Hutchinson saying, okay, you come into our world, we're gonna punch you out.
Quick to it. They want to be able to escape. They just cannot do so.
And honestly, you could go hunting right now and probably be really dang. Find one on a flyby by Dumb One. Dumb One gets taken out very comfortably. But Nathan still trying to duke it out, brings out the dualies and picks one off. They only need 11 more frag outs, and that's a perfect chase into the back of Jordan, actually trying to bait out more Kraber shots. That's what you're looking at. And now you go ahead and
the portal. So as we get this Wraith running in,
Oh.
we're gonna have so many options, and they're gonna dominate the slide by sliding away is CMS. Oh, they keep
but maybe you can get even more magic, maybe you can bring it even closer. That's gonna be a close up front minute, just like, yo, what's up, guys?
That you mentioned. So Horizon on either side, they're making use of the verticality of the middle of this map. They were the one gathering bodies like it was their comes off Ash.
Congrats again to the runners-up in New Boston Middle School. And now for the winners and champions, it will be Trinity Klein Lutheran School. Congrats again to the winners of Fortnite, Trinity Klein. And now moving on to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Solos. The runner-up from Briar Middle School will be Riley. Riley from from Brewer Middle School. Riley. Are they? Looks like Riley. Oh. Congrats again to Riley from Brewer Middle School. And now. Oh. All right, and now for the winner in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Solos from Melissa Middle School, it's Koki. Congratulations again to Koki from Melissa Middle School. And now moving on to Marvel Rivals. Our runners-up, the William Adams Middle School Coyotes Marvels. Congrats again to our runners-up in the Coyotes. And now for our champions in Marvel Rivals, it will be Trinity Klein Lutheran School. Congrats again to Trinity Klein Lutheran School and all the other winners and runners-up in the Texas Esports League. Now we're going back to another short break, and following this, we'll be going on to our Rocket League Finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals here at the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. A lot of scholastic effort happening over there. You have CCC May Madness with all the collegiate. But right now, myself, Hail Monkey Man, alongside Orbital, we are going into some more middle school action. And something I need to mention, we've got high school tomorrow. So make sure to check us out tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel, hopefully with a few less tech issues. But it's time to change titles one more time, Orbital. We got Rocket League on the horizon.
Well, it's one more time right now because we got one more after it as well. There's going to be action abound as we hop into the cars instead of the Legends, and we get to see teams fly high with a full BO7. And this is the only time, I believe, the only series so far that we've actually seen the top dogs actually make it in off of their records. The only time that we are going to see, I believe, the first and second seed actually making their way in to the grand finals to face off for the crown.
So we'll see that one go in. It will be Stephen F. Austin, the Buckin' Broncos. By the way, shout out over to some Buckin' Ranch Takis. Oh, you didn't get to see my bag. I want to show you later. I went and bought that for a very specific reason. But the Buckin' Broncos coming up for MMS, as you've got Melissa Middle School Red, the, I believe, Cardinal, coming through from out of Melissa, Texas. That's very much in the north side of Texas, whereas Stephen F. Austin coming out a bit more central Texas from Brian. This is an undefeated squad out of Stephen F. A, and then only one loss by Melissa Middle. And I gotta wonder if it was the Stephen F. So, chance for us to kind of burn things down here, Orbital. It's all mechanics and emotional tendencies that these two teams are going to show over this best of 7.
And whenever we get teams like this on stage, I will always say that it comes down to kind of the heart. You can even see that, you know, whenever you get to see them play, I feel like when it comes to Rocket League, it will always be the level of confidence that you go into the game that you especially bring by playing beside each other on a stage like this. I don't know how much experience any of these players have in playing in a LAN experience and playing in front of an audience, but if this is their first time, it can really get to you, or it can actually pump you up in a different direction as well. You can actually see a lot of that energy kind of come out in the gameplay, and especially when it comes to Rocket League, it's going to be a time and a half. I love that the coaches are behind them, getting them ready, making sure that they are set to play. So let's go ahead and dive on in, I believe, into game number 1 of this BO7 Buckin' Broncos versus the Cardinals, as you mentioned. I'm leaning into the Buckin' Broncos to start things off with a bang.
Yeah, it's going to be a perfect record versus a single smudge out of Melissa Middle. So, can the Cardinals overcome what is an undefeated record, or will Stephen F.A. simply say perfect? Game number 1 on the horizon, and a lot to be seen. You guys get loud, get rowdy. Let's drop into the series.
The series has already started. As you can see, Buckin' Broncos going to be in that orange, and for the Cardinals, they'll be in that blue. Contrary to what I almost thought, you know, the orange and red and all that stuff, but it is going to be the Broncos riding it out in the orange. And already starting things off, you can go ahead and see a Mini trying to set up for their own interesting car collection here as well. A little bit of a neutral black. Go ahead and just kind of hide away inside of that stage. We go to the stadium first, and this is going to be a nice little defensive play. So far, slow start from either side, looking for those passes, trying to see how comfortable they can be in this matchup. That's a shot though, and that's going to be the boxes taking it away. Huge pickup by King there.
Boxes, I think, almost looking like a social security number, which is fantastic because they do find a sensitive lane to bump that ball through. Sometimes when you come off of that near side post attack, you just feel like you're going to throw it straight to the goalie, but they, instead of just pucking it straight at them, they were able to lift it. Oh, a bit too much on that angle though, trying to double up that lead.
I almost thought if you maybe tried to fake it out, it would have been a little bit better, allow better to actually set in for that goal. As you mentioned, these little pieces off that corner post, maybe it's a little difficult shot, but for the Cardinals, they're saying, yeah, we want to play it out of boost, though. You drop it on down to the ground. King here, setting up in the middle, crosses over to the side. Buckin' Broncos trying to get the ball under the control, but it's not going to be there, as that's ready to go ahead and carry it on in. So far for the Cardinals, they're starting off strong.
Fantastically so. This was Buckin' Broncos that has started off fast on to blue territory against Melissa Middle, but now the last couple of shots have come out of the Cardinal. You had asked, you know, what's the kind of experience level that we're expecting out of some of these players? I saw a flip reset. That's some great mechanics, and you know you can be able to get that when you go into free play and get those repetitions in. Ray trying to set up his teammate one more time, ends up on the outside, and away we go, cycling the same corner.
Not just that, making sure that they try and be in the right spot at the right time. A little bit of miscommunication there as Better, I think, tried to take that ball away, but Mini trying to set up for their own great demo, though, to deny any sort of offensive push from the Bucking Broncos. So it will be the Cardinals to try and get that ball under their own control. Boost gathered here as Better is sitting with about 10. Sees a little bit of an open net, lets it drop down, and tried to set it up for their teammate, but I don't think King was in the right position. Instead, Sauce is going to try and carry it back. Drops it right in the center, though. Perfect for King to pick up for themselves.
That's the same player that I saw earlier ago whenever we were quantifying how good this team might be. Better Than You wants to make a clip happen. They want to set up a teammate as well. They were waiting on that back corner. Ray will sky this one. Maybe he's setting a chance to get something involved. They don't find a second touch. That's a double commit, and they will put it at least offline for now. Better Than You cycling, taking that near side boost, a little soft flick, aiming for a pass, but you're not seeing the bite out of the Bucking Broncos.
No, I mean, they can kick pretty dang hard, and we're seeing that kick, we're seeing that speed, but the bite, gotta agree, it's not always there. At the current moment, I believe possession has been handled by the Cardinals more often than not. Almost a dead ball in front of the net. That could have been really dangerous, by the way, for the Broncos. You can't let off the gas when the ball is in front of your own net. That just invites danger and a lot of momentum shifting. So for the Cardinals, you are looking pretty comfortable as we're headed into the second half here, and in comfortable position when you have a +2 to your name. I don't think you're that worried. However, touch off the back end as that's going to be a defender in, and it looks like it was saved by Ray. Another shot off as this is going to be SFA Esports trying to hold, but another dig out of the goal, and they're going to fight for it right in front, but the chaos in the juggle means Cardinals are able to keep it out of their net.
Goodness gracious, scrambling around is Melissa Middle, and still the Bucking Broncos, they had, I think, 2 solid chances to try and get that one between the bars. Unfortunately, they come up short. Mini Mexi, Edgar, doesn't have much in the way in boost and will continue to not have that, so they'll go flipping and kind of flying to get back upfield. But Bucking Broncos have at least found a succession of push, maybe not pressure. There was some of that guiding along the goal line for a little bit against Melissa Middle, but as the latter 80 seconds begin to kind of tick down to this point, Orbital, it's just up to the Cardinal to keep this Bucking Broncos offense from hitting.
I think they're doing an amazing job, right? Yeah. They've already stalled out for about 4 minutes, and this squad that we mentioned, these are 2 top-tier teams. The Bucking Broncos haven't dropped a single series, and yet it feels like the Cardinals came back with a vengeance after their loss and said, hey, we know how to play. A quick roll to the right side. Nothing granted as the Bucking Broncos are still trying to fight, and right now they're going to drop it right in front, but cleared out yet again. The Cardinals' defense has been immaculate. Yes, there have been some dangers, but it's still kind of all in their favor. Better now with full boost, trying to carry it out one-man army style. Let's it drop down, though, in front of the opponents. Quick demo, out by King. He's going to launch that ball towards the midfield. Ray, though, in defensive pattern, gets it out, and again, just clearing it, getting it out of harm's way.
Yeah, less than a half minutes ago, and at this point, if you're Melissa Middle, run this clock. You don't really have to go too much more than finding every shot that comes through out of Stephen F. Austin. And this one, I think we'll be able to ice us the rest of the way. 13 seconds and less. Better Than You trying for the redirect. That's going to come off the bar. You get the failure gong for all of a moment, but it's been nothing but success since those 2 goals were scored for Melissa Middle. This game has been wrapped. So the Bucking Broncos will have to buck the Cardinal off of them, but that's going to be for later days. That one dies on the goal line. Melissa Middle, they'll take game 1.
I mean, you take a look at the number of saves that went through. I believe Better had 5 with 1 epic in there. It was not for worth of trying. You take a look at the Broncos, they attempted 9 shots, but of those, a grand total of 8 were covered. That's crazy to look at here, and it's just powerful. Overall, really, really well done from the side of the Cardinals, and I can only imagine they're going to continue. Better Than You, as you mentioned, being that stalwart spotlight player, maybe not in the greatest of offensive turns, but making sure to always keep the goals safe. I mean, Ray was doing the same, but Better Than You racking up 5 is a crazy number.
It really is. And I mean, if you guys want kind of a rendition of exactly what all the players were doing anytime Better Than You came up, hold on.
Exactly that.
Just look into the sky, creates a moment of pause for all of Stephen F. Austin to have to figure out, all right, what's coming up next. They didn't exactly go and attack better than you. And I feel like that's one of the things that mechanical maestros love to do is get everyone to just stop and look at them, looking for the clip. If you shut them down, you go and meet that challenge. Well, you are taking a risk, but it does take away the risk of something that they're going to find even more of that confidence to come up with. So, Melissa, this was a good school that found a response off the initial pressure from the Broncos, but I want to see the Broncos bring the fight right back to them.
Yeah, and that's what we're hoping. I will always say for game ones, I know a lot of people will get mad at me for this, but I always feel game ones are litmus tests. We don't see the full weight of both teams. They're just trying to check each other out. What can you get away with? Can you go for individuals or that playmaking like you called for? And then in game two, we see that explosion of power, and I'm really hoping the Buck and Broncos are going to do just that. Quick pinch against that wall, but a kickback out as the Cardinals go ahead and rip it away in front of the net. It's going to bounce just out of range as this great dig out by the Broncos. And this time, offense and defense melding together almost seamlessly as that's a quick demo to come out. Ray denied, and that's going to be a 2v3, but great punt right back out yet again. Better once again in that defensive position, carrying it off on the left side. Tries around one of the defenders' ball, rolls in front of the net, but a great save by Sauce.
Great pause to keep it at that near side post. Better than you also has a full tank of boost, and Mini Maxi Edgar coming up field. There was a lot of trust between the Broncos whenever that went to the back goal line. Good communication has to happen, not just in previous games, but as well as Rocket League, as especially so much of this game just boils down to what you individually can do and then passing it off to a teammate in an advantageous way in position. Sauce will be in the back seat, trying to wait on to his teammates, and if you overcommit from that third, you're going to give up that goal line. So they do take away, and they will give their teammates time as the first minute will elapse.
With almost no answer, I do get a little bit worried. Is this another carry? Almost into the goal, and they do! What a chance! I was just saying for Cardinals, I was a little bit worried because the other goals weren't coming through, and this time it's SFA. Whoever's piloting that car, beautiful job against two defenders.
Fantastic work. And that one is especially a player that really has shown up as kind of an initiating, all right, you see better than you, I'm going to try and be better than them. And they take the fight to him. That is going to be our first score by Stephen F. Austin, an attempt by Sauce. And the one thing that has been missing out of the arsenal, well, it's a response, but better than you. They'll grab their first goal of the series.
Living up to their name from post to post. Look at this one. Great little backflip flare just over the defender's head. And I believe the Cardinals have actually had opportunities like that at least twice now where it's a breakaway string, but the Broncos have been able to get in front of it. However, off kickoff, there's a whole different world in front as Ray was able to deny, but a quick pump back means that this is a dangerous position. What a save by Better Than You. Yet again, that's the second for them here in this game alone.
You're seeing everyone colliding with each other on the side of Melissa Middle, and Better Than You is going to try and take a moment to give them some space to breathe. And opposite of that, Buck and Broncos, they had a moment where they could have punished. And this is going to be big old boxes. That's King trying to run it down. It's a 1v2. Sauce with not a lot left in the tank. So he'll call up Edgar to fill that gap. Everything will kind of go steady for a second. Looking for a 50, looking for a moment. King will have to rely on his teammate, but a second one will drop on in. They did the rest of the damage right here, and they could just leave it.
No worries. Look at that. Just a drive-by shot, and you love it. For the Buck and Broncos, we want to see them come alive here in game number 2. We want to see them on full blast, and they are doing so. Quick kickoff leads into Ray's demo field, and they're not going to enjoy that one. Shot off to the left side, though, as the Cardinals aren't able to find their mark. Better, once again, flipping it to the right side, trying to get it off the back and off that field, and Ray was about to meet it. But good challenges by the Broncos to deny any further play. Kicked off, now back in favor of the Broncos to get a demoed out. It won't be the end of the world here, as the Broncos yet again saying here in the second half, we're going to do what we can.
If I'm kind of looking at the two paradigms that we've got established right now between Melissa Middle and Stephen F.A., it feels like Buck and Broncos, they have a tendency to not know if they should go up with their third man. Second-wise, they kind of rotate pretty acutely to the initial attacker. Now, opposite of that, Melissa Middle, everyone is very well spaced out, but then they're getting punished because they just take too long of a telegraphed approach to make some of these shots happen. So that's exactly where the Buck and Broncos fill the gap. And what's happening now is a Hattie. Whoever's on the official Stephen F.A. Esports account is definitely hitting it.
I mean, they're loving it. Look at that pass from the side straight to the middle. Ray actually got a little bit underneath it, but was a little bit too slow. And now we got to be kind of wondering exactly how this is going to work, because the Broncos are now +2 in the bank, and they start to pull away. It's the Cardinals that are like, oh crap, we got those early 2 goals in game 1, but we haven't found much here. They got to start looking proactively, and you have to kind of mix it and match it as Ray gets a demo on Sauce. Now tools abound here. The Broncos are going to go ahead and settle this ball comfortably. SFA saying, yeah, this is mine, rolls it up the left side, but no real chance there.
Swing and a miss there for Ray. Didn't have any extra boost, and he's going to have to run this one away considering he doesn't have anything, but better than you finding an open window. Now, it was a tight angle to have to deal with. I want to see how this was picked up. They beat basically the mascot, kind of a double commit up, and hey, there's the gap. Take a shot.
It's just one of those little bit of a mistake moments, and that's actually how Cardinals, I think, got 2 of theirs in the previous game. They were able to make use of that small gap that the Broncos left, and hey, a goal's a goal at the end of the day. One of the things I will always talk about is exploiting the weaknesses and exploiting the mistakes of your opponent. Pass to the top, but Ray ran out of boost, but King was ready in the back pocket. It looks like a teammate actually blocked it out, but it was a save by SFA. And that's going to be the difficulty. Again, these boosts are so important to hang on to. Better able to grab a max, but are you going to use it for their favor? Maybe so. Nice one by SFA. Backside bump to ensure the ball doesn't go further into the net, but we're down to the last 50 seconds. And this could be Bucking Broncos to tie us up.
Got to burn some precious time if you are Stephen F. Austin. You don't want to let yourself get caught as well, jumping at some of these late-term decoy challenges that are being found out of Better Than You. He's really good at that, making someone break in when they don't otherwise need to come up to him. Better Than You, passing play over to Ray. Ray there for the challenge. That's going to be SFA's main account that comes through. King's going to try and get in the back corner. They can't quite get better contact. It's going to expeditiously go towards Better Than You. He's looking for a double tap. He's going to get it. It'll come down a little too shallow of the goal line.
I mean, they're fighting like cats and dogs, and I love it. These two have never let up. Another shot goes out. Is Better Than You is trying to max it out, but we're at 5 seconds, and that's about all they got left. Ray lets it drop to the side, and it looks like that's going to be done. Ball going to touch down here at the very end, and we have a series on our hands. Well played overall. Sauce, SFA, and Mini going ahead and bringing us to a 1-1.
Fantastic looks. 9 shots, answering exactly what was posted up against them just a little bit ago. Actually, this is the same shot count that they had in the previous game. In fact, this is the same shots from both teams this time around. It was hitting. The defense, you had said before, really was kind of the main motivator from our previous game. So that went unaccounted for with the hat trick out of SFA. I want to know which player on the side of the Bucking Broncos is SFA, because they showed up for that game.
Yeah, but the problem is they need to do so even more so. You take a look at games 3 through 7, and you need to be playing at that max level the entire time. So as we get underway into game number 5 here, game number 3, not 5. We have 5 minutes on the clock. Man, I can talk, don't worry. Both teams are now realizing that, yeah, the pace is going to be picked up at a significant rate. I really want to see them get those boost patterns under control as they go ahead and get a quick demo off on the edge. Better Than You is actually out. Open net almost, but a great challenge again by the Broncos. Denying any further access. Ray off that wing, though, tried a solo man expedition. Not able to make it through, and the Bucking Broncos save their goal from first turnover here in game 3.
Oh, what a save. Is someone there to follow up? Yes, they are. Sauce is the boss. As you get one good touch, I was so concerned after Ray got this one. First off, shout out to being able to get it, but Sauce was being tracked by Better Than You. Well, they were faster than them, and they're going to be first on the board.
Man, as soon as I start talking and I stop, Bucking Broncos say, oh, you wanted a goal? We'll give you a goal. Great follow-up behind. And for the Cardinals, yet again, they're in this position where the mistakes and opportunities for an open net are becoming less and less frequent. For the side of the Bucking Broncos, they're feeling a lot more comfortable with these, as that's going to be a demo on the back end. Cardinals starting to get a little bit messy with their gameplay here, which I really actually like. Quick a backflip, trying to get that ball in the net, but Better Than You rounding out, trying to get this ball under their control. And so far, they've been the kind of solo expedition member, but haven't really found any success here in the opening minute.
A lot of trust by Melissa Middle in Better Than You's abilities, and Sauce has a lot of trust they can get that to a teammate. That one was absolutely being read by the midline offense. of Melissa. So Buck and Broncos aim to turn this corner. Nice flip over by Better Than You, but away we go. We don't have really a structured style that's being established by either of these teams. Everything is very responsive, just flash the mechanics. You can get some of these double commits. That's exactly what Sauce was able to get. That's going to be from the backboard to Sauce come up. He didn't have the boost to really do anything about it. So we back up to see the Buck and Broncos now post up for some defense.
I think their defense has been pretty noteworthy. Ray, though, having a little bit of struggle, slowed down on that initial turn, meaning Buck and Broncos could get in the right position, fly by, trying to bring it in front of the net, but it's not going to work as Cardinals are ready to bring it on out, and it's picked up by Better, making sure to send that one sky high. Sauce picks it up on low ground. That's exactly how they tend to play. Buck and Broncos, they try and go for this aggression, but as soon as Cardinals are able to clear, Better is right in the midfield, ready to try and carry it for their own. Ray, though, trying to challenge it back. SFA, though, right in net position to go ahead and get that save for their own mini. Trying to fly by and pick up that ball, but it's just not in the window, so still constantly on the aggressive. Great save from SFA. And Cardinals can't get in the right position, or maybe they can. Quick tap, slow ball, opportunities abound on the other side of the map, but in goes King. The field is their oyster here. This ball has been in play for so long without a goal in sight.
Yeah, it's been just that one single goal that happened within that first minute. Again, Stephen F. Austin looking very strong, but for the latter part of the last 30 seconds, they have been at an all-time low when it comes to total team boost. And if you're in that moment as Melissa Middle for the Cardinal, you have to take advantage of those. But the good news is that this has not become worse for them as a score point differential. It hasn't improved for them either, and that's exactly where the Broncos want to keep it. Big save. What a read by SFA.
And that's perfect, but what a chance is Better Than You. Does it yet again in the midst of the chaos. They round the corner, tap one off the back, and then off the head of Sauce said thank you very much.
Wow. I think they had one defender, and I think that was Sauce that was coming out from the outside. I think SFA was onto that back line. I can't remember if it's backwards, but just looking to see if anyone is going to be bringing it laterally and just being there. Better Than You knows how to bring about some of that attitude that you need when you're in Rocket League. SFA, win it past two. King kind of gives it right back up. That's a free shot, just a little wide.
It's happened once or twice, and if either team kind of identify that, hey, some of these balls are dropping dead right in front of the net, maybe you can take advantage of it. High ball kick, Better Than You. Picks it up, sends it to the left side. King is going to try and punch it out to the midfield, but it's not going to work. Almost a rule one there as it's a little bit of a touch, but whoa! SFA even looking for a chance of their own crossbar being utilized very heavily. But it is going to save the side of the Cardinals. Another shot off to the right side, banking it, clips. SFA, in the span of about 30 seconds, has made 3 shots, but none kind of went in there. But this time, another dig. Better Than You. What an epic save yet again.
Had there been any extra speed? Maybe. That one ends up just rattling from the front face of the crossbar and then twice off the same post. Buck and Broncos cannot buy themselves an extra goal to get a lead. Regulation may end tied. We go half minute remaining. Cardinal thinking their lucky stars and the fourth man of the old iron that this is still winnable and still tied. Can they turn up the heat? Ray wants to take a shot. We're at a quarter of a minute. Better Than You does not get that one. It's going to become King that gets the clear.
I like the fact that every so often we see the Cardinals looking for that challenge, and there's always one that's able to have about 25 boosts. But for SFA, they're trying to make some magic happen. Cross into that crossbar, but it's not going to work. Great save by King. Ball kept in the air, and it touches down. We're going to OT for game number 3.
Everything's so fleet of foot and instinctually responsive. Nothing seems like it's structured, set piece, or otherwise, so we're still kind of in that mold. The non-stop attack out of SFA. I don't know if they're even forming cracks at this point. Silly putty's being used to fill them, and that's an early threat now minimized, but it's coming right back to blue half.
I think either side is really fighting for that. SFA tried to go with a one-man army tactic, but ends up just bringing out a demo. It's going to be a slow pacing out from MMS. The Cardinals waiting for a chance of their own. Quick dive in. Buck and Broncos willing to jump. I love that jump up by Better to make sure that they got the max instead of getting demoed out. But SFA going to carry this on the right side. Good little dribble. Are they going to find the range in? No, not this time. But what a demo on the back. They still get it. I lied, SFA. They get demoed by King, but the ball travels forward, and that will be game 3.
Used a little step back and then had to just lift the ball. If he'd hit it at all with a flip, it would have bonked off the bars. And instead, Buck and Broncos stayed poised and patient behind their main leader. That key striker in SFA, 8 shots, 7 saves, 32 points short of 1,000. Wow.
And you want to know the most important thing? 1 goal. That's all they needed. Sauce and SFA had some of the best stat lines for the Broncos. And in all of that almost anger to come out here, that's what we like to see. It's very, very close. And that shows how, I want to say, difficult it is in the grand finals to find an open shot, to find an open route. You see consistently the saves, the shots, and everything like that. Both teams are actively challenging. And again, for them, it's not just solos, although better than you and SFA have actively chased in solo situations. They are looking for passes. They are looking for that team aspect play. And sometimes even off kickoff, they're looking for a goal.
Feels like there's one man you got to mark. It's whoever's on the SFA Esports account. That's going to be your main player. If there is a means and mode and method to get through this, you got to neutralize them. Better than you, trying to free themselves off the leash, and even trying to get just through a head of steam and traffic. And they have now marked better than you. Okay, so they started recognizing that mechanically that they were kind of a head above, and if you cannot execute even when you're finding some of those possessions, it will frustrate you, and Buck and Broncos have taken advantage.
Right now, it goes back to kind of that at 0. Oh! King almost missing that one, and SFA is like, dang, if that net was just a little bit wider, I could have had a straight up goal. And maybe we're seeing some of that tension come about here. That's an uncharacteristic miss on a save option from the Cardinals. And I wonder if the Broncos are going to feel it just as well. This is going to be a rollout moment as for the Cardinals. They're wondering exactly how high they can go. Better than you. Tries carrying it on their own. Challenged by SFA, though. And these two superstars are going at it once again in a solo expedition.
Making sure that they rotate for those small pads. Remember, boost has been an issue for Buck and Broncos. Better than you is going to try and turn and burn. Can't quite get the flick. Everyone's gone. Ray has a free net. He'll take it.
That's the way to do it. Once again, a lot of the Cardinals' goals have so far been off of kind of open opportunities and mistakes on the Broncos' side. And, I mean, that one you cannot give away. If you're the Cardinals, you can't let an opportunity like that pass. And we're right back to square one where it was in game number 1, where the Cardinals were like, hey, you're going to leave open this net. Perfect. Give me 2 goals, and then you'll never get it back because the defense has been so strong. Almost going for a second. It's better than you. Hits that crossbar at just the wrong angle. So it doesn't go in. Buck and Broncos are going to be setting themselves up for an offensive of their own.
I'm surprised we actually didn't see better than you go for that next shot. He might have been able to kind of body turn onto the defender. Better than you has been running things out and down. He wanted to get a bump into the side of SFA. Couldn't quite get it. Sticking to that high pillar. Ray passed it over to him. That's tough. Oh. And that's King that sees it bounce on by into a tied ball game.
And it hurts. Ray redirected towards the mid, and SFA saw the opportunity. King actually, I think, tried to jump at the very end. Thought it was going to go a little bit higher, but just missed it by a single inch. And it hurts as right now the Broncos coming into the second half are going to be saying, hey, maybe we have the opportunity. And Sauce picks up the sauce in half. Opportunity makes the legends. And King has to be kind of kicking themselves about that one.
That's again, it's one of those where you're up on the sidewall, you're facing your net. The flip that you're going to make contact with that ball is more often than not going to get it into center third. So tough scenes for the last couple of goals. If you're a Buck and Broncos fan, you're eating good. If you're the Cardinal, you're starving. You're hoping that this one comes back. The midway point is approaching for game number 4. Remember, this is best of 7. A win here gets match point for the Broncos. Doesn't get them a championship just yet.
I mean, it's close enough as they roll in at third. SFA stars and hopes 2 goals, 3 shots, and 3 saves has been immaculate in the run thus far. And it's only going to continue. The Broncos are finally underway. They're bucking their way to that finish line.
there is no rest for Melissa Middle. The last 3 touches that have gone to basically the front face of that back third orbital have all gone towards a striker. Twice to SFA and once to Sauce, and every single time it has taken 1 touch to ultimately get a goal. And at this point, if you're Bucking Broncos, you're like, all right, we prioritize rotating the forward face of that third. We don't even need a deep dive into it. 2 minutes now, and Stephen F. Austin continues to just put it on.
2 minutes left for the Cardinals. They can definitely do some work, but they need to get this ball under the control. All the mistakes that kind of been shored up, which is a huge shout out to the coaching of the Broncos. They've really made it difficult. All the armor has been polished neatly here in the game. High ball chance though, as it's dug out from the front side. Better Than You was hoping for that goal. It's not going to go in, as the Cardinals getting a chance and a half. Go ahead and try and fight their way in. Ray on their own as they're trying to speed their way into goal position. But a bump by a teammate sets it off course, and Bucking Broncos get an offensive chance again. That's
where the communication needs to come in. If you have Ray parking their car right there, and you have Better Than You that's trying to go into a kind of a downhill run against it, that must be called. You cannot sit there, because then you just neutralize 2 players in the same zone. Ray's going to try and at least bonk this from sidewall, doing it again. This will turn this field much more to the latter half, where there's not a lot of boost. Look at the empty tanks. Oh, and Sixth Sense Spider-Man out here on SFA, as they're able to get away from a would-be dangerous demo less than a minute to go. Orbital and Bucking Broncos may be unlocking championship point here soon.
I mean, I wouldn't have any other way. The teams played immaculately, dropped game 1, and said, hey, we woken up, guys. What's up? Cooldown period is done. Sauce with an immaculate goal earlier is now running interference, and we're down to the last 30 seconds. Bucking Broncos hanging on to their 2-goal lead. And for the Cardinals, you can see King not willing to go up for that challenge. We mentioned the less challenges there are, the more brazen an opponent will be. Let's see if the Cardinals can fight it back, though.
Ooh, that one would still have been a bit too high. They try to take the same motion that SFA has done against them. Melissa Middle will have only maybe 1 extra chance. They gotta really find some effort here. Sauce will make sure to neutralize all of that. King cannot connect, and neither can the rest of the squad. The Bucking Broncos of Stephen F. Austin, they will be going on to match point to try and get this one here for the spring final. And you know what? Just like you mentioned, dropping that first game, they woke the heck up.
I mean, it was the kick that they needed, and this is, as I said, a lot of teams like to do this. Game 2, Game 3 is where teams really get into that explosive field, and yet again, Better Than You. 7 shots again, not for want of trying. They have actively been fighting and hoping for a goal. And yet on the flip, for the Broncos, they had significantly fewer this time. Remember, it was 9 last time for the Broncos in games 1 and 2. And now in this fourth, it was only 5, but that's all they needed. A 40% shot conversion. Really, really well done.
And you can see those chairs that these guys are sitting in right now. Those are super comfy, and exactly one of the partners that we have out here for Vanta. So shout out over to Respawn for giving those and equipping the Texas Esports League main stage with their fantastic chairs. You can go by the Palmer Hamilton Respawn booth to try out their chairs for yourself. And of course, if you want to be able to get a chance to win one, well, be here Sunday night when they are going to be giving away all 10 of the chairs that are up there on the main stage. And maybe even you can play like a winner. So, first minute has to indicate some life, a spark, a breath for the Cardinals of Melissa Middle. If they truly intend to take this series back, and Bucking Broncos, they just got to end this one in this game.
For King, they tried to carry it in and said, hey, listen, if the subjects won't do it, I will do it myself. But it's the rebellion of the Broncos saying, you will not tie us down any longer. And granted, the Broncos have been undefeated, of course. They have been stalwart in their aggression. Ball rolls in front of the net as the Broncos aren't able to pick it up for SFA, who has been that maestro at this squad. Bucking Broncos are still holding out for their first minute gone by as no goals are scored.
Love the doink attempt by Better Than You. He was respecting both. 2 go flying by. This is going to waterfall down. If anyone's nearby, you got Better Than You who's trying again. Maybe a little double tap. They put it in precarious situations, but SFA is given just enough of a break to find that one out and around, and now they go on the counterattack.
And that hurts because Sauce is right there, bounces off the crossbar, teammate is there, they kick it, but it goes wide. Sauce tries to bring it back under control, and the teammate could try and pick it up, but no. Ray is able to bring it on out, but that has to hurt. For the Cardinals, they had ample opportunity. That was 3 chances in front of the net, and they let it drop. Ray now kind of taking out their frustration on that demo position. For the Broncos, they are wiping the sweat off their face. They knew they made a mistake, and it wasn't challenged, so really, really well done, and kind of keeping things grounded for themselves. We're still at 0-0. As the Cardinals are still hunting, but for the Broncos, trying to get this ball under control. Great bump, but again, no real aggressive setup. No one in position to kind of speed their way out.
I mean, you know that Melissa Middle obviously has the mechanical ability to succeed in this game. We've seen them be able to do it individually. I mean, look what we got from Better Than You. Flip reset, a setup, nice pass. They give it over to Ray. You're going to have Edgar trying to kind of chill, and as they roll up towards that ball, they just get slapped in the face on a rotating player. But Melissa Middle obviously can get the setups, but they also give so much respect to the Bucking Broncos out of Stephen F. Austin that they end up creating kind of this momentary delay. They don't have that killer mentality on every single strike, and it feels like all the math is being done, but there's just this tiny miscalculation, and they get right on top of each other in these rotations.
I mean, if anyone, though, is breaking out of that stifled situation, is Better Than You. Better Than You has consistently been a top performer for the Cardinals, constantly making the shots, constantly making the saves if necessary and whenever they can. So that's who we're going to be looking at once again, but it does feel like the Broncos have also zeroed in on that, always keeping track of where Better Than You is, always making sure that they don't have a clean angle on goal. You can see it there, Better Than You being forced to kind of carry that ball out. Sauce getting a little bit of a dead ball and carrying out to the left side. This time rolls it and tries to pinch, but Ray was there to deny. We're down to the last 2 minutes at 0-0 right now. Ray trying to mix it up, but that's going to be a quick sprint demo out once again. But it's SFA with the goal save. Ooh.
This entire thing may boil down to one single goal. It could be found in regulation, it could be in overtime, but with less than 100 seconds to go, King gets demoed, Ray gets bumped. Bucking Broncos defending the fortress, and they do it with violence. You're going to have Sauce that's going to go 1v1 against Better Than You, and they're neutralizing any of the cool mechanics that can be really found from each of these players. Less than 80 seconds to go. The clock is becoming a factor. Who will score last, perhaps, in this game?
I mean, my eyes are honestly on the Cardinals. I want to see them take this into a game number 6. I want to take them even further. That's a high ball chance, but again, Better Than You. Make sure to snap that one in a different direction. Bucking Broncos, though, trying to buck the rest of this Cardinal squad away. Says, no, this is not your perch to land on. Minute left to go, and Better Than You is ramping up. 3 shots on goal so far, nothing connecting, but neither connecting on either side, but you need your teammates. Ray speeding out the left side, but no boost to play with, so it means this charge up has to be leaned in with the rest of the team. Great turn, and a challenge out by Better Than You. But of course, Sauce read that like a book. Ball flipped up onto the right side of the net, so Sauce gonna try and hang on to that one as we're down to 30.
They keep crossing the ball over this net, but they don't have anyone that goes for the strike, and everyone just kind of shows up slowly. That's a great 1-2 pass up in that infield level. King has laid it up. Double commit. You must punish this. They have a chance to do so. They delay for a second, and that's going to be a great defensive effort. Counterplay. The timer coming down. 7 seconds for the championship. That's SFA. They might have just sealed this one up.
What a play! You saw the 3-man articulation from Cardinals and said, we can do you one better, and it's only right. The SFA, the stalwart player from the side of the Bucking Broncos, has brought it out yet again. 5 seconds left, though. Cardinals can make some magic happen, but the ball is going to be in the air for the entirety. They got to juggle well. Ball is sunk down at GG. Bucking Broncos in 5 take the grand finals 4-1.
Congratulations goes over to Stephen F. Austin. They will be your Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Final champions. The Bucking Broncos buck through this bracket. They won it previously, they were able to win their previous match over Crandall Middle School, and then they took this one by storm. Dropped that first game, but Orbital, from that first game onward, they look so clean.
I can only imagine as we see the handshakes come out here, well fought in either direction, because again, even though they won, it was not by miles, it was not in Brazil, it was just very, very tough action. I mean, the Cardinals put up one heck of a fight, and you have to give them credit for that. I can only imagine that if they were given a little bit more time, a little bit more comfortability, and I wonder if the land setting kind of played a value into it. I wonder if the Cardinals could have brought it back into a Game 6 and a Game 7.
That's very true. And also, is it any, is it any coincidence that I ate Buckin Ranch, which I know you cannot see because literally green screen, but Buckin Ranch and the Buckin Broncos were able to win. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I do say Buckin Broncos, congratulations. Stephen F. Austin takes home the dub with this one. And so quick and clean, as much as it is, we do have the runner-up as well for against them from Melissa Middle School. Very strong fight. But there's still more left to be done today. A very long broadcast day so far for us, but we're going to take it to a short break. There will not be a trophy ceremony with this one until the end of the broadcast because we've got Overwatch 2 coming up at you. More Vanta right after this.
Push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Standing up.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go. Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Steady go.
And guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go. Push up. Steady go.
And guys, let's push as one team.
He's up there. He's up there. Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Steady go.
And guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go. good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. Let's push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Standing up.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go. Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Stand again.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go. Push up. Stand again.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
He's up there. He's up there.
Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Stand again.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go. good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. Push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. There you go.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go.
He's up there. He's up there.
Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. just push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Standing up.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go. Push up. Standing up.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
He's up there. He's up there.
Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Standing up.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go. good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. Just push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Standing up.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go. Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to get into our last match of the day. It's been a heck of a starter kit here for the Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals. Remember, it's all of day one of a two-day set of awesome scholastic action. And of course, myself, Hellmonger Man, alongside Orbital, we have been guiding you throughout this day, and we will be back here again tomorrow.
Yes.
But tomorrow is still tomorrow. Today is right now. Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas is hosting a lot of awesome scholastic madness. And so are we, Orbital, as we get into some good old Overwatch.
Of course, and for the middle school division, it is all going to end here. All of our champions have pretty much been crowned outside of this Overwatch 2 scene, and we cannot wait to get underway because we have a returning school to the stage. Maybe some same players, maybe some not, but we do know at least that the Broncos will have a say in whether they get another crown under their belt.
Maybe I've just been eating too many of these Takis. I don't know. But we do have another set of Bucking Broncos coming live and loud at you. Get loud for them and cheer for them today. As we got the Bucking Broncos out of Stephen F. Austin. But that is Central Junior High Bulldogs that will be coming through as well. So perfect record right now for SFA. One of the few schools that has a chance to have not just one, but 2 trophies to come home with, at least when it comes to first places. Bucking Broncos are also perfect. Bulldogs, 1 singular loss. We're going to be starting on Control to kick off this Overwatch 2. It will be a best of 5. Technically, we got 6 modes we could cover in case there's a tie.
Of course, but the main thing is, of course, it always feels like there's not going to be a tie anymore because of how some of these map states work out. Obviously, Control first, and then we have Escort and Hybrid afterwards, but the introductions, Push, and of course Clash, and then Flashpoint, all of these tend to have some sort of value in leaning away from that tiebreaker. Now, of course, we'll only get to Flashpoint if we need a map number 6. If Escort or Hybrid end in a tie, we'll see if that pans out, but at the current moment, we're on to Control, and we already get to see the mainstay heroes here. It is going to be the Malgas coming out for the tanks, but of course to the DPS side, King stepping up in a very interesting way. I love the Junkrat to play.
Junkrat has been unfortunately kind of thrown to the wayside.
Okay. I was about to say, you better not be talking smack on my junk boy.
Why would I ever talk smack about but my favorite hero in the entirety of the game? What are you talking about? I was literally a roadhog through and through. Anytime I got to combo dance alongside my Junkrats, come on. Are you kidding me? Oh, we got Malgas. So, if you love yourself some Malga, we'll have words later. But, wow, okay, they burned through Papa Smurf as quick as the rest of the village did, my goodness.
And honestly, Sasquatch, of course, being Mr. McMoose coming in here, just making sure, as this is Bucking Broncos to rip right through. Papa Smurf was right in front, and that's what's caused the damage. And you can't do that as a DPS nowadays. There's so many damage threats in every team composition. That's why we're seeing the Malgas. Malgas, of course, is firing away, but that might be a down as you're trying to get back to safety. But are you going to have it? No, you're not. Gray, as well as Mr. McMoose, are going to alleviate their HP bars, and Gray with a nasty one with that Soldier 76 bringing the pain.
Look, I sit on a soldier all day, all night. Just something as a comfort piece of being a 76 out there. And so Gray Hydra is definitely going to lay out some of that damage, but much the same way, you see all of the Bucking Broncos, they took on the initial challenge out of the CJH Bulldogs, said, okay, you're going to sit on this corner. We are going to peel you away. That Sojourn combination with that 76 is also so pivotal. It has a long stay for this matchup, and this is exactly why you get the healing area to be able to kind of sit into. They can double it up for the tank, so healers getting some assists, but it's the Bulldogs that are trying to bulldoze in.
And that's a great snipe again. Papa Smurf and Case able to make a huge play in towards that mid, and you go ahead and take control of the point. Really smart stuff straight up from the control panels, and you get a team kill behind it. Really well done from CJH to bring it back as Bucking Broncos pause at 50%.
A separate combination of healers that we also get out of this, because you do have Mini Edgar there on the Juno as well as Verki that's sitting on that Ana. A lot of kind of just immediate main tank responsibility, and Edgar is trying to give a lot of that extra speed boost that goes to the squad. The Moira is very tough to be able to get rid of. They will get them actually trapped out because of the Junkrat trap. Trying to keep just right behind the big man. So can you get through triple turrets, basically? Holding the high ground, though. Hydra's finding from this flank.
Ooh, and Sasquatch opening up. Mr. McMoose sending a few with the triple. The overclock is too real with the Baptiste behind. And Baptiste going down means that's a problem. Bucking Broncos rip control right back.
No, one good team kill deserves another, right? That's just how it goes. You have to eat through some of that turret, and then eventually everything is munchies for everyone else. CJH Bulldogs, they got their comeuppance. You're gonna have the invulnerability field come up, and now it's about who has more bullets for a little bit longer, so they get them stuck in the old danger zone, but it's gonna be that visor that comes up. Can they land some targets? Looks like they can. Gray Hydra's hunting.
Well, not just that, you added in the orbital ray and then some. It's such a lock and key combo. It is the pit of doom right there as Buck and Broncos lay down a signature combination with Amalga and that, you know, it's painful. That's all I'm going to say. Orbital ray plus Cage leads to doom. So for CJ8, the Bulldog, they fought valiantly, but now it's that struggle at the very end. Can they make this happen?
Be able to get that healing pod just on the outside. You got to touch side. They will not C9 this, so good job at least getting there. Unfortunately, they're the only one that is there fighting from the high ground. There's not a lot of options. Didn't get rid of the Malga. They do lock him into the Thunderdome. They do make it happen. And overtime getting popped up. See if they can land one last kill. Gray Hydra take on the entirety of this team, and they may actually be able to make this work. They flip site.
But Gray is right on top, and same as Mr. McMoose, so it's going to flip one more time. Can the Bastion do it? No, you cannot. OT going to tag once again as Mr. McMoose and Gray, the two DPS at the end of the day, clear out round one. And honestly, it was a battle back and forth, but Buck and Broncos really concise team fights.
Gray Hydra. I think we need to give a lot of credit to them. We already have been, but the end of that fight, they found, I think, like 2 or 3 picks that ultimately turned that one around and won the damage battle. They were on just thin ice for their HP bar, and then they took over site near immediately. So Bulldogs, I love the gumption we got at them, but Mr. McMoose and Gray Hydra really kind of paying dividends to this DPS position. King is looking to go, you know, a little bit higher as the Pharah typically coming out. So we actually might have a pharmacy as well with them in Silent Storm. So see if that kind of helps them out if we stick to that for the long term.
Of course, we'll see if that pain comes about, as right now we're on to second point. It's going to be the tower in the center. Let's see if it works wonders here. CJH going to meet in the middle, which is fairly standard, but of course they're taking a little bit. They're putting the Bastion up that front. Papa Smurf trying to do their work, but of course the turrets are rendering them useless, and both teams just kind of striking up court. High ground action, though, as that's going to dive bomb in with the Pharah. Are you actually going to get value, though, as King is eliminated, and Minnie was like, no, you're not going to be able to get that one. Great finish off as Buck and Broncos get first turn on the point, and CJH try to flank maneuver. It just didn't work out this time.
Remember, you take splash damage yourself. You don't want to aim it a bit too close. You can use that to swift hop across this map, but you don't want to have that all the time. You can use that to help separate, and that's some great AoE damage to ultimately lay out. Malga v Malga, as they'll run this one down, but they are separated from their healers. They do clear out. King will fall. Minnie, Edgar, and Berkey, both of these healers, will be away, so the supports are gone. That means the Buck and Broncos might be the very same, but Bulldogs, they're going to try and flip this site. It's still under contest.
I mean, just barely so, because you have the likes of Gray just constantly free firing on the edge. Gray hasn't been taken down at all, but there's going to be the twist in turn because he saw Striker wait off on the back foot. Actually, really like that call. You just wait, you regroup the rest of the team, and Striker's able to find Papa Smurf with a free turn. Yet again, Striker with a big slam down, catches everyone out, slam right back, slam for slam, and you gotta love it. Wrestlers in the middle, a Silent Storm, and Mamba might not be enjoying this one. King able to burn through Berkey. There's yet another slam. Case trying to get in the middle. He has so much healing, but it's not gonna be enough. Overwhelming DPS as Texas Mamba burns through Striker, and it's now going to be a definitive task win for CJ8 as they maintain their point control for the time being.
Got that ultimate online. Coalescence will be available, and that could be the turning point for a lot of points. They do eclipse now that lead as the Bulldogs catch up to the Buck and Broncos. Texas cage fight style between these two Malgas, and they may very well do it again. Ooh. All turrets pointing safeward, but it's Sasquatch that's coming up. That's Mr. McMoose. He's got a triple kill. Gray Hydra, the DPS, showing up.
This is what you get when it's double hit scans, pretty much. I know Sasquatch isn't one on the Sojourn, but I mean, it's the Soldier 76 in Sojourn. These are about as hit scan as you can get. I mean, quite literally, the Soldier 76 is one. So if you have good tracking, you're solid. That's what we're seeing here. Buck and Broncos use it to absolute perfection. But Berkey, though, almost eliminated here as Gray Hydra is about to fall, but King able to find a lock number one.
Oh, damage from out of the barrage, at least. Trying to self-repair is at least Papa Smurf onto this Bastion. They will flip this one right back round. So this one feels like a much more of a tug of war at this point, Orbital. We've seen a lot of these previous series that have maybe not blowouts, but been in control. That first map in particular felt like they had some questions to answer, but the Bulldogs have really brought back this fight.
Oh, of course they have, and King yet again with a little bit of a flank. We saw it last time, didn't really work, but the last few has done wonders. As you get a boop on Striker. Oh, King knocking out the tank means this is an easy victory for the Bulldogs. They're going to chomp at the heel of the Bucking Broncos, and the Broncos have to retreat expeditiously.
Oh, Edgar gone. So there's one of your supports. You can basically just throw all these bullets, and they don't really have an expeditious way to get back onto site. They have to go over this bridge. They're still waiting for that speed. The overrun is going to go straight into the wall. Oh, another boop. Not today. They at least get them. There's going to be some bit of punishment trying to get right back there. 3% to go. And if you are Striker, you must touch a toe onto site. So they will activate overtime. And that's Mr. McMoose finding 2 huge picks to keep him in the game.
Oh, and Case doing the exact same thing back though, so the twist hasn't been done just yet. They're still trying to capture, and they finally do. But man, was that worth it, and now Case is just about 3% off their ult, which means CJH are going to have this brutal lockdown inside a point here in a sec.
Central high. What are they going to do? Ooh, Mr. McMoose. That's a lot of damage. They're going to struggle to get over to that healing pad. But that's Bucking Broncos that will protect their DPS. 20% to go. Bulldogs, they've had a fantastic effort. They don't want to let it go to waste. They want to force this into a game number 3 here on our first map of Control. Yep. They're going to force the cage match to happen, and everyone is now starting to converge, but Grey Hydra catches them from behind.
Oh! Striker turned it right on his head, and Gray and Mr. McMoose say no denial. Papa Smurf and Case tried to throw down the ults, but there was no healing behind. And that's going to be the OT situation. Gray, this Soldier 76 is on freaking fire. And in a 99-99, Bucking Broncos take game 1.
You know what? That was a fantastic comeback effort. After losing their early support, getting their tank booped off, the Bucking Broncos looked like that they were inevitably going to be facing off against Central Junior High Bulldogs into a game number 3 of our Control. But instead, this is how it turns out. It's because of these 2 awesome DPS that they were able to turn the tide.
I always feel bad because I always get surprised at the smallest things, but I love seeing it, and it's honestly just very, very impressive overall. Bucking Broncos really smart job and some of these team fights, and I give credit because CJH, they actually had a moment of their own at one point. They were able to kind of fight their way forward. They had the Malga ult. They also had, I believe, it was the Bastion Salvo coming out here, the Artillery Rain. But neither landed appropriately. It was a great twist on the other end. So Bucking Broncos were actually waiting for that moment and turn it around with the ult. So it was an ult versus ult call with the macro in that state. So really well done by the Bucking Broncos to take it 2-0 to start up this series.
Fantastic work. You're already seeing that everyone's talking about what they got to do going into the next game. And for this next matchup, we will be getting Escort. So as we go into this, you have the change up. In case you're some of the parents out there that are still trying to learn what in the world your kids are playing, well, let's illuminate you. You have to unlock the first point, like you typically had to do when it came to Control, and then a car or something comes around and you help push that thing along. It's just exactly what your child does not do at the grocery store. This is what they are practicing. So in case next time you go to Walmart and have to be able to get some extra food, yes, they can push a cart and you can make that happen. So going into this, feels like we didn't really get kind of a better definition as to who is really going to find consistency, except for the fact it was SFA that they definitely got some damagers on their side that can help them turn things around.
Namely, it was King that had an exceptional on the other side. King was really, really good at finding certain angles to kind of boop out of position. I mean, that earlier boop, I think, was what the whole reason why we saw Bucking Broncos actually slow down. So it was a tough one. We are getting Route 6 coming in here. I'm very, very excited, and we're seeing a shift as well. I believe Mr. McMoose.
Okay.
Mr. McMoose is still going to be that DPS, I believe.
Okay, so wait, no, because Striker. Well, actually, they're still going to be on the same thing. So Striker was in fact the Malga before.
Yes, that's
and
what
so
I was
Mr.
thinking.
McMoose. Yeah, because they were on the Sojourn. So
yeah.
I think that's still stock standard. So I don't believe that's changing, unless it's gonna be to each other's roles. That'll be interesting because we have made note in the way that we're setting up these lobbies. I believe it is what DPS, tank. Support. So
yes.
if you see anything getting swapped around with the names and everything, that is why.
And I will say this also brings about something that I like to call map specialists all over again. I use this term a lot when it comes to Valorant because we see some players, some teams actively like to give certain teammates the, duelist if you want to go a little bit crazy. And it doesn't happen too often in like pro play. But when it comes down to stuff like this, when it comes to middle school and when it comes to comfort, I can definitely see it. I can definitely see it be a little bit of a comfort aspect. Hey, I like running the Reinhardt. I like running, maybe a Wrecking Ball even, and you want to go ahead and swap it out. So we are going to see Striker maybe get that chance on that tank to be able to provide that value. But if it's a Malga v Malga again, I'm going to be curious to see how much action that actually pertains and how much of a shift that will actually bring out.
I know Malga is very strong. Maybe I'm just not a Malga kind of guy, and I know Malga he's fun to kind of tussle with, but like I love a lot more, especially onto Route 6. And maybe I'm just an old head. I love a good old either Diva or even you hit your kind of Orisa or Reinhardt situation. Reinhardt,
you are absolutely old.
I am so old.
I'm just gonna call it now. You're absolutely old.
I am ancient, according to literally every esports title ever. In fact, one of my favorite games is Halo. So yes, I might as well be dust. All right, but I feel like it still works. I know Diva's like basically kind of irrelevant at this point, but I still love her.
Bad.
Okay,
which definitely feels bad.
Look, Orisa though. Hey, maybe.
Yeah. I would agree.
Takis?
Takis. We get a good look at all the trophies yet again that have yet to be awarded because we have a whole second day of action behind. This is going to be so much fun, in my opinion, to watch even more teams face off when it comes to the high school scene. Takis hats as well, and you got to love it for all of the champions here today. And of course, you got to face the heat one way or another. So again, if you're in the venue and you want to go ahead, grab some snacks, and you want to burn the upper part of your mouth or your entire mouth for that reason, go ahead, pick up some Takis bags and get a blue heat one because apparently it's extreme heat.
And Fuego. Yeah, get Fuego. If you're like me and you need like a healthy mix between, get anything that is Dragon Sweet Chili and Buckin' Ranch. I combine them both, and it like mutes the flavor. So maybe I've also just eaten so many that I just can't feel feelings anymore. Also, shout out over to Palmer Hamilton as one of our partners here for Vanta, for those teachers, principals, administrators, and educators. If you are looking to equip your esports labs, your spaces, your clubs, all your team rooms that obviously these awesome students congregate in order to become better at the things that they do, you can be able to put some awesome furniture in them for gaming, then look no further than Palmer Hamilton. They also do fully customized build-outs for interior design. And if you need the good feng shui to come over there and make your esports space even cooler, well, go check them out. They can equip you with an esports lab that will bring you and your team to the next level. And if I'm not mistaken, they also have a booth over there with Respawn, so you can check out that furniture as well as the chairs that these young students right here are also sitting in, which are going to be given away on Sunday night. So a lot of fantastic partnerships for this Texas Esports League Spring Finals. And look at the venue overall. This place is packed to the brim with collegiate, high school, middle school, and of course Palmer Hamilton. Look at them. They're right there. Look at the cool stuff.
Yeah. Get a little bit of dance in there. And again, a big shout out to everyone making it happen. You can go ahead and see that currently the Commissioner's Cup is going on the other side. We got Rocket League, I think, rolling on through here. Gotta love, I believe, a couple of our good namesakes over there. I know you know them. My brain is not working right now. I believe
that's Bass and Danger
Taco.
Yeah,
I was about to say, they're awesome.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this entire venue packed to the 9. Look, y'all ignore that last weekend the power went out and the transformer blew because of Halo, all right? They don't know what they're doing. These guys, scholastically, they know what they're doing. They've done the homework to get here in the first place. So love that. This is it's been a banger weekend so far, just to be able to see it collegiately, but seeing everyone else as well. I mean, North Texas has really become kind of a shining gem in the overall esports space. Absolutely thrilled to see what has been accomplished here today.
Of course. And it's only hoping to get bigger, and that's why we want to give a big shout out as well over to Vanta specifically. Obviously, you're watching the Vanta Esports side of things, but Vanta is your home for all things Scholastic Esports to learn, and of course, to learn more about coaching as well as summer camps. Please go ahead and check out the Vanta booth just as well. They have a lot of great information. You get to see a lot of the leagues as well. They have information for those that are even going into the high school region. If you got a middle school student that maybe hasn't participated in the last season, you're hoping to find more schools that offer those opportunities, maybe mean, go ahead and check them out as well. Or if you are a school hoping to get into the mix, join some of these leagues, join in the competition, and get your students involved, well, Vanta has you covered as well. So go ahead and check them out. Youth Esports Development Programs for those that want to play. Go ahead, check them out on that booth. You can also take a look at the Takis booth as well, which honestly, I'd be running to go get some water as well, as you can face the intensity, face the heat, and you get a little bit of face melting fun from those snack bags.
So all they need to do, they just need to like create a box that has a bunch of Takis in it, like all different kinds of flavors, right? And the backlighting of it is LED, and you have to literally put your face into the bucket of that. Just face the intensity.
No.
And then you like come out with a mouthful of Takis of all different heat levels. That's probably not the way, especially if you're very sensitive to heat. You have to go through it. But it's a heck of an experience, all right? And go over to those buckets over there. I think it's free. Just take a whole thing of Takis and, light up your liver. Good luck with it. So, but this overall, it's seeing this in real time, Orbital. I think you and I can agree, it is magical to see esports kind of have matured into this level, not just venue-wise, not just partnership-wise, but the fact that there's so much support for all this to be happening in the first place. So again, I don't think it's been said enough. Shout out over to Professor Layton and Brewmate for not just being producer and observer, but also helping with so much of the TOing that's also happened alongside Vanta for this event.
Yeah, they've been awesome, and of course, with that, also multiple others in the building trying to work out a lot of these technical issues, making sure we get the highest quality action for the players. So we are going to cut to a very short break. Once we come back, hopefully we have Game 2 on the horizon for the Overwatch 2 Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere.
What's up?
You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go. Alright, watch the ult here. Alright, let's go. Nicely done, guys. You got this, push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Standing up.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this, push him. You got it. Let's go. Push up. Standing up.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
He's up there. He's up there.
Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. Alright, watch the ult here. Alright, let's go. Nicely done, guys.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Standing up.
And guys, we switch as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go. Push up. Standing up.
And guys, we switch as one team.
He's up there. He's up there.
Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Standing up.
And guys, we switch as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go. good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. Push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Steady go.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
Feel the intensity of us coming back into your faces. Welcome back, everyone. It's more Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals. That's a mouthful, but this is about to be an eyeful. As I, Hell Monkey Man, alongside Orbital, will be getting to map number 2. That's Dose in Tex-Mex World. As we get into Escort, coming at you live and loud with SFA. They took that first set of control, and now we get to see if Central can bounce back right as we go to Route 66.
And it's a comfortable one as well. We were talking about the fact that for Bunkin Broncos, they were solid on their control map side. They were very, very influential in their matchup and being able to kind of fight that front to back and being able to also find those wraparounds. Granted, for the side of CJH, they also had their moments. King was able to find the flanks with the Pharah, and when you look at Route 66, it's a lot of open air. You can still bring that far if you wish, but for CJH, you're on the attack first. We are seeing the likes of this Buckin Broncos side actively look to try and shut this down on the defense right away.
Yeah, you could turn this into a minutes-long, barely minutes-long situation. All you got to do is unlock that first if you do a full hold, and so we'll see if some of that comes away, and maybe if the same composition comes out, maybe double Malgas. But like you mentioned, there is high ground. There is this little kind of elbow twist that starts off the beginning of this trek on Escort for Route 66. But it's kind of open air. It's very tough. You eventually get onto that archway at the top of the hill, and that's really the first major challenge for a lot of these teams that they want to open up this first checkpoint.
Well, right now we're here at the Panorama Diner as we're ready to go for first touch. CJH once again running that Pharah, but maybe not as much as a high-flying Mercy to work with, but up goes Papa Smurf trying to find those angles, fires away a couple of those rockets, and get some good damage down to start taking away that second level styling, and you're going to use the Junkrat to try and help out as well, but Buckin Broncos utilizing once again a little bit of that straight lace on hit as Grey Hydra pops off 4-1 immediately. Of course, King answers back, but elimination DPS versus DPS means it's a little bit of a slow push, but a push nonetheless from the Bulldogs.
We also have the change of, remember, the roles of Mr. McMoose, which is Sasquatch. They went over and away from the Sojourn, and they are no longer a DPS. They are a tank, and they're on the Ramatra. So they'll be hanging out with everyone else. But the Bulldogs, this is so far kind of a steadily rolling offensive. Striker is going to be on that Bastion as well, and I love the robotic emote that you kind of get out of him to just let them know, hey, look, we're going to turn this into a pirate ship. Get ready for the dog.
And of course, it's being matched on either end. Striker going ahead, taking away one of those setups, but Striker answering back yet again. Texas Mamba gone here, as that's an elimination too. However, Sasquatch is down, so Mr. McMoose can't hold the line, so Mini has to fall back as well. Once again, you take out a utility, but for Buck and Broncos, you lose your tank, which means the rest of your line will fall as well. Papa Smurf and Mamba able to get a team kill and push right through checkpoint 1.
Look, I'm okay with being transparent, exposing a little bit about the conversations we had in the green room. There was an expectation that Broncos, by choosing defense, was going to try and turn this into a nothing burger. Whoa, we've got some spicy nachos. CJH Bulldogs, Central High, they're coming in and really making them work for it, and they are absolutely speed running this. It's just before summertime, spring just hit, but GDQ's right around the corner, baby.
For Mr. McMoose, you're trying to do your best, but King eliminates you with a tire to the back of the head. And it's comfort all around. Silent, ready with the berry, sets it down. He's going to amplify the damage even further as Berkey can't get behind. There is 4 minutes on the clock. Bulldogs are more than comfortable. Silent Storm getting a little extra healing up on the top ropes in this secondary position is becoming a DPS factor. But Buck and Broncos have not had a single defensive hold yet.
Both your supports are up on the roof, and they're healing each other. Shout out to hand-holding and teamwork. And so far, fantastic work out of Central High. The Bulldogs have been running this one down, and there has been a relentless onslaught that the Broncos out of Stephen F. Austin have not had an answer for. We go turret mode, riding along here with Papa Smurf, with he was a factor of being the first one in. I like that he's kind of sitting to a backline position like he needs to, especially on a Bastion. But you're now starting to see Broncos lead the way.
Well, now it's going to be a little bit more as Texas Mama tries to get down that beam, tries to burn through a lot of HP, and Papa Smurf is going to pick up some extra. But Gray Hydra was ready with the snipe #1. Berkey falls to Texas Mamba, but again, Mr. McMoose and Gray are holding down the line so well. Texas Mamba is now going to fall as the entirety of Buck and Broncos stays alive, and for Mr. McMoose, you almost did, but you walk straight into the damage choices of Bulldogs. It's an immediate re-aggression here. This payload has stopped for the time being. Bulldogs kind of stopped at this L turret.
This is a tough corner to have to overcome, because not only do you have to get the cart now finally as a factor to kind of present an obstacle for the defense that is otherwise slowly slipping back, but then you have to navigate through basically what is a pit. They do drop it down like the overrun there, but the cage does keep them from advancing any further. That's a couple of big picks. Gray Hydra is able to get rid of the tank, and now they're just kind of cleaning up shop. The overrun to take out the back line, not going to let that support do any more damage.
Here's the problem. Again, Buck and Broncos, they're starting to win some of these battles, but they're off the cart. Remember, at the end of the day, it's all about the cart push. It's all about getting that factor. And you have to stay on top. While all this fighting has been going down, Bulldogs have silently pushed. They're just about halfway to that last point. Finally, we see the eliminations. Buck and Broncos find the victory on their own, but it's neutered. They're trying to push back, but the damage sources just aren't there. Finally, Mr. McMoose finds yet another elimination. They take out King. And it's the first stop they've had all game long.
Yeah, they paused them for a second at that corner, but the respawn is right around the door, so it didn't feel like they really got a full stop. But that time around, now they've separated them from the cart. Love this upper angle that we're getting off of Gray Hydra. Remember, they were on the Soldier 76 before, but now they're taking up position for this Sojourn, no longer having the double hit scan. They got Striker that's chilling over onto the Reaper, and they're just sticking in the corner. The wheel! Oh boy, Edgar, Striker, they go on down. Bulldogs have a chance to push.
King me! I have gone ahead and made it to the other side of this board, and we will take it. King with an explosive ending to this battle, and CJH Bulldogs speed their way to this last point. That's going to be the tethers down as Mr. McMoose is trying to make this last stand happen, but King is just too dang strong. 2.5 meters left, shots rung around the world. Gray Hydra able to do some work with the overclock here, but it's only a moment's respite. But Gray able to fight back once more, but in comes Case, and Case shuts that down. He says, please, just let us win. Out come the Gates as well. And Bucket Broncos are fighting to the absolute bitter end. Isn't going to be enough. And the Edgar still alive, dancing around this point. And they're going to be able to fight it back up. Bulldogs lose their tank. 0.68 meters left.
That you could kiss that cart and it would move enough to finally get it over the line. That Kitsune rush being used at the absolute last second, right after the cage fight. So great job so far here out of the Broncos. But can Steven F. Austin continue to hold?
my gosh,
You've got another cage fight. They're going to have another one coming through. Gray Hydra will find a pick. And I'm a believer for right now. There's a minute 40 to go. 100 seconds for the Bulldogs to get all three.
It's been Gray Hydra and Mr. McMoose. I didn't believe before, but I kind of believe now. Bulldogs just need to push, what, about 10 meters is all we're looking at. For Bucket and Broncos, they need to stave off 2 more turns. And keep that in mind, it's 2 turns, a minute and a half. It's plenty of time to kind of shell back out. King is going to come around the corner at level 3, has all the perks available. Are you going to have enough? But you got to speed right back to safety, 70 HP on your own. Bucket and Broncos, though, with Striker, tries that Blossom and gets everyone in the back. That's Striker to pick up Papa Smurf and drop everyone else. So Bulldogs have to run away. They're not going to like this one at all. They get some healing, but Texas Mamba might not have that extra. Striker waiting for their moment of own. Gray Hydra snipes out King. Silent Storm in the back line watches their tank fall. And there ain't no barrier that's here to save you. Bucket and Broncos win that turn yet again.
They have a chance to be able to have at least 2 ultimates. Can they get the artillery to come up online for Papa Smurf? They don't want to use it away from the rest of their team, so the respawns will come through. You're going to have less than a minute to go. They will have the artillery. They're going to try and clear some space. They've been given the gun to go. They're going to try and clear Main Street. They put that one on the high ground, so it's not going to land the same way. That overrun will come through. Cage match will be online. It's Malga v. Malga. This is where the fight must be won, and the Bulldogs want to approach.
Tire's coming out here. King gets free! Explosive ending. Bulldogs totally get a wipe, but then get wiped on the back end as it came so late. So the Broncos were able to bolster through. What an elimination as King tried to make it work. But at the end of the day, it's the Broncos to buck back. They have staved off for a minute and a half. They have fought to their absolute best. And at the last possible moment, at the last hour of the day, they are trying to take it home. Fight back from the Bulldogs, though, as they're finding kills with their own Case. Able to find 2. Papa Smurf running it in, and Texas Mamba finds the 4th elimination. Bucket Broncos may have won one fight, but they didn't win the war. And at the end of the day, it's going to be a final bout. How many times have we seen this in an OT territory? Papa Smurf the King find the kills, and CJH Bulldogs take their attack.
Goodness gracious. We had some doubts before this game. There were some thoughts that were coming about, and maybe a bit of hubris hit sideways. SFA, they chose defense thinking they could turn this game from what is a longer duration into just maybe less than a Saturday morning cartoon halftime. But Buck and Broncos now going to prove that they have the stuff to finish it out. The best thing about that, though, Orbital, the Bulldogs definitely did not get more than an extra minute if this does go to a 2-3 cap OT because of that long hold. So Buck and Broncos put in a heck of a fight. But I want to see now the Bulldogs kind of turn this one right around against the Broncos and see if they can kind of slow their roll.
I'm honestly not sure. I'm really not sure if this is going to work out in their favor. Buck and Broncos have. I mean, that was... That's a good credit, right? Like, Buck and Broncos, they let about 3.5 minutes go by, and Bulldogs were uncontested. But now they get a chance of their own. They're rocking Witch Striker once again on this Reaper. You got the Sojourn in the hand, so you can also make some magic. But King has got to be eliminated. This Junkrat has had so much ample time to ramp up the damage. And I wonder if it's going to happen here again as Deep Spread coming out for the Bulldogs for first contact.
King and Striker both serving kind of similar purposes, I'd have to say. They definitely have those ultimates that can kind of come out of left field. Definitely a great flank position style DPSer. But Striker is kind of more in your face, and they don't have the same sort of versatility that you can get from distance, especially like King. And in fact, you get Texas Mamba plus King. That's going to be the combo of separation onto Strikers. They'll be first blood here in our second round.
First blood is all it is, but King about to be second and third, but no, you get the absolute nasty trigger pull. Satchel gonna boost out Berkey's light, and Bulldogs deny a single inch. so far. Secondary fight as Case is going to get lit up, chasing back the rest of the team, and they're going to try and play on the defensive end, but yet again, the Junkrat right in front. King gets another one onto Grey Hydra, and finally Mr. Moose is able to find that elimination, but it took so long. Fucking Broncos have already lost about 45 seconds to a minute.
They're going to try and get this upper tunnel flank just to get around the cart and to lay out some damage to him. You don't want to get caught off guard. Papa Smurf is going to have to blast her way out, and eventually this one does fall. So you're going to have a staggered reset from out of the Bulldogs as they try to clear the rest of the board. This is going to give this cart some better movement time, but they do pause it. You're right on top of Grey Hydra. And so now, as Buck and Broncos finally get themselves moving forward, great damage out of the Bulldogs to at least stagger that first, what, like minute or so? So we'll see what comes to the next 2.5.
Here's the question found is, of course, what are the Bulldogs going to try as Grey Hydra finds another snap on the Texas Mamba's head, and this fight is continuing. These fights have never really stopped here as Papa Smurf finds Striker's life, but King is still alive, and they're going to be going ahead, launching a couple of those grenades off on the side. Of course, they're getting ticked down here, and that's going to be the problem as Amalgam's trying to help out. Baptiste keeping them alive for a little bit longer. Silent Storm does work. Case is able to find the elimination on Grey Hydra, and now out comes Papa Smurf saying, okay, down goes one. Case has done the work. I'm the cleanup. Really neatly done. And it's only going to be Mr. McMoose who has to run away. Great stop yet again by the side of the Bulldogs.
And that artillery ultimate is going to be so telling. Oh, just catch this bomb to your face, Striker. Go back to being a tank, say Papa Smurf. But Papa Smurf also overextends, so that could be very much a turning pivot for the success of the Bulldogs. Everyone save one has their ultimates. Silent Storm already puts up the big field to put out some more damage, but Broncos, they ride as a herd, they come up this hill, they got him in the cage fight. It's Malga v Malga time.
The problem is that Cage barely caught anyone, so the damage isn't really that great. Buck and Marcos might be able to fight back. Case, though, still finds elimination on Mini, which is huge. Texas Mamba going ahead and getting that burn down. The ticks of damage not going to work too far, but fucking Broncos, it was enough, and I was very surprised. Case only got Mr. McMoose. Now it's going to be a chance back. Minute left, and the Broncos have barely pushed into that first checkpoint as in comes the artillery. Papa Smurf finds Mr. McMoose, and now a quick launch as Berkey finds King. This is a trade. A tank for his DPS. This is doable by the side of the Broncos if they can, but Papa Smurf is ready to take Berkey's life, and it's just an annihilation right in here in front of the gas station. Case standing on top of the turret saying, what's up? Nobody can eliminate me, and no one will move this payload. Complete overtake by the Bulldogs as they are looking stalwart here.
You got the Coalesce as well as the cage fight for the Broncos. They've got, what, 30 seconds to go. They do not want to lose anyone, but they've already lost Edgar. So there goes one of your supports in such a pivotal moment where you have to be able to turn this one right around. Bulldogs will not be able to rely onto ultimates unless you're able to get there on the side of your... At least you got your supports trying to be able to bring it, but the Broncos, they move right in. They turn this into an easy day. You didn't get the Coalesce. It's found some big value. The healing comes in, and I don't know if the Bulldogs got enough foot speed to get this first cap denied.
Still, though, even Berkey's kind of amazed that they won that battle. Buck and Broncos have literally fought tooth and nail for every inch. And Mini is able to eliminate King yet again, so it looks like the Broncos are going to get this first twist as down goes Papa Smurf. Both DPS gone, means Bulldogs can't fight this. But of course, Mr. McMoose is going to do their best to slam into the enemy Amalga. And it's going to be a battle for battle for battle for battle. Foot stomps galore, though, as the Broncos fight back. And they do reach a checkpoint to give themselves another 2 minutes.
There is something about Malga v Malga just going, ha-ha! Just jumping on top of each other for the stun and the knockdown. So, SFH, they keep this alive. The Buck and Broncos got a couple of ultimates that they actually did not use. Cage fight could be used in a way to get some quick kills, possible. Especially with the way the Bulldogs have been pretty darn efficient. This is a whole separate beast. We saw them come back just a tiny bit in that second, at least, territory fight of control. They've definitely got to show up here if they want to slow this roll.
I mean, early tags means Bulldogs are kind of flanking back. King really didn't want to be in that right position. Striker taking out a lot of cases. Help. And it's just elimination of all the util, but that allows Papa Smurf and Case and Texas to rush away in. The Bulldogs just go straight through the front door. Striker gets an answer back, but it's only 1 versus 4, and Striker is out of there. Great early tag in the second leg by the Bulldogs.
And some free damage. Throwing at least one grenade. They're going to be staggered and away from their teammates, and they're going to get chased down as well. Better watch out That's King. Able to find one. You get a minute and 6 to win it. You do have the artillery online. You've got the tire online. You've got some massive damage, and you've only got a couple of points that you can really walk in. They are welcoming the fight to go to them.
Right now, Case checking around the flank, rushes on in, says, hey, maybe this is our chance to find a back end angle. Has to walk back as that's Broncos with 4 ultimates ready to go. Quick slam down in front. Case racking bears up. The tire is out. King looking for another explosive victory. The Great Hydra doing the exact same, launching out with that visor and eliminate Silent Storm. King gets the tank, but the damage source is real as Great Hydra ready to fire away. Striker tried to launch Salvo, but I don't think it really caught anyone as Berkey able to find Case's life. Bucking Broncos are fighting back, and it's a bitter battle with a lot of blood on either end. At the end of the day, though, Broncos able to stay on top of this payload and continue pushing.
15 seconds to go. This is the same situation that we saw them before. They were able to make a last gas push, but is this literally just going to be what the Bulldogs had to do at the very end of their run, but towards every single checkpoint for Stephen F. Austin? Fucking Broncos, they got themselves a fight. It's going to be a high ground position on the world. Ends up happening. Edgar needs to make sure that they stay alive, getting some extra damage out there while they can. But the Bulldogs is starting to be tit for tat, trade for trade.
I think right now with those kills, eliminations, Mr. McMoose giving a lot of hope for the Broncos as they're going to twist their way back in. That's 3 in conclusion. Minnie even helps out on the top rungs. And on the second story, Texas Mamba running for their life. Berkey is like, yeah, you get out of here. Another checkpoint covered as now you twist it around, and there's going to be a TP right back out to safety. It's a chase of the Moira v Moira. And Berkey wins it out as now we come to where the Bulldogs had a lot of struggles before. And Broncos are looking to just ride on through.
You're already down to a minute, and this is just from getting through the gate. Now look at this situation. You're gonna catch him from behind. All right, that's at least Sasquatch grabbing one. Edgar's gonna fall out as well, so both of your sports just falling away. You have a chance for this. It'll be a Malga v Malga battle, and it's gonna be, guess what? Malga that wins it. Case comes through, and they're making a case for the Bulldogs to full hold.
Seeing they do so, Case running around the end, helping out their teammate as an elimination comes through on Great Hydra and Striker. Big slam with the foot, Bulldogs holding it down. Malga v Malga yet again, round 2, round 7. I don't know how many times they've done this. It's going to be a stop in front, though, as Bulldogs are able to force the rest of the Broncos out. Remember, there's only 30 seconds. They're running for their life. Mr. McMoose trying to stay alive and get some heals from the rest of the team. In comes secondary fight as in comes the foot slam and a half. Foot slam right back in the face. And it looks like the damage is ran back up. Case getting a lot of heals, though. As King goes down, Great Hydra with the visor. Slams out the damage. Cage bringing them close as Broncos obliterate the Bulldogs. Get back onto the payload.
They do just enough, but remember, they've now got to ride this buggy all the way to its final stop. Can this train, can this cart, can this squad of Broncos match up 3-3 to force OT with them and the Central High Bulldogs? They've got some ultimates coming through. I hear that tire. The tire is eliminated? Question mark? Yes. So King now has to come out to play. And while that has all been happening, Buck and Broncos are bringing it. They bring the orbital strike as well, and they have a chance to be able to bring this one into OT.
The Ray is just too good from many. Broncos are eliminating and staggering these deaths. And we are gonna go that absolute distance. Case gets a foot straight through the dome, but they keep blocking as they're on point, trying to hold it down. But Case is eliminated yet again. And with 1.7 meters left, it is an amazing job by both squads as we are forced into that OT. Another pop-up once more as this Junkrat tried to hold it down. Elimination of Striker as Papa Smurf tried to do work, but it's done. We're into OT. Both teams get 1 minute.
A minute to win it, or at least to get as far as you can. Oh, wow. Okay, so even when it went to only 2, we saw this very close kind of combat. I think it was when 99-99 OT onto our second point of Lijiang on our control. Did the Bulldogs let this one slip? They had this full rush down. The third lane was the toughest, which I think is kind of true for everyone. But fucking Broncos, they staggered and were kind of limping to the end for every single checkpoint. I don't know which one is a little bit more mentally booming, but both teams, they got to be ready for battle, and we got to be ready for this next round.
I like how we're talking about mental booming, and both teams have shown absolute resilience in the face of the onslaught. Like, we're talking about mental booming. There is no mental booming. They're fighting it out as grand finalists should. And respect on both the Bulldogs and the Broncos' name. If you are fans of either, please get hype in the stadium. It's been a long day, but they are battling it out for the crown. The Buck and Broncos hoping for their second crown across 2 different titles, and the Bulldogs want one of their own. Let's see what this next minute holds for the Bulldogs as they get a chance to push for as far as they possibly can.
Why am I even talking about mental boom? Everyone's ADHD here. That's fine. no one remembered what even happened the previous map. But you're only going to remember the winner of this one, because either we're going to have a tied series going after this, or it will be the Bucking Broncos that will be on match point for the spring finals. So let's run it down like we always do. That's Papa Smurf that drops out first. Grey Hydra catches them on those big missiles. So as the Bulldogs find themselves in position to try and take on this early fight, they will see this attack stutter out.
Dang, all right, Buck and Broncos really right back into the action. They tried to take a little bit of time to wake up. First elimination is huge. Case trying to stay alive, but you lost Silent Storm, and Texas Mamba doesn't really have that outright direct healing to be able to stay alive. Not only that, you're watching Grey Hydra, who has been so good on the Soldier, eliminate members left, right, and center, so down to the last push. Let's see if the Bulldogs can do it.
It's going to be OT no matter what happens. You get a minute and it just doesn't go very far. Everyone's trying to at least group up, but first pick will be the deepest, especially with the Bucking Broncos holding the high ground. They can see all targets all the time, and there goes Papa Smurf one more time. Everyone goes to follow, and I don't think that there's going to be anything left. Overtime, full hold. That's the way they could have done it to start things off, but maybe this is the way they simply win the battle and the war. Bucking Broncos don't let nothing divide them from victory. 9 meters. The Bulldogs have a task.
I mean, that's stalwart. At the end of the day, the Bulldogs have bitten so quickly, and we know the Bulldogs can hold Broncos before. This is actually where I think it was like 4 minutes would shoot off the clock, quite literally in front of this gas station, in front of Big Earl's. Bulldogs are able to hold them. Let's see if they can do it yet again for the Broncos. I want to see them come out swinging. I need to see Striker and Grey Hydra really look for King. I think the main focal point, you find King, you deal with that long-range artillery, and then afterwards you can deal with Papa Smurf. Because I think King tends to play a little bit more out in front, loves getting in the face, loves making sure those grenades land on the proper targets, but also puts themselves in elimination risk. I think the last time we also saw a lot of the satchels taking kills, so if Buck and Broncos are able to find King early, I feel like that's almost going to easily implement a push of over 9.1 meters.
And he will be up on top of the train cars that's tilted off. So he's got a nice high ground position. That's a very safe spot for King, even if it's into a front line. Papa Smurf can play a little bit further back behind his Malga. So we'll see if the Bucking Broncos are able to move at all. Everyone's going to come rushing out. They want to take this one high, and they want to go quick. They got the speed boost almost immediately. And there goes Papa Smurf. He falls out. King does nearly. He is down to just a spit's worth of HP. Sasquatch, good old Mr. McMoose, catches a couple. They're going to try and keep things up. But this, remember, the finish line is right in front of the cart.
And Grey Hydra is like, yeah, I can see it. I'm standing on top of it. Get your butts here right now. Case trying to turn it around and tries to eliminate, but no, Striker was ready with that Bastion double on him. Means there's no one in the way, and that is going to be GG. Buck and Broncos fight back and take game number 2.
They now unlock match point for Stephen F. Austin, trying for the only 2-star crown. Because, I mean, you got it, what, previously in the Rocket League matchup. So they went 4-1 in that one, and this one they're trying to go 3-0, but it has been no easy task. However, all...
Yeah, this is just destruction overall, and very, very impressive from these from the Bulldogs as well. I mean, they fought so hard, and as we were mentioning, going into hybrid, it's still going to be the exact same. However, the difference starting here is going to be, I believe, the side of this. From the side of the Bulldogs, they will be on defense to start things off. See if they can hold against the Broncos. You see heavy deliberation between the edges. Is it going to be that chance and a half for the Broncos to fight out once again? And I'm curious, is it going to be Kings Row, where we usually see hybrids go? Is it going to be a different map type or a different map itself? But if it's going to be Kings Row, that first corner turn around the statue is so difficult to play, and that's what I'm going to be watching for here. So I mean, for the Bulldogs, you can see every single member there kind of sitting there just going, hey, we're chilling out. We're not worried. We're going to be comfortable, and we're ready to play. Yes, we're down 0-2, but there's so much more games to be made. You for sure have an opportunity to pull a reverse sweep off. And I see no other reason that they cannot do so. I fully expect them to be able to pop in and be able to really show up because they fought so dang hard. I mean, I have to give credit. That game looked immaculate on the early run. We saw them actively forcing. I mean, the tear from their opening attack was wildly well done. And I really, really do hope to see even more so of that run. And I expect them to kind of hold their own. I keep saying that all day long. I just don't know who's going to come out on top because it came down to the final moments. It came out to the OT, a minute on the clock for either side. But it has come down to the fact that King and Gray, these two have actively been at the front lines. King on this Junkrat. I am so happy that we are seeing so much love every single time for this Junkrat. We're seeing those artillery strikes. We're seeing the factor of just being able to lob grenades into enemy backline. The respect and disrespect given to those grenades is what's allowing King to find a lot of those eliminations, to find those options, and to find low HP targets that allows, I believe, the likes of Case to kind of run their way in. So looking on the other side, though, great. On the Soldier 76 has yet to really have a bad game. Normally hit scan, I mean, I think the primary that we usually see is a Sojourn. Sojourn is so easily, with that overclock, a menace to be had. But the fact that we haven't seen a single Sojourn, I think, in either of these winning sides has been very, very telling. It's been all about the Soldier 76. It's been all about the Bastion, a little bit easier in terms of ripping that entire belt of ammo. And I'll be very curious to see if they are able to make it work. Eyes out and questions are abound to see exactly what they want to play and how they want to play it. And I'm still wondering which map type it is, or which map they are going to. I think there's still some deliberation. At the end of the day, we're going to be waiting to see exactly who they decide to run. If it's going to be King's Row, I'm still expecting that statue first turn for their team, and trying to get around the statue to go ahead and take that control point will be factor number one. But while we are here and while we are talking, I want to give a big shout out once again to all of the amazing and awesome sponsors that have made this day possible. Once again, obviously you're watching the Vanta Esports Grand Finals here at Spring Finals, of course, here in Arlington, Texas. And it's been an amazing time, but giving a shout out to Palmer Hamilton, we talked about, for the fact that you need to have good equipment for your players. You can get esports labs, spaces, clubs, and team rooms with some of the best furniture for gaming. And of course, Palmer Hamilton has all that you can offer. But we also want to give a big shout out to Respawn, because Respawn are currently equipping the Texas Esports League main stage with their fantastic chairs. Go ahead and go by the Palmer Hamilton and Respawn booth if you are in the venue to try out their chairs for yourself. And of course, if you want to win a chance of one of those yourself, make sure you're here Sunday night at the Arlington, Texas Arena, and we'll be giving away all 10 of the chairs on the main stage away to 10 lucky winners. Once again, go ahead, check out Respawn and Palmer Hamilton. Please sign up for that giveaway and see if you're one of those awesome winners. The reason we say Come Back Sunday is also because we do have the ever so fantastic high school side of things, and the high school will be playing tomorrow across all the same titles, maybe in a different order. I believe we have Rocket League, Overwatch 2, Apex Legends, TDM, and then a Valorant high school finals. It looks like we're also going to Midtown, getting back into this matchup. Midtown is such an exceptionally different map. I'm very surprised Midtown, of all things, was the collective answer, because it's not overly played. I think for Midtown, it's gonna be a little bit of a run, and I do love it though. But yeah, we are gonna have a chance, and hopefully we get everyone in. So let's go ahead and dive on into the match. I hope to see everyone step on up and out for this matchup. If you're in the stadium, if you're in the arena, get hyped for the match. We're diving into Midtown, hyper realistic. We're seeing the flying cars, but of course down on the ground, you gotta be careful one way or another. And I'm sure we're going to see Malgas. I'm sure we're going to see the Bastion. I'm sure we're going to see the Soldier 76. Let's get Game 3 on the road to see if Buckin' Broncos are going to take this 3-0.
Can they claim that crown? Can it be just as simple as that? 3 solid games. That's going to be the nature of it here, Orbital. Thank you for holding down the fort while I went to go tell Zeus I needed my electricity back. So, goodness gracious, let's
Did
get
you grab
into
some
it.
of the legends with you too, or?
I tried. They said maybe tomorrow, and I was like, cool, all right. Well, you know, high school's coming up tomorrow, so we'll see if that happens. So, we come into this big matchup again. Look, 3-0s can often just be kind of misnomers. If you look to a stat sheet and you're like, oh, they dominated them. Not the case. But we have seen a gut check for both sides, and the latter portion of that escort match definitely felt like it could be a breaking point mentally. But you know what? We've seen a lot of support from not just the crowd, but as well as pretty much everyone amongst themselves, from the coaches, from the fans. So just like my main man Orbital has been holding down and telling you guys, get up there and cheer. Esports Stadium in Arlington is made for all of that. So go to our third match. Could be our last one. Let's see if the Buck and Broncos finish it off or Bulldogs start their comeback.
I think, quite honestly, it's going to be that test of the ages for the Bulldogs. They're sitting there going, hey, can we hold out the defense? We did this last time on Escort, but with the control point, it's a whole different story. Buck and Broncos going to go straight to the high ground. As that's a quick elimination, Papa Smurf is gone. And that's going to be Mr. McLoose back on that DPS, swapping right back Striker on that tank. And it's a quick elimination, really well done by the Buck and Broncos to open up with a solid salvo.
Fantastic work, and I think something that obviously needs to be solved just the tiniest bit is how we had so much of Papa Smurf kind of dropping out early, and now you get some quick damage as well that's being at least brought up here by Broncos. So kind of a switch up moving into this matchup, and now again we go right back into the Amalgam, but it has a few extra bullets, moving a bit hotter, and the run it down. My goodness, the overrun is just flattening them.
And I'm surprised. I have no idea why Case was kind of out there alone. I guess they were expecting Silent Storm to still be in their back pocket, but Texas Mamba was the only one left, and so that's going to be a clean capture by Buck and Broncos once again. They get a quick capture. It's now just a full push situation, and out comes the car, slow rolling all the way to the end, but Engine has to get to its destination. And we'll see if they can pull it off. Case going to try and hold it down, but again, the Valga v Valga means that you have no safety, and it's face-to-face action. Elimination by Striker and Mr. McMoose as they stagger out the deaths once again. Bulldogs losing 4 in a row.
This is starting to feel a little bit too familiar right now. Too many of these fights are going the right way for the Broncos, and we're seeing a lot of Bulldogs just being shoved in the old kennel. This fire truck is going to be making his way around this tight elbow, and this is actually right down in this dip, kind of similar to what you get to see on separate maps, is a very tough choke point. You can dump a lot of damage onto it, but it's about who really holds this high point that really kind of changes the game.
Well, the high ground is currently held by Grey Hydra, who has been the all-star to step up in the DPS factor. Never changes from the Soldier 76 and showing why. Getting a little extra healing on the back foot, runs down with the rest of the team. It's just so easy, and now you're lined up against Case, who is trying to run you out, and I like the identification, but that allows Mr. McMoose to find Silent Storm yet again. The Storm is silent because they're gone. Grey Hydra takes out Case. And that is how you pick apart an opponent. Out comes the tire, but it's eliminated once again. Buck and Broncos have dissected this team composition of the Bulldogs.
That was so smart by Grey Hydra. They were getting pressured out by Case on high ground, and then they just kind of faded away and let him forget for all of a second cage fight will be popped. So trying to just trap him in a corner. Case 627 will be waiting for a little bit longer to respawn, and that high ground turns into a death volley for Silent Storm. And this has been unstoppable by the Broncos. They just continue to march.
That's a huge point. I have to give credit. You either look for Silent Storm or King. Once you eliminate either one, you can take over the game, and that's what Buck and Broncos have done. Numerous times they found Case kind of eliminated, and it's just going to be that problem. King now, though, trying to find Mr. McMoose and saying, no, you don't get that for free. A quick cage going down by Case to slow down this push, and it's going to force Buck and Broncos a little bit further back. But there's only a reorganization. Go ahead and take a look. Grey Hydra ready to go with that visor. Sprays down Texas Mamba. Easily done. And now spraying directly into the face of Papa Smoke. Everyone on the Bulldogs is melting in front of this absolute menace. And Case will be the next to fall. Ain't no safety around. Sasquatch, Mr. McMoose with the final shot to Case's dome.
Broncos trying to add an extra gem to the old crown, an extra shine to the big belt buckle here in the Texas Esports Spring Finals. It's presented by Vanta, and of course this has been just so clinical. They got one more platter left before this push is complete. And then it'll be the Bulldogs' turn, and they don't want it to turn out like last time. One last chance. You're going to see the overrun, but then they get slapped right back to reality. And the gravity of the situation here, Orbital, is that the Bulldogs got a lot of work to do. All 3 points picked up and a lot of time with it.
3 minutes and 55 seconds, about as fast as the Bulldogs pushed last time. That is how comfortably they were in this position. And again, a dissection. This is where one of those rare times where we see the adjustments. I don't know who the coaching staff is for the Broncos, but they are excellent. They said, hey, these are the points you have to focus. Stop focusing on Case only. Stop focusing on Papa Smurf. You got to look at these other members that are making it very difficult for your own composition to stay alive. And now for the Bulldogs, you have to go back to the drawing board and you have to say, okay, our composition has been pretty much cleanly picked apart. And yeah, you go ahead and call for a vastly different tank. Case going for that Orisa that you mentioned before, Monkey Man, saying, hello, this is another tank that I might like.
Yeah, but I don't think it has the same kind of style of support. You're basically asking that this is going to kind of win you some push directly under that bridge, but I do wonder about this first choke point. This initial elbow is insanely tough to get through if the Buck and Broncos decide to just kind of all in on it. It will be very telling, especially with the way that you got a double hit scan back. Both Mr. McMoose as well as Grey Hydra have been pretty clinical. So do the Bulldogs show us something that we haven't seen before? The ability to unlock this on hybrid and a chance to kick back against the Buck and Broncos. We'll get to find out. Let's kick this one in high gear. Oh.
The high gear is Grey Hydra putting a freaking foot through Papa Smurf as Papa Smurf once again stepped up to the fight, but King answers right back, and I love it. Again, blow for bro. This is the brawl situation if I've ever seen it, and I love it. Berkey finds King on the back end, so eliminations on either end means Bulldogs take this one a little bit slower. But again, Grey Hydra hasn't been stopped at all. Still on the top side, firing off round after round after round. Mr. McMoose now on the Sojourner that we know and love, that we saw back in game number 1. He's going to be holding it down as Bulldogs are trying to look for that pinch. King tries to go in front, but again, that mission, a one-man army style, doesn't work.
So far, not a lot of push. They're just double stacking, sandwiching this corner of this high ground position, and no one has diverged from the Bulldogs to try and bring it into the building. And even when they have, it's been a solo effort, and I feel like so much of that is just driving the wrong way. You can push Malgaback as many times as you want with that javelin, but it's not really doing too much. Now the back cap is in fact happening. They got it to a third question mark. I believe that did occur, so they were able to
No, it didn't.
Oh man, are you kidding? So close. It was a millimeter out.
Yeah, it was 32 instead of 33. That's what we were looking at. It's a quick slam in, brings Grey Hydra into plain view. King could not stop the onslaught, and Striker ready to bring their namesake to the forefront here. And it's only going to continue. Bulldogs really happy about, really unhappy about the current mix, as Buck and Broncos have stopped them not once, not twice, but 3 times at this point.
Bro, give me a Lucio, a Wrecking Ball, a Pharmacy, and just everyone just start going. Teleport over. Just get rid of this battle. Go high ground. Kind of run away from it. See what you can get to be able to have happen. Put the monkey out there as well. I don't know what's left in the tank. 2 minutes to go. Bulldog's going to find something to fuel. They're going to try and get everyone all sucked up into the vortex, but that Terra Surge doesn't claim too much. Buck and Broncos are just cleaning things up, and doesn't matter how fortified you are, eventually those bullets are going to tear through you.
And specifically Grey Hydra yet again, as Striker was able to eliminate 1, but Grey Hydra is popping off. When 1 head is cut, 2 more will take its place. And at this point, it's the bullets. You try and stop 1, 2 more come through. You got a minute and a half as Mr. McMoose joins in. Papa Smurf. This robot has been built 1 too many times. At this point, it's just a bucket of bolts.
Spare parts now. Artillery comes through. Can they clear this line? They do not plant anything to this top corner. Eventually they do, so they're going to jump away from it, but they're right back from whence they came. Mr. McMoose is like, cool, that's an awesome shot you put there. Let me just not get hurt by it. King will get rid of Grey Hydra, so that's at least 1. They find Edgar. Papa Smurf will drop. That's normal at this point. Less than a minute to go. Bulldogs got to clear the way, and they do get... No, they cannot open this third.
I was wondering why everyone on Bulldogs was falling so quickly. It's because Case actually went for the cap. They had no takes, so fucking Broncos just annihilated the backline, stopped that last tag as well, and the Bulldogs are going for desperation right now. King eliminated yet again as Mr. McMoose is on Junkrat duty. Eliminate the rat and you have no problem. The walls are clear and free of pests. Bulldogs down to their last 25 and Silent Storm spotted out. The DPS from Mr. McMoose and Grey Hydra have eliminated once and twice and 3 times is the goal. The visor comes down as the final lot. Grey Hydra with their third ult of the game. The Bucking Broncos ride their way to victory as the Bulldogs are put back in the pen. GG's to the Bucking Broncos, their second title today.
Congratulations goes over to Stephen F. Austin. They will be taking this one tried and true and clear. 3-0 victory to the Bucking Broncos. Bulldogs, tough fight the first 2 maps, but this one was very much clear as to who was going to end it out. Shout out over to Grey Hydra, looking spectacular to be able to end out this championship run.
We saw earlier it was a double bastion setup, I think, and then Grey Hydra was just kind of in the back, and there was a reason why in control I wasn't really eyes up. Like, Grey Hydra still did a fantastic job, but the last 2 games, Grey Hydra was quite literally at the forefront. But at the same time, I want to give a shout out to Mr. McMoose, playing DPS, swapping into the tanker role, and then moving back to DPS, filling both slots extremely well, gelling with Striker, making sure there were no in-betweens there. Heads up by everyone. And then, of course, the utility, the supports on the back line, like everyone on the Broncos played their role well.
Did a fantastic job today, honestly. Across the very long day, everyone had to be able to kind of work into some different timings, and everything ended up working out so well. Love that we got to see the focus from out of these awesome teams, and you know what? Everything came to a head, and everything got laid to bed. Middle school hijinks and Vanta Esports ended up finishing things out today in a great way, and as kind of a reminder to it, remember, we have some fantastic partners with Takis, Palmer Hamilton, Respawn, and of course, Vanta, that made all of this possible. But Orbital, it's been a long day. Finally, we're able to title a champion here for everyone in the middle school division.
Yes, we are, and it's only going to get better because we also have to give crowns and trophies out to everyone else as well. I think we still have the Apex Legends the Rocket League trios that do deserve their due rewards with the trophy side, and hopefully it's going to be a very nice time again. Congratulations to the Bucking Broncos for taking their victories where they wish, and honestly, to everyone else that's also taken victories throughout the entirety of the day here in the middle school division. It was a treat for day 1, Monkey Man.
Just day 1. That means day dose is tomorrow. We've got high school coming up at you. So if you like what you saw today, it's about to get even spicier on a championship style Sunday. Everything that's happening over there in the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. You got CCC Madness, you've got Vanta, and you've got a lot of fantastic supporters. And of course, a trophy ceremony on the way. For us today, this broadcast will come to at least a close competitively. Let's go give out some good old glass and hardware for these awesome students to be able to see. But for today, I'm Hail Monkey Man. That is Orbital. Shout out to our production and Brewmate as well as Professor Layton. We'll see you tomorrow. Stick around for this trophy ceremony.
words. So let me just don't go anywhere, guys. We are prepping that right now. All right, and first off, we do have the runners up for Overwatch 2, all the way from Central High School, the CJH Bulldogs. Congrats again to the CJH Bulldogs. And now for the winners and champions of Overwatch 2, all the way from Stephen F. Austin, it is the SFA Buckin' Broncos. Congrats again to the Buckin' Broncos on their championship win. Of course, wearing the Takis hats, proud sponsor of the Texas Esports League. Congrats again to the winners of Overwatch. And now we have one more trophy to award, of course, for the Rocket League winners. Again, from Stephen F. Austin, it is the SFA Buckin' Broncos Rocket League team. Back-to-back winners here. All right, congrats again to the Buckin' Broncos. And now for the raffle, we'll give it to the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Ed Lallier.
Okay. It is time for the raffle. Everybody get your red tickets out. I will need red tickets. Vanta team needs to give me the red tickets. If you do not have a red ticket, please make your way to the Vanta booth in 3 seconds. You got your ticket, all right, you got tickets. All right, I don't want to stand up here anymore. I'm gonna go down. This is risky, all right. I need to know where we're going to start off. Okay. Courtesy of Takis in Palmer Hamilton, we are going to be providing a cache of goodies, which include custom branded skateboard decks, backpacks with water bottles and other things, Takis koozies, the tickets that you have must be received that you got in the last 10 minutes. Good. All right. What are those? Okay. What are we going to start with? All right. We're going to start off with a Takis skateboard deck and a Takis koozie. Winner is 477-6538. 477-6538. All right. You get this? All right. Congratulations. And you get one of these. Thank you, Takis. All right. All right, next. We're going to give another skateboard deck and a Takis koozie. 477-6500. 477-6500. 477-6500. No? Are we done? I'm moving on. That's it. Next one. 477-6537. 477-6537. All right. Winner, winner. All right. You get one of these. And hold on. You get one of these. These, by the way, are really good salsa and chip platters. Really good. Yeah, you're good. All right. We're going to change it up. We're going to get a Takis backpack and a whole bunch of other stuff. 477-6496. 477-6496. Do we got it? You get a Takis backpack. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Ready? I'm going to get you another one of these. I'm going to put this right here. And we're going to get you another one of these. All right, there you go. Good job. Great job. Great job. All right. All right, next we're going to be doing a, guess what? Another Takis skateboard deck. All right, all right. And another koozie. 477-6533. 477-6533. Oh, man, look at that. Thank you. Let me get, hold on. Here we go. Hold on. Let's get you a koozie. Congratulations. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, sir. Did you give me that? Was it 4-3 or 3-3? We have a discrepancy. Okay, it was 3-3, not 4-3. I'm sorry. It's all right. Thank you. Thank you. Accounting error. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Accounting error. All right. We're going to try again, my friend. We're going to try again. All right. Ticket number 477-6508. 477-6508. I have to look at this really closely. Really closely. That is a winner, folks. Here you go. You got one. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Fantastic. All right, next one. 477-6546. 477-6546. All right. Let me see it. There you go. great job. All right, great job. Yay. All right. What's that? Don't worry about it. We have how many? 6, 7? 8. Okay. All right. We are going. Next number is 477-6525. 477-6525. Big winner, big winner. Check you out. Let me see it. Let me see it. All right, yeah. Wait a minute. Hold on. 6525. Yeah. All right, get the deck. Thank you, sir. All right. What happened? Oh, man. This could be your day. It's 477-6512. 477-6512. Let me see it. All right, you get this, and you get a deck. Hold on. Congratulations. I think Takis really wants you to be a skateboarder. All right. Winning ticket, 477-6535. 477-6535. Anybody? Hey. Let me see. All right, hold on. Thank you very much. All right. All right, next number, 477-6550. 477-6550. Yay! Let me see. All right. Here you go, sir. Let me get you a skateboard deck. Look at you. All right, sounds good. All right, winning ticket number 477-6549. 477-6549. 6549. Let me see. 6549. Well done. Okay. Here you go. Let me get you a skateboard deck. You're welcome. All right, we're going to do a backpack again. We're doing a backpack again. Let's go. Winning ticket 477-6495. 477-6495. Yeah, let me see it. It is. You get this, and hold on, we're gonna double up. You get another one of these. Yeah. All right, great job, great job. All right. We have 3 more raffle items, and the last one is the premier grand prize, courtesy of Palmer Hamilton. We got 2 more decks to give away. 477-6519. 477-6519. Woo! Let me see it. All right, let me get you a deck. Great job, great job. All right. What am I giving away now? Skateboard deck, that's right. Lucky guess. Winning number 477-6534. 477-6534. Here you go. Congratulations. Well done. All right. Raise your hands if you got a skateboard deck. All right. That's awesome. Everyone's skateboarding. All right. Now for the grand prize, which includes a Logitech mouse, a Logitech headset, a Logitech orb, a Logitech keyboard, some glow sticks, and a mouse pad. And the bucket. You get the bucket. No, I don't have it anymore. I don't know. Is that okay? The winning number, 477-6502. 477-6502. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I take a photo, hold on, take a photo, thank you. That was incredible, thank you so much. Let's give it a hand to Talkies and Palmer Hamilton, huh? Thank you so much. Thank you. Could I ask everybody who's got a skateboard to come on down? Anyone who won anything, like, can come up right here. I want to have a photo. Lando, could you take a photo of all the winners? This is insane amount of Talkies gear. This is crazy. Oh, by the way, please take as much Talkies products on your way out. Take as much as you can. Thank you. Don't be shy. Let's get it together. We're all one family now. We're a Talkies family. Let's go. Let's go.